so much about his life examined and written about, a window allowing us to see the Kennedy Illuminati family may never have opened so wide. First, the assassination attracted attention. In recent years, the Illuminati had given permission to publishing houses to print exposes of JFK's sexual life, etc. It is believed that this permission was given in an effort to deflect criticism of his assassination by allowing his reputation to be tarnished. I hope my readers are beginning to realize that things are totally corrupt at the top, and that JFK was no different than so many others that have been and are today at the top of the political mess in this nation. John F. Kennedy had a very active sex life, even after he married Jackie, and even after he was president in the White House. For those who don't think secrets can be kept by the elite, one only has to look at how John F. Kennedy was able to have sex with many women while president and to have frequent nude swim parties at the White House pool and the general public not know anything about it. John F. Kennedy's lust for women was well known by the elite. Illuminatus McGeorge Bundy warned his friend JFK, while JFK was a senator, that John's openness with women might get him into trouble with the public. John F. Kennedy was so open about his sexual habit, that at one party at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C., John F. Kennedy openly had sex with one partner in front of the party, while his friend Senator Iskafova did the same. Then they swapped partners and began again in plain view. John F. Kennedy had many one-night stands, as the world calls them. These were merely women hustled up by his aides or the Secret Service or his friends like Frank Sinatra. But Kennedy also had long-term relationships with some of the women he was sexually active with. It is those relationships which reveal so much about the hidden satanic side of the Kennedys. John F. Kennedy had 3 long-term girlfriends, Marilyn Monroe, Jane Mansfield, and Suz Saga Ball, which were also girlfriends of Anton LaVey, who has headed the Church of Satan. Jane Mansfield was a high priestess of the Church of Satan. Marilyn Monroe was a participant in LaVey's satanic rituals before LaVey founded his Church of Satan. Both JFK and his brother Robert Kennedy had affairs going with Marilyn Monroe, and both visited her just prior to her mysterious death. Suzsa has been interested for years in the occult. JFK also had relationships with other women connected with the Illuminati also. Before we examine the significance of these 3 relationships of JFK's, and before we get into his liaisons with other women who were Illuminati connected, let's cover the relationship between Anton LaVey and the Illuminati. California was very fertile soil for Satanism due to a host of factors. 2 lesser-known factors are that there were Haitian communities which practiced voodoo in California at the early part of this century. Also, California became a haven for witches and Satanists fleeing from France, so America, Cuba, and other places where their satanic practices were not tolerated. California had a reputation for acceptance of their evil rituals. When one adds to this such things as Hollywood, it is easy to see how San Bernardino Valley has become such a strong satanic center. Anton LaVey's maternal grandmother was from Transylvania. It was from that side of the family the Anton got some encouragement toward the occult. Anton LaVey loved horror movies. He studied Aleister Crowley, and the OTO, which had lodges in California, which is where he lived. And in 1947 he joined the Clyde Beatty Circus. The Beatty family connects in with the Illuminati families also, by the way. LaVey worked for several circuses and learned how to be a showman. He worked the occult side shows of the circus, and found that people wanted to believe occult frauds. Anton LaVey found Marilyn Monroe, a Jewish girl, working as a striptease in the strip clubs. LaVey helped her performance, and through his connections got her started on her big career. LaVey used his talent of showmanship to create a type of Satanism that could be marketed to the public. LaVey always manages to walk a tightrope between openly supporting hardcore satanic practices such as human sacrifice and being just simply theatrics. In other words, he blatantly supports enough evil to attract evil people, but he publicly never allows himself to be connected in any way with child molestation, human sacrifice, etc. Anton LaVey was into Satanism before the 1960s, but it was not until 1966 that he founded the Church of Satan. Some hardcore Satanists feel he is, also. Other hardcore Satanists form covens and try to serve Anton LaVey, because they view him as a role model. The Illuminati set up their headquarters in Southern California this century. San Bernardino County is their headquarters. Of course, as I have written before, that the Illuminati is too secret to carry out anything themselves. They need co-workers. The Illuminati is strictly hereditary. The Illuminati secretly control the satanic cults at what is sometimes described as Stage 4 and Stage 5 of Satanism. The lower levels are for recruits, the grunts, the privates, so to speak, in Satan's army. In the San Bernardino area, one type of high priest of Stage 2 or 3 is the Master Counselor. Other positions include the Keeper of the Books, and the Keeper of the Seal. In the late 60s, Mike Wonk, who was a high priest, a master counselor, raised the number of Satanists in the first 3 stages to 1,500 members in the San Bernardino area, San Bernardino, Riverside, Colton. Bear in mind that these 1,500 active Satanists are not Illuminati members. They are much lower than the lower Illuminati ranks, such as the Sisters of Light. The Sisters of Light and 5-star generals and Donors, who are the middle management types of the world order who direct the upper levels of priests of the covens of Satanism that are open to the public. Anton LaVey participates in conferences for the occult where Satanism, the first 3 stages, and secret Illuminati overseers are present. In other words, LaVey is not out of touch with hardcore Satanism. He just manages to keep his public profile clean. It is meant that way. Anton LaVey is a publicity agent to give Satanism a good image. Marilyn Monroe. Anton LaVey knew how to be a showman. He took Marilyn Monroe, helped her with her acting, and with his connections helped her get a chance to act. John F. Kennedy had a long-term relationship with Marilyn Monroe. When JFK was elected at the convention to be the presidential candidate, the Kennedys threw a party at the convention. The party was described this way: every delegate at the convention was provided by the Kennedy group with anything they wanted for their entertainment, including liquor and women sent to their room. JFK spent the time at the convention and the next day afterwards, making love to Marilyn Monroe. After his acceptance speech, the whole group went over to his close friend Peter Lawford's for a skinny dipping party. Peter Lawford, Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis, Jr. were close friends to each other and to John F. Kennedy. Sammy Davis, Jr. became a member of the Church of Satan after LaVey started it. From the middle of 1955 to the end of 1959, JFK had a suite on the 8th floor of Washington's Mayflower Hotel set aside for his extramarital affairs. FBI file Jane Mansfield. During the 1960s, Jane Mansfield and John F. Kennedy had their relationship. They met at places like Beverly Hills, Malibu, Palm Springs. JFK had several men who bearded for him. That is, they would act like the women JFK was to get, with their own date. One of these was Dave Powers, who even went so far as to write in a book, "Johnny, we hardly knew ye," that whenever Jackie left Washington, JFK, Jack, and him would eat together, and then the president would say his prayers and go to bed alone. One of the things Dave Powers did was to help procure steady stream of new women for Jack. Some of the other ongoing sexual relationship that JFK maintained were: Lady Jean Campbell, daughter of the Duke of Argyll; Flo Pritchett Smith, wife of the American ambassador to Cuba; KK Hannon or Chin Kloss. In this case, although they had a long-term close relationship, no one knows what they did together. Judith Campbell Exner, Judith was Sinatra's girlfriend who he passed on as a favor. Judith worked for the Mafia, in particular she worked for Sam Giancana and John Rossi, who for some reason also both worked for the CIA. Exner ran letters between the Mafia and John F. Kennedy while he was president. According to People magazine, The Dark Side of Camelot, February 29, 1988. It is also known that JFK was in direct contact with Meyer Lansky and Joe Fischetti, two other Mafia chiefs, and that he benefited from money they passed on to him. This is no surprise because Jack's father had worked with the Mafia Jack's entire life. There are a number of respectable books by ex-Satanists or ex-organized crime members where they are clear about how those groups love to blackmail people. John F. Kennedy certainly could have been easily blackmailed by these groups if they had wanted to. I haven't seen any indication that blackmail was even tried, so the only other conclusion, which fits a lot of evidence, is that John F. Kennedy worked with the Satanists and the Mafia. In fact, the Mafia rigged several important counties in the election, like in Chicago, which tipped the scales in John winning the presidency. That's an entirely different thing that this article won't get sidetracked on. A poem by Jackie. Something that Jackie wrote on their honeymoon about Jack seems to me significant. When Jack and Jackie were newlyweds after their wedding September 1953, the President of Mexico Don Miguel Amen, let Jackie and Jack use his villa. During their use of the Mexican president's villa, Jackie wrote a poem about John, her new husband. He would find love, he would never find peace, for he must go seeking the golden fleece. A woman named Jackie, p. 134. One of the writing projects that I have wanted to see done, and I have delegated it to a good friend, is to give my readers an article on MJ12, aka the Wise Men, or the Study Group. This group of men actually run the United States. I know a good deal about the Study Group. In fact, if my sources are correct, it isn't a formal group anymore. There are not formal meetings, but rather meetings happen at random with people accidentally bumping into each other. MJ12 draws members from the Jason Society and the Jason Group. Both the Jason Society and the Jason Group are named after Jason and the Golden Fleece. There are reasons to believe that Jackie knew some of the way the power structure operated. Jackie was good friends with many of the top Illuminati men in this nation. In fact, she ended up marrying Onassis, who was a king in Moriah, the Illuminati. Could Jackie have meant in this poem that Jack was wanting to climb the ladder clear up to the Golden Fleece, that is the Jason Society and MJ12? Joseph Kennedy. Joseph Kennedy was John F. Kennedy's father. Through various means I independently learned that Joseph Kennedy was part of the Illuminati. He was a member of the Pilgrim Society, a 60 of the branch Illuminati. He also worked closely with the Mafia, and other kingpins in the Illuminati. Perhaps in another article we can cover more about Joseph Kennedy. This article is about long enough. I thought I might wrap it up with a story about Joseph Kennedy. The story demonstrates that much of what politicians tell the public is simply for their own benefit, and often only lies. Jack Kennedy got the reputation after Britain and the Germany began fighting in WW. As being against the United States entering the war. Jack Kennedy held the prestigious job of being the U.S. ambassador to Great Britain at the time. The fact that Jack Kennedy was given such an extremely vital position shows that the Kennedy family is important within the Illuminati. At that point in time, like no other time, it was important who the U.S. had as ambassador. After the war began, and both countries had martial law, and extensive military communications, the ambassador was really not quite so critical in his role. One of the men who worked at the embassy for the Americans was an American Tyler Gatewood Kent, a career officer in the U.S. Consular Service. Tyler Kent believed in a world conspiracy before he began working in the code room. While he worked there, he was astonished that Roosevelt was secretly involving the United States in WW and lying to the American public. Further, Roosevelt was pulling strings to get us involved while lying to the public. Kent secretly took 1,500 pgs of secret documents, which he was going to show to the public to expose the conspiracy. Kent never made it. He was arrested. In order for the British to hold him, Jack Kennedy had to revoke his diplomatic immunity on May 20, 1940. Ambassador Joe Kennedy did that so he could receive a harsh sentence, because if he had been brought back to America, the public might have gotten outraged at what the politicians had done. According to standard operating procedure and protocol, Kent should have stood trial in the U.S. The papers he had taken were American embassy papers, not British. Although the court records show that no evidence was introduced that Kent was a spy, Joseph Kennedy later would concoct a long story for the public that Kent was a Nazi spy. Kennedy went on speaking engagements around the U.S. after he was relieved of his ambassador post, and Kennedy made it sound like he was wholeheartedly against the war. If Kennedy had really been against the war, if he had simply denied the British the chance to keep Kent could have spilled the beans about what Roosevelt was doing, and the outrage would have destroyed Roosevelt's chances to fool the American people. Instead, Roosevelt was able to proceed and develop the elements for the Pearl Harbor attack. While Kennedy pretended to be against the war, he was serving as an intimate accomplice in maneuvers designed to fool the American people. This is a good example of how even today the public is looking to certain public officials to save them. They think that these politicians will try everything possible to help them fight the system, so when they fail to beat the system, the people think they have been beaten fairly. Revisiting the top 13 Illuminati Kennedy family. The intention originally was to have the article on the top Illuminati Kennedy family in 2 parts. Perhaps sometime a second part can come out. So far I have only exposed a small part of the Illuminati Kennedy. As might be expected of any good Illuminati family, the Kennedy are connected to drugs, to the monarch program, to death euthanasia programs, to the British monarchy, and to the various organized crimes group, mafias etc. For this issue, I merely want to cover a few aspects of the Kennedy family which I didn't take the time to cover in the May 15, 1993 issue. One aspect is the connection of the Illuminati Kennedys to the drug trade, and another is their connection to death care and the Knights of Malta. Readers are invited to read more about the Knights of Malta in one of the last articles in this newsletter. After W.W.I., Joseph Kennedy worked for Galen Stone, who was a partner in the prominent firm of Hayden Stone and Company. Hayden, Stone and Company had ties to the Rothschilds. In order to gain respectability, Joe married into the Fitzgerald family. This is a common Illuminati tactic. It seems many of the Illuminati men look for a wife who will gain them respectability. Often wives like this are not even brought into the Illuminati activities, so that they can be the best cover possible. Kennedy's mob connection has been written about, but perhaps 2 are worth pointing out again. Joseph Lindsay, who was a kingpin of organized crime in New England and a partner in crime with Meyer Lansky, was a crime business partner with Joseph Kennedy. Joseph Lindsay in fact was listed as the top contributor to Ted Kennedy's Senate race one year. Andrew Meyer, head of the Meyer family, was manager of the Kennedy estates. One other business partner of Kennedy was the Bronfmans, who are powerful Illuminati figures in Canada. Kennedy was in business with Newark's Greenfield Syndicate, of which the Bronfmans owned 50%. Winston Churchill, whose connections to the elite are brought out in other newsletters, personally gave the grant to Joe Kennedy which gave him the Brit Alcoholic Distillers franchise for the American market. After Joe Kennedy became the ambassador to Britain, we can catch a glimpse of how powerful the Illuminati are. The British royal family, at the request of Joseph Kennedy, put on their full royal regalia for the Kennedy family. When Kennedy arrived in Britain as American ambassador, he contacted the Astors and the Sassoons. Sir John Wheeler Bennett, founder and head of RIA's research division, is credited by those in the know as having written Kennedy's master thesis, which was later made into a book, Why England Slept. Perhaps one of the items that best shows the hidden power behind Kennedy is his daughter's marriage to William Cavendish and Joseph Kennedy's comments about it. Kathleen married the Duke of Devonshire. The Duke of Devonshire was a very prestigious position within the British nobility. Dukes are second only to the monarchy. Joseph Kennedy was often heard saying, "If Kathleen and her husband were living, I'd be the father of the Duchess of Devonshire, First Lady-in-Waiting to the Queen, and the father-in-law of the head of all the Masons in the world." Koskoff, David E. Joseph P. Kennedy, A Life and Times. Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall, Incorporated p. 378. Joseph Kennedy was in the British branch of the Knights of Malta, which is called the Order of St. John. Interestingly, Jackie Bouvier Kennedy Onassis's sister Lee married Prince Stanislaus Radziwill. The Radziwill family established the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, that's the Knights of Malta, in Poland in 1610. They also helped establish the order in the U.S. See the article on the Knights of Malta this issue. Another tie-in between the Kennedys and the Knights of Malta concerns the hospice movement. The Kennedy Institute for the Study of Human Reproduction and Bioethics, located at the Jesuits' Georgetown University, is helping fund the Knights of Malta's hospice movement in America. In October 1978, the first annual meeting of the National Hospice Organization took place. Senator Edward Kennedy was one of the two keynote speakers. What is the hospice movement, which is being conducted by the Hospitallers, one of the names the Knights of Malta go by? It is a movement to allow old people the right to die. The Knights of Malta have an ancient history of running drugs and in administering mind-altering drugs in their hospitals instead of giving medicine. This ancient activity was carried forth into modern times when their St. Christopher's Hospital in London began giving patients Brompton mixture until they died. Brompton mixture consists of heroin, cocaine, alcohol, tranquilizers, and chloroform water. This mixture is given in the Knights of Malta hospitals to patients every 3 hours until they die. Euthanasia, or mercy killing, may seem like a merciful idea, until a person finds out how the people at the top of the euthanasia movement view things. They view things similar to the Satanist Adolf Hitler. This view is that it is merciful to get rid of unwanted people. Although the death hospice movement seems benevolent at first, it is the conclusion of where the program will end up that is the kicker. Hospice, Incorporated, which is linked to the elite, is also provided funding by the Kaiser Foundation. Besides ties to running drugs, the Kennedy clan has had their problems with drugs. Ted Kennedy's daughter Cara was on drugs and ended up in a halfway house. Bobby Kennedy's kids were busted for drugs. Joan Kennedy was having problems with alcoholism. David Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. both have been addicted to hard drugs in spite of repeated treatments in detoxification centers. David later, Ed, overdosed on cocaine and died in 1984. Pat Kennedy Lawford's husband was dependent on drugs and alcohol. It is not well known that the Illuminati have long used drugs. Elite people such as the Rothschilds, Winston Churchill in London, and the royal family were using all cocaine, heroin and opium, not to mention occult ceremonies too. Queen Victoria, thought by many to be such a straight-laced lady, and her guests regularly used large quantities of cocaine and heroin. The royal summer residence was Balmoral, and this was the site of frequent drug use, and one has to wonder what else. Short summary. This revisit to the Kennedys shows some of their ties to other elements of the Illuminati's vast scheme of things. Until people begin to recognize that the Kennedys wielded an occult power via their bloodline, they will not begin to appreciate why the Queen of England and her family would honor a request from an Irish commoner to have her family dress up in full regalia for the pleasure of this commoner's family. The friendship Winston Churchill had with Billy Graham, with Joe Kennedy, and his very close relationship with Onassis have recently been discussed. Churchill was an active Freemason. He also was a Druid. This is the picture of Churchill joining the Albion Lodge of the Enc, Order of Druids at Blenheim, 15 August 1908. Follow-up on the Kennedy family. There has been new attention focused on the Kennedys. JFK's widow died and then his mother Rose has also died recently. Last year, I read a book which was very well researched. It is entitled A Question of Character: A Life of John F. Kennedy by Thomas C. Reeves. The book does away with all the propaganda, media hype and lies, and tells the truth about the Kennedys. The book is well documented. The author spent a great deal of energy trying to find out the truth about JFK. What emerges is not public image that is so well known. JFK had only about a 119 IQ. Did very poorly in school, and could barely spell. JFK's father had the wealth and connections to buy his son anything. Although Kennedy had a back problem which made him almost crippled, his father got him into the Navy during WW.I. When he was let in, the examining doctors looked the other way at his back problem, which plagued him his entire life. Kennedy got a commission as a naval officer without having to go through the normal channels of training and being commissioned. As a naval officer he did a poor job, and the great PT 109 story was far different than what the public has been led to believe. The fact that Kennedy let his boat be run over by a Jap destroyer was because he and his crew weren't paying attention, sleeping, hungover etc. Kennedy realized he might be court-martialed for his negligence, but his father had the money to turn disaster into a story that made Kennedy into a hero. Some of the things you will learn from the book follow. In the chapter The Founding Family we learn about P.J. Kennedy, who was JFK's grandfather. He dropped out of grammar school, but by the age of 25 he somehow had ownership of a saloon and a liquor business. Later, he sold his liquor interests and went into banking. He also went into politics and via corruption was a successful politician. He won elections by hiring men to vote repeatedly for him. Joe Kennedy remembered toward healers proudly telling Joe Kennedy's father, who was on the election commission, "Pat, we voted 128 times today." Joe, P.J.'s son, married Rose Fitzgerald. The Fitzgeralds were a mighty Italian clan that had helped William the Conqueror become ruler of England. Honey Fitz was her father and he had a reputation for graft and vote fraud, as well as a not-so-secret notorious affair with a girl named Toodles. Rose got her education in the Catholic Sacred Heart Convent, which she completed a month before her 20th birthday. Her father was removed from the House of Representatives after voting fraud was uncovered. Joe was acquainted with Roosevelt when FDR was only an ass. Secretary of the Navy. Joe became an insider with the stock market, and knew how to manipulate stock prices to fleece the small fish that tried to play the stock market. Various gangsters reported that during Prohibition they had smuggled illegal liquor into the U.S. With Joe Kennedy. Joe worked with David Sarnoff and his Radio Corporation of America. Joe had an extremely varied sexual life, he had affairs with countless women, and his son JFK followed in his footsteps. Joe bought a 15-room, 9-bath home in Hyannisport, Mass. on Nantucket Sound. This became a favorite summer home of the Kennedy clan. He also bought a 6-bedroom Spanish-style house on the fashionable North Ocean Boulevard in Palm Beach, FL, which became the clan's winter home. Rose is described as self-centered, stingy, prudish, and often spiteful. Her servants called her Madam. Rather than being the model mother that is pictured to the American public by the Kennedys, she was often gone. JFK told his mother off at age 5, "Gee, you're a great mother to go away and leave your children alone." As an adult, JFK confided to a friend, "My mother was either at some Paris fashion house or else on her knees in some church." She was never there when we really needed her. My mother never really held me and hugged me. Never. Never. Further, his father's lack of respect for his mother led JFK to say, "My mother is a nothing." P.40. Imagine growing up without a mother to hug and kiss you. JFK's father tolerated little nonsense and no disobedience. P.33. The life JFK lived at home was not a life of compassion, but one of rigid obedience. The children were stripped of many things ordinary children would have. They didn't even have their own rooms. P. 41. Most children have a room of their own sometime in which to place their belongings and knickknacks. The few times JFK as a boy invited friends over, they were frightened to death at how his father would fly into a rage and give the Kennedy boys a tongue lashing. The children were not allowed to express pain. For instance, when one of the Kennedys were hurt and came to his mother for sympathy, she ordered, "On your feet, now you know how to behave. Go out there and behave as you know you should." It is highly likely this strictness was related to some type of mind control which even then was practiced by satanic families. Joe had his daughter given a prefrontal lobotomy and then banished to a nursing convent. From then on his daughter Rosemary did not exist. One wonders what the full story was about Rosemary. Was she sexually abused as is done to so many of the elite's daughters of satanic families? Felix Frankfurter, who played such a prominent role with Charles T. Russell, was a good friend of Joe's. JFK managed to hide from the public during his life the fact that he wore glasses, and also to some degree his intense back pain which hurt him intensely. On page 40 we learn that JFK was unable to ever have a self-revealing conversation. JFK had a total lack of ability to relate, everything was very surface in his relations with people. He was very skilled at picking up women, and getting them to bed. And he had many good friends. However, he didn't have the ability to love or relate to others. This is another clue that he may have had some type of SRA abuse. On page 40, Reeves writes, "At the root of it were months of loneliness and their parents' often selfish, insensitive behavior. But I wonder if it didn't go deeper. From what I know from informers, it goes deeper and involves SRA. JFK wasn't even told of his brother Teddy's birth, until he came home from boarding school and discovered he had another brother. JFK was very unsuccessful at most everything he did. His father had so much influence and power that he could get his son out of almost any difficulty. A friend of JFK's recalled, with Jack, nobody really admired what he did or respected what he did, but they liked his personality. When he flashed his smile, he could charm a bird off a tree. At the age of 17, Jack went to Harlem to a brothel. Later, he nicknamed his sexual organ JJ. Meanwhile, his father was the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission Seconds, and an informal advisor to President Franklin D. Roosevelt. I might add here, that if you look closely you will find the Illuminati kings are the advisors to the presidents. I have mentioned some of these already, like in the article on the Bundy Illuminati family. Another example may be found in the book The Old Boys, The American Elite and the Origins of the CIA by Burton Hirsch. On page 41 of The Old Boys we learn that President Eisenhower's special assistant for Cold War strategy was Nelson Rockefeller. The most dangerous situation this country has ever been in was the threat of the Russian military, and who was the primary advisor to our President Eisenhower during his term as a U.S. president during the Cold War? Illuminati king Nelson Rockefeller. JFK went for 1 year to the London School of Economics according to the story given the public. Actually he went there for 1 month, didn't do any academic work and came back home. But it is significant that his father tried to send him to a school in which so many of the elite have gone to. JFK had help in writing and putting out a book entitled Why England Slept. Henry Luce, who headed Time Life and who was a good friend of Joe Kennedy, gave the book good publicity in Time magazine, and his father bought between 30,000 to 40,000 of the books and stored them in the attic and basement of his Hyannisport home in order to make Jack's JFK book a bestseller. When JFK went to California in 1940, one of the places he stayed at was with William Randolph Hearst, who is another Illuminati figure, at his coastal castle. Hearst would give help to Kennedy later on too. When Kennedy ran in politics, Hart's Boston American wouldn't even accept Kennedy's opponents' paid political advertisements. Joe Kennedy worked for the FBI after p. 59. JFK's favorite sister Kathleen married William Hartington, whose father was the 10th Duke of Devonshire, a pillar of the Church of England, called the Episcopalian Church in the U.S. and a high-ranking Freemason. After marrying him, she had an affair with aristocrat Peter Milton, Lord Fitzwilliam. After Joe, Jr. died, JFK's father started grooming JFK to become president. After Jack was elected to the House of Representatives, his three best congressional friends were Richard Russell, Spessard Holland, and Robert A. Taft. Notice that two of these are from well-known Illuminati families, the Tafts and the Russells. By the way, the occult Tafts and occult Russell families have intermarried. Because there is so much disinformation out about the people who run this country, it must sometimes seem rather bizarre that people like me come along and say there is a satanic conspiracy of great magnitude. If Americans were as a whole critical thinkers and would challenge the propaganda that the controlled media gives them, then the false fronts and false public images of their leaders might not get written up so easily as history. There are not many critical thinkers in this nation. There are a great many intelligent people, but not a great many critical thinkers. A conspiracy of great magnitude has had this nation in its grips since the nation was founded, and the controlled press has managed to prevent the general population from finding this conspiracy out. The Kennedy family has played a role in that conspiracy. JFK gave his life to that conspiracy. The assassination of JFK is one of the best ways to introduce Americans to the conspiracy. Ralph Epperson, who gives talks/slideshows about the Nota groups, likes to use the Kennedy assassination as a method to get people to realize that there is no conspiracy. Interestingly, Ralph Epperson had as a companion for a while, without knowing it, an active monarch slave who helped him give presentations. It is difficult for those exposing the Nota to get away from being infiltrated. The monarch mind-controlled slaves are very difficult to detect, especially since most people don't even know that they exist. '7. The Li bloodline. Understanding how Chinese names are joined. Family names are more meaningful for Chinese, in China, than for Americans. Are the different important Lis related? Which ones are part of the Illuminati? Singapore. Yu Peng's early life. Li met Mao. A closer look at the Li Illuminati family in Hong Kong. The rest of the Li Hong Kong clan. Red China. Contact, cooperation between the Illuminati and the Lis. The Illuminati's banks have been lining up over the years making loans to Red China. The Li family and Chinese secret societies. Triad leaders of the family. The Li family and genetics. Summary. Bibliography selected and condensed. Triad rituals. Origins. Infiltrated the Boxers. Set up branches in the United States. Triads and Hong Kong. The Triads and China. Different Triad groups. Large bases of Triad operations. Public ceremonies. Enforcement. The Triads interface with many other groups. The Triads in banking. In summary. In writing about the Li family and Chinese secret societies, I am like the man who wakes up in the middle of the night while everyone else sleeps and then gropes around in the darkness trying to feel his way. I can share with you what I've learned, but undoubtedly there is a great deal more that can be learned. When the year started I knew only a little about the Li family, and that only from what I had heard. I didn't even know how to spell their name right. I was spelling it Li. Actually the Li family name is spelled Li in some areas such as Hokkien, Teochew, Singapore and by some Chinese Americans. Because I knew so little about the family, it was one of my primary areas of focus when doing. The Chinese character for the Li family is shown below in two different styles, fonts. Li. Understanding how Chinese names are joined. A Chinese name is made up of a family name, surname, which is written first, and then comes the personal name. In the Chinese way of things my name would be Springmeier Fritz. Family names are usually of one character each, although there are exceptions like Huang and Sichu. There are over 6,000 Chinese surnames for about 1 billion Chinese. The more frequent Chinese surnames in English-speaking countries such as the US, UK, and Dost are Chan, Lin, Li, Wang, Wang, Me, Yang, Qin, and Fong. In mainland China the 5 top families are Chen, Li, Jiang, He, and Wang. Family names are more meaningful for Chinese, in China, than for Americans. The Chinese surname Li is a very popular name in China, perhaps not as widespread as Smith in this country, but certainly used as much as the name Brown is in America. Chinese who have the same surname have much more loyalty to someone else who has the same surname. For instance, to Chinese with the Li name would consider themselves relatives even if they were total strangers. Even if two people knew no blood ties, if they had the same surname it has generally been considered incestuous to marry each other in China. In the US, if two Browns without any apparent blood ties met each other, they would not feel as if they were close relatives which two Chinese with the same surname would. The Li surname has a long history which goes back to a specific person named Emperor Xuanzhi who was the first Li and lived before 2000 BC. This is according to the Xingzhuan, the Chinese dictionary of surnames. The Li family has a long history in China with many stories. During the Tang dynasty about 15 different surnames were given the honor of having the Li surname. Li Yuan was the founder of the Tang dynasty which lasted from 618 to 906 AD. His son who ruled after him was Li Shimin. In their dynasty, printing and paper money were introduced to China. It's interesting that the Lis are connected. The introduction of paper money. Are the different important Lis related? In recent history 3 Lis stand out as giants. The billionaire and de facto ruler of Hong Kong Li Ka-shing. Li Peng the ruler of Red China. Li Qian new president and dictator of Singapore. I don't know which of the Lis are closely related and which are not. I do know that Lis control Red China, Hong Kong, and Singapore and have important positions in Taiwan. If the various Lis which control these various nations are related, then we are certainly looking at one of the most powerful families in the world. In terms of power, they would be just as powerful as the Rockefellers. They also connect to secret occult societies, but the secret societies which the Lis are major players in are the Chinese secret societies. Those will be covered elsewhere in this newsletter. Which ones are part of the Illuminati? I have learned from a source that Li Ka-shing and the powerful Hong Kong Lis are definitely part of the satanic Illuminati Lis. In terms of whether the Lis who run Red China are part of the Illuminati, I know nothing that directly connects them. However, there are clues that make one wonder. For instance, why do the Rockefellers and Rothschilds have such a cozy relationship with these Red Chinese Lis? Why does the Premier, or Prime Minister, of the People's Republic of China Li Peng visit with the Rockefellers and other capitalists when he comes to New York City, if he is such a hardline communist? Haven't the communists named the capitalists their major enemy? And then when we watch men who are in the Illuminati such as Skull and Bones George Bush treat the Chinese Lees with such closeness, even when it was Li Peng that crushed innocent people at Tiananmen Square, it makes us wonder still. In fact, with other pieces of the puzzle that I have in place, I do know that Red China is already cooperating with and part of the New World Order. The only way that China could already be secretly part of the New World Order is for its leaders who are the Li family to be in favor of the New World Order. This strongly suggests that the Li family in China is also part of the Illuminati. From what I know, the range of possibilities range from them being only sympathizers with the no elite to them being outright members of the Illuminati. I lean toward the latter view. Then there is Singapore. Singapore is lock, stock and barrel in the New World Order. They went to a cashless society before anyone else. One of the Li family, who spells his name Lee Kuan Yew, a Cambridge-educated lawyer, was dictator of Singapore for decades. He has ties to the British elite. As an example of his dictatorship, Lee didn't like long hair on men, and so men coming into Singapore with long hair would have their passports taken away and either got a haircut or went to jail. In 1959, when Britain gave Singapore its independence, the Lee family, in this case also spelled Lee, controlled the People's Action Party which ruled the country. In 1976, the People's Action Party monopolized politics so much that they won all 69 seats for Parliament. Lee Kuan Yew was placed into the all-powerful position of president in 1965, where he remained, I believe, until 1991. Singapore's leaders made Singapore very anti-communist during the Cold War, and when Nixon began his trips to Wu China, Singapore began making goodwill political mission to China. In 1975, Lee's henchman Foreign Minister S. Raja Atnam went to China and met with Chu Enlai. Chu Enlai was the mentor and friend of Yu Peng. Yu Peng's early life. Actually, to be more specific, after Li Peng's father, who was a leading communist, was shot by the nationalists in 1931, Chu Enlai more or less adopted Li Peng and raised him. Chu Enlai got Yu Peng into Moscow's school system, where, when the Russians finally realized his brilliance, wanted to keep Li Peng and train him for their own purposes, and Yu had to escape back to China. For whatever reasons, Li Peng was an advocate of the Soviet style of economics. Before being placed into his prominent position that he holds today, Li Peng managed China's economy for many years. Li met Mao. In 1976, Lee Kuan Yew himself met with Mao Zedong, then the leader of Red China. Mao Zedong himself is closely tied to the Li family. Li Dajiao was the head of the Communist Party in northern China during the fighting with the nationalists. Mao's bodyguard was a Li family member, Li Yingqiao. Mao's mentor was Li Dajiao, who had ties to the Red Spear's secret society. Other early high-ranking communists such as Chu Te-ho-lung and Liu Chiptan had memberships in the Red Spear's secret society, and Li Chlhan, an early communist leader, was a member of the Green Gang secret society. We will cover more about the Li family and its relationship to Chinese secret societies later, as well as explaining some about the various powerful secret fraternities. It may well have been Li Dajiao's guidance that led to Mao Zedong writing the first systematic attempt by a Chinese Marxist to characterize the class basis of secret societies, and emphasizing their importance for revolution. Mao cooperated with the Koino Hui, a secret society, that helped his revolution, but strangely the official collection of Mao's works neglects to include Mao's appeal to them for help. This neglect is noted on page 4 of Popular Movements and Secret Societies in China. 1840 to 1950, Mao Zedong is also a product of the Harlot Christian Church. Mao as a boy had wanted to learn of Christ and attend a missionary school, but when he went to it, they threw him rudely out because he was Chinese. Mao never forgot the bad treatment he received at the hands of Christians. That explains in part his hatred of Christianity. A closer look at the Lee Illuminati family in Hong Kong. The Rothschild and the Rockefeller families have a very high respect for the Chinese and Japanese people in relation to some of the other peoples in the world. That is one reason why China and Japan are being given the chance to be important players in the New World Order. The powerful Lee family in Hong Kong is part of the Illuminati. This family maintains a good public relations. They are philanthropists. Billionaire Li Ka-shing donated money to create a university in Shantou in South China. The cost of the university and its teaching hospital were reported at $85 million in Fortune magazine 7/13/92, p. 107. The following chart shows Li Ka-shing's financial empire, which extends worldwide. 60 Broad Street, New York City. Lee's share, with Olympia and York, estimated value of building $100 million. Star TV, Hong Kong. Countries in Asia and Mideast. Star's capitalization, $300 million. Husky Oil, Calgary. Husky Oil, Calgary value, $1.3 billion. Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. Toronto Bank's market value $43 billion. Pacific Place, Vancouver. $2 billion. Property development. Suntec City, Singapore. $1 billion. Property development. With partners. According to Fortune magazine, 7/13/92, p. 106, Li Ka-shing is worth $4 billion. Another article notes that he made $13.4 billion from real estate sales in 1991 alone. Li Ka-shing has lived in the same house on a hill, Hong Kong for 30 years. Li Ka-shing had little to no formal schooling. He is self-taught. His sons have been well educated at Stanford. Victor became an engineer, and his other son Richard majored in computer science and is running Star TV in Hong Kong. Other wealthy friends of Li Ka-shing get together with him regularly to play poker games. Yu Ka-shing is chairman or chief executive of his 4 big companies in Hong Kong. He hires Cavendish International Investment Company, Hong Kong Electric, both Chinese and Western executives for day-to-day management. Simon Murray, a Dalton who served in the French Foreign Legion, is one of Lee's trusted managers. Murray had worked for Jardine Matheson, a business owned by one of the Committee of 300. Yu has built global alliances with British companies, and has part-owned Pearson, a British holding company which in turn has interest in Lazard banking arms in New York, London, and parts. As one can see, Li Ka-shing is doing business with the big boys of international banking. Li also has joint ventures with MTV, AT&T, Motorola, and Time Warner. Lee's Star TV broadcast 5 channels to viewers all the way from Israel to Indonesia. The programming comes from the BBC News, and MTV, and some minor partners. Lee is giving Madonna and the rest of Hollywood to the Asians. Lee also invested in Vancouver, BC. He bought the Expo 86 site, which is 1/60h of downtown Vancouver. 27% of Vancouver's 560,000 citizens are of Chinese descent. Vancouver is a triad stronghold. This we'll discuss elsewhere. Li Ka-shing has been allowed by the elite to buy into Canada's Husky Oil. He could not have done this without the elite's tolerance. The Oil and Gas Journal, November 18, 91, p. 36 states that Yu now has 86% of Husky Oil. The rest of the Li Hong Kong clan. The Hu Bank of East Asia, B, is run by Yu Kok-po. B has gone into partnerships with such Illuminati-connected companies as G. Warburg. Li Kok-po, also known as David Lee, also serves in the Hong Kong legislature as the councillor who represents the banking community. He is also a vice-chairman of the committee drawing up the future Chinese administrative region that Hong Kong will soon become. He was chosen for this position by the Red Chinese because he was chosen by the Chinese mainly because of his family background. The extended Li family, with most of its members holding British passports, is one of the territory's rich and influential old families. Far Eastern Economic Review, June 1989, p. 47, Li has been urging the Hong Kong people to trust the Communist Chinese government. David Li did not comment on the Tiananmen Square massacre when asked. David Li holds a full British passport and can go anywhere he wants. Most people in Hong Kong have only a Hong Kong passport that gives them British citizenship but doesn't entitle them to travel. David Li's uncle is Simon Li, who was a Justice of Appeal in Hong Kong, and also selected for the BLDC. His other uncle Ronald Li was the former chairman of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and a member of the Basic Law Consultative Committee. Ronald Li and his son got caught using their stock exchange positions in corrupt money-making offences, and were to be brought to trial. I don't know how it turned out. Another uncle Li Fukao was elected in September '88 to represent the Hong Kong financial community in the government. When the scandal broke concerning the elite's BCI, the Hong Kong branch Bank of Credit and Commerce Hong Kong, BCCHK, was shielded from investigation. BCCHK's chief executive Tariq Jamil, who could have been called upon to answer questions, skipped the country. Hong Kong authorities made no attempt to stop him. David Yu got involved and suggested that the exchange fund be used to help his PE acquire BCCHK. Another key figure in the BCCHK was Louis Sorbol, who was previously Bank of America's chief contact with Red China. Louis Sorbol has traveled to mainland China regularly since the 1940s. He is rumored to have done dubious practices while chairman of BCCHK, but he left the country for destinations unknown. Li heads up American Express International in the area. Li Bellwu was one of the 5 best-paid chief executives in banking in 1990. Some of the Li family in Hong Kong have taken on the trappings of Christianity, behind which are their other nefarious activities. One Li, Florence Timoy Li, has become a lady Catholic priest. National Catholic Reporter, October 1990, p. 12. Richard Li has become a media mogul for Asia. And Victor Li ran the East-West Center in Hawaii. Red China. The real decision-making in China's political system takes place within the Politburo, and particularly among the 7 members of its standing committee, in consultation with retired party elders. The China Business Review, Jan-February 1993, p. 22. This inner circle of 7 men includes 2 members of the Li family, Li Peng, who is the head of this inner circle, and Li Ruiyuan, who is head of the Communist Party's propaganda. Li Ruiyuan has been a member of this inner circle since 1989. The other men on the inner circle are Jiang Zemin, Cao Qi, Hu Jintao, Liu Weiqing, and Zhu Rongji. As Premier or Prime Minister of China, Li Peng has met with a great many of the world's leaders, and many of the Illuminati's men. Here is a sampling of Li Peng's meetings. April 28, 90 Soviet leaders around July, 91 U.S. China Business Council officials, which includes Illuminati members. August 15, 91 Japanese Prime Minister Toshiki Kaifu. September 3, 91 Great Britain's Prime Minister John Major. November 16, 91, Seconds of State James A. Baker. December 12 to 14, 91 Prime Minister of India P.V. Narayana Rao. February 1, 92 President George Bush. February 3, 92 Top U.S. capitalists. Illuminati members. February 10, 92 Yeltsin in Russia. Do the world's leaders confer with each other? Li Peng is not the only important Li family member to be the president or premier of China. Li Zanian was involved in the power struggle after Mao's death and was president of China. For a number of years Li Zanian was considered one of the 4 top leaders of Red China. For many years Li Zanian did lots of traveling to places like Africa where he held high-level meetings with other leaders. Li Dishing was a member of the Politburo, Central Committee of the Communist Party, and served in key military posts. Li Keng was a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and was appointed Minister of Foreign Trade in 1978. Contact, cooperation between the Illuminati and the Lis. General Li Mi fled to the Golden Triangle and was provided via CIA agents' supplies. It was Li Mi who started up the poppy fields to produce drugs that would be marketed by the other top Illuminati families. It was not chance that Li began opium production. The whole affair was a carefully calculated event by the Illuminati, who have made millions running drugs for centuries. In the 1960, another Li took over after Li Mi died. His name was Li Wenhuan. The elite made room for the Lis to open the Li Commercial Bank for Business on Long Island, New York. After Bush was ambassador to China, Carter selected 6-degree Pilgrim Sock MMBR, Thomas S. Gates to represent the U.S. to China. David Rockefeller gave his okay to the selection of Gates, and Gates was transferred directly from working on the board of J.P. Morgan and Company to Peking. The Illuminati's banks have been lining up over the years making loans to Red China. One of the articles that I read to understand where Clinton was going with Red China was in the Jan-Feb 93 issue of the China Business, which had on its cover a picture of Clinton and Li Peng with the question, "A new era?" As many of the elite's articles are, it was long on rhetoric, propaganda, etc. I think the bottom line was that Clinton is going to follow the advice of his China advisors, and that Clinton does not want to rock the boat in our relations with Communist China. The idea that is being planted by the question on the cover is about the size of things. The elite are moving us closer to their new era. The Li family and Chinese secret societies. In my investigation of the triads, I discovered that the Li family is one of the principal families which has controlled it. The triads is a Chinese secret society which is something of a cross between the Masons and the Mafia, something in the line of P2 Freemasonry except much bigger. The triads are not well known in this country, but they are many more times powerful than the Mafia. It is known that the Mafia was invited to work with the triads in 1970, and at the time the Mafia didn't like the triads' arrogance. However, in my opinion, the triads were not being arrogant considering how powerful they were at the time. I suggest the reader read the article on the triads for more understanding on this. For the sake of completeness, I will list some of the Lis past and present that have been important triad leaders. See below. I am not trying to weary you with all these strange names, but in breaking new ground on understanding this powerful Illuminati family, if specific details are not given out, we risk losing some of the picture. The Lis control Hong Kong and the triads run Hong Kong. Is there a connection between the Li family and the triads? Yes, there is a big one, but it is very secret. Triad leaders of the family. Li Kai-tang, overseas leader. Li Zlanchi, Li Xiucheng, Hunan. Li Hung, Honan. Li Kai-chen, Triad, Shanghai. Li Lapting, Guangxi Province. Li Pingqing, Triad, Shanghai. Li Shixin. Li Wenmao. Fat Shan. Li Yuan Fa, Hunan. Li Kolfat, Hong Kong. Li Jaffa Ma, Britain. Li north of Peking. The Li family and genetics. The Li family has also provided some of the greatest scientists in the field of genetic research. Genetic research has been an avid interest of the satanic hierarchy. Summary. The facts I have of what is going on with the Li family are just enough to provide us with the basic picture. The Li family in Hong Kong is part of the satanic hierarchy and works hand in glove with British and American elite. They also help run the triads. Whether or not the Lis in Hong Kong are related to the Red Chinese Lis who run China I do not know, but it is clear that some Lis run Red China and also Singapore. Both these countries work hand in hand with the satanic hierarchy, so it makes one suspicious as to whether their leaders are part of the hierarchy too. If these Lis do consider themselves blood relatives, which they might, we know that according to Chinese custom they would do this to a great extent anyway, then that makes the Li family an incredibly powerful family of worldwide importance. Bibliography selected and condensed. Books. Booth, Martin. The Triads, The Growing Global Threat from the Chinese Criminal Societies. Chesno, Jean. Popular Movements and Secret Societies in China 1840 to 1950. The New Emperors. Magazines, various issues of the following Bankers Monthly. Business News. The China Business Review. Far Eastern Economic Review. Fortune. Hawaii Business. Publishers Weekly. Maclean's. National Catholic Reporter. Newspapers. Christian Science Monitor. Los Angeles Times. New York Times. Washington Post. Plus interviews. This article will primarily deal with the triads, which have so many other names it would take pages upon pages to give them all. One of the names the triads have had is the Heaven and Earth Society. Other principal names include the Hung League, and the Three United Association. The Freemasons have been very interested in the triads, and several Masons have done in-depth studies and written books about the triads, including G. Schlegel, The Hung League. 1866, J.S.M. Ward, The Hung Society. See another quote of his on pg. 2, and W.G. Sterling, The Hung Society. 1925. This article will be trimmed back and perhaps some of the information can be provided in a future. The history of China is a history of authoritarian dynasties and the secret societies that opposed them. Throughout Chinese history, there has basically been only one recourse to opposition to the establishment, that was through secret societies. Secret societies have been a way for the powerless to struggle against whatever they perceived as the cause of their misery. There has never been any lack of recruits for Chinese secret societies, and there has never been any lack of causes to use to rally the poor masses against for motivating people into joining secret societies. There seems to be no end to the supply of men willing to lead secret societies also. In fact, I know of over 250 Chinese secret societies, some of which are no longer in existence. Obviously, we are not going to cover that many secret societies in this article. What criteria do I have for selecting what I will write about in this article? First, I desire to show the compatibility of Chinese secret societies to Western secret societies. This compatibility is the reason that the triads can work with the Mafia, the CIA, and the Illuminati. These points of compatibility explain how Freemasonry can work with some of the Chinese secret societies. For instance, I have a copy of the New Age magazine, September 1964, p. 38, which is put out by the Supreme Council 33/2, which states Chinese Wutsu, Sikh, society compared to Freemasonry. Brother Morris B. De Pass, 33°, Master of Kadosh of the Peking Scottish Rite Bodies, in his annual report, includes the following interesting story in regard to Wutsu Society. During the past year one had the pleasure of meeting an old China hand, himself a Scottish Rite Mason, who, learning of my China background, asked me if I had any knowledge of an old Chinese organization similar to Masonry. I felt certain he had in mind the Wutsu Society, Wu meaning 5, and Su meaning ancestor, or, in English, the Society of the 5 Ancestors. Some foreigners living in China were of the opinion that the Society of the Five Ancestors was the eastern branch of the movement which developed in Western countries into Freemasonry. The tenets of the Wutsu Society do have much in common with those of Freemasonry. They pay homage to Buddha, whom they accept as the incarnation of a supreme deity. They believe in immortality. They teach faithfulness unto death, and they practice secrecy. The society differs from Masonry in that there is no counterpart of the volume of the sacred law as being an indispensable part of its furniture. And it is open to both men and women. Perhaps no one better epitomizes the connections and overlap between East and West occult secret societies than the life of Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen led China to overthrow the monarchy and create a republic. Sun Yat-sen was a leader in several triad groups, such as the Hong Kong-based Chung Wo Tong Society and the Kokonui Society in Honolulu and Chicago. Soon after arriving in Hawaii he formed the Tai Luk Shan, a new triad group. Sun Yat-sen played the key role in setting up 268 other branches of the triads too. In Japan he set up the Dongmeng Hui. In Singapore and Malaysia he set up triad lodges too. He was a high-ranking Freemason, and he attended an Anglican school in Hong Kong. Sun Yat-sen and the millionaire Chang Ching-chang, who was an international art dealer, worked together. Sun Yat-sen traveled in the US and Europe, gaining support for his revolution. Several other great non-communist Chinese leaders have also had membership in both the Triads and Freemasonry. Triad rituals. Triad rituals were an elaborate affair but have continued to be streamlined over the years. The ritual initiation drew from three religious sources: Taoism, magic, Buddhism, and what might be called Confucianism. Taoism emphasized the importance of blood ancestry, of magic, and alchemy. The traditional initiation lasts about 8 hours, and includes ritual dance, secret handshakes, a blood sacrifice, and pricking the finger of the new initiates. The triads have an extremely long history and a lot of heritage. In order to try to capsulize what they are, one has to look at what they are doing at a particular moment. At times they are secret fraternity like the Masons, at other times they have more of the appearance of a revolutionary army, and at other times they look like the mafia. They are all these things. And so they are a much more complex group to understand than some of the other secret societies that might fit into some nice label. Sometimes their services as hitmen are hired out to others. Their heritage and history make them almost a subculture, and a subculture that is difficult for law enforcement agencies to penetrate. Their blood oaths and traditions bind them together. Origins. The White Lotus Society centuries ago amalgamated itself to the Hung Society, which in turn changed into the Triad Society, also known as the Three United Society. Some people continued calling it the Hung Society. The Hung Society had many local names, and like Freemasonry hid behind trade guilds. Infiltrated the Boxers. The Triads infiltrated the Boxers and even associated with them, but the Boxers lost against the foreign powers. Set up branches in the United States. During the California Gold Rush days, many Chinese began coming to America. Triad lodges sprang up in the Chinese laundrymen of San Francisco. By 1854, the Triad Society, called Five Companies, had 35,000 members in California. In the U.S., the Triad lodges became known as Tongs, which means a hail or meeting place. Wherever the Chinese lived, they quietly set up Triad lodges, so that soon there were lodges in Laramie, Cheyenne, Kansas City, Seattle, Vancouver, California, New York, Boston, and the Klondike. These overseas triads came under the jurisdiction of the Hung Mun Society in Canton. This triad group was in turn under Kai Kung Tong Group. Groups got started in Australia and Malaya. Triads.jpg, 86,889 bytes. Triads and Hong Kong. When the British began ruling Hong Kong, the Hong Kong area already had a reputation for being a haven for pirates. and the triads established lodges and began secretly to rule. In 1845, the British made membership in the triads illegal, and in later years deported them back to communist China for those triad members found. However, the triads controlled things and the British never were able to enforce that law except for some scattered arrests. For instance, in the 1970s, 35% of the police in Hong Kong were affiliated with the triads. In fact, the British man Ernest Tuffy Hunt, the police superintendent of the Thought Bureau of the colony of Hong Kong, was paid bribes for 18 years ranging from about HK $700,002 HK 12 per year starting in 1955. The Hong Kong papers every so often report police raids against the triads, but one has to wonder how much is inter-rivalry between triad groups and much is just for show, and how much is really something hurting the triads. Under triad control, factories in Hong Kong have been turning out items for sex shops worldwide. The living conditions of areas under triad control in Hong Kong were little hells on earth. The triads packed people in. The sanitation was negligible, the filth overwhelming, and the corruption of the human spirit complete. There is no question what kind of life the triads want to bring people: total degeneration into total moral corruption and filth. Like the Masons, but to a much lesser degree, there have been a few triad mutual aid societies for their own members, but in general these have been rare. The triads have exacted extortion money from almost everyone in Hong Kong. The history of their extortions and threats etc. is many books long. In short, the whole trading economy of Hong Kong was under their power. And the Lee family is now working with them. See the Lee article in this issue. Various scandals over the decades have repeatedly shown that the triads have totally infiltrated the Hong Kong government and police force. Wherever ethnic Chinese were hired, the triads infiltrated. And then even many of the non-Chinese were bought off. People in Hong Kong who have watched the triads do illegal acts right in public have frequently been frustrated by the lack of police response. The triads and China. Before the communists took over, the triads ran China. For instance, in 1917, it was discovered that the triads along with the vice president of the Republic of China were stealing public funds to purchase opium to deal in the drug trade. The leaders of Free China have been triad leaders. Many of them have also been Freemasons. After the communists took over, the triads had to go way underground. The communists never stopped the triads, but they did make them much more secret. You may remember when the Tiananmen Square massacre occurred, the newspapers quietly reported that the triads had smuggled the leaders of the democratic movement out of Red China. As was just said, the communists have never broken the power of the triads. In fact, not only has the brutal Red Chinese government been ineffective against the triads, most of the police everywhere have been. The triads are the most powerful criminal fraternal group in the world, except for the Illuminati and the families that make up the Illuminati's Committee of 300. The mafia is small peanuts compared to the triads. The triads are almost untouchable by any law enforcement group. For instance, in Great Britain the British do not have hardly any ethnic Chinese on their police force to even try infiltrating the triads. The triads have operated in the United States for over 100 years, and are major drug handlers working in cooperation with the Illuminati kings, and most Americans do not even know they exist. And although America has ethnic Chinese, Americans of Chinese descent do not speak the Chinese dialects that undercover agents would have to know to break into the triad operations. Different triad groups. There are numerous triad groups. By 1931, there were 8 main triad groups and they had divided Hong Kong up into geographic areas and ethnic groups that each was responsible to control. The 8 main ones at that time were the Wo, the Rung, the Tung, the Chun, the Xing, the Fuqing, the On, and the Wen. Each had its own headquarters, its own sub-societies, and its own public covers. The fucking's cover was that it was registered as a benevolent society for workers. It had 12 branch offices and a membership of 10,000. Yon's cover was as the Yon Commercial and Industrial Guild. The WO operated as death gratuity associations. Anyway, each found some cover to hide behind. Most of the martial arts dubs were fronts or affiliations with the triads, and continue to be, not only in Hong Kong, but to some degree in other countries too. As an example of how divided the triad groups are, one of the large ones, the Wo Society, was itself split into 3 major factions, Wo Xingtong, Wo Yong and Wo Hop Tu, which for years struggled for domination of the Wo Society. By the late 1950s, there were 41 affiliated organizations to the Wo Society triad. Today the Wo Xing Wo is the most powerful of the Wo group triads. One of the triad groups that works with the Illuminati is the Sun Yon, also known as Yon Commercial and Industrial Guild. Sun Vion was the prime controller of the Kowloon walled city which produced sex toys for the international market. Besides the Wo Xing Wo and the Sun Yon, the third great triad societies of modern times is the 14K Society. Probably Chiang Kai-shek and his mentor Big Ear Tu were responsible for setting up a league to oversee all the various triad groups called 5 Continents Overseas Chinese Hung League. This was set up in 1945, when the Chinese operated in Asia, North America, South America, Europe and Africa. As a side note on to, one of his friends was Charlie Soong, an office bearer for the triads, who had attended Vanderbilt University at the expense of millionaire Julian S. Can. Charlie Soong's daughter Al-Lag had connections to Sun Yat-sen, and also became helpful to the triads when she married Kung Xiangxi, a banker and businessman. The Kung banking empire, along with the Soong's veneer of Christianity which came from their Methodist Church membership, helped this branch of triads in their international dealings. Today in Hong Kong there may be as many as 60 different triad societies operating. The largest numerically is the Sun Yon with 33,000 members. These 60 societies can be classed into 3 different styles. The first is the traditional structure. The second type are those who are totally unstructured. The third type is the most dangerous. They are small, closely knit cells or central committees who plan out criminal activity with acute business-like efficiency. Large bases of triad operations. Vancouver, BC. San Francisco, New York, London, Manchester, and Amsterdam, not to mention Macau and Hong Kong, are some of the big bases of triad operation. Money is made by extortion, gambling, prostitution, drugs, or any other way to make a profit. The triads have worked with the CIA in creating the drug network. The creation of the Golden Triangle as a source for drugs was a joint CIA triad operation. The Chinese communists couldn't pass up the opportunity to debauch America. The Red Chinese government has secretly worked with the triads in supplying heroin and opium, knowing that these drugs were going to U.S. military bases. U.S. garrisons in Germany were supplied high-grade drugs that came through the triads, either grown under triad supervision or in places like Red China. One of the kingpins in this drug trade was Lumpy Ho, whose business fronts were known as the Dutch Connection. The corrupt police officers that were triad members that fled anti-corruption drives in Hong Kong would flee to Vancouver, BC, where they have spent their efforts building that area up as a large triad base of operations. Actually, they have branched out into Victoria and Seattle, WA. The triads are known to have been operating in London since the 1890s, and may have been operating even before that. It wasn't until the 1960 drug culture that the triads began to catch more attention due to their large involvement in the drug trade. In 1971, the triads introduced pure No.4 heroin into England to replace the brown sugar that the Rolling Stones sang about. In 1973, the British authorities moved against the Americans and British agents on the drug squad and forced some resignations. It is not exactly clear what the details of the whole mess were, but the process was that for 2 years there was essentially no coherent drug squad in London. Every locality in England where ethnic Chinese are located, the triads have some type of operation. This means all of the British cities. In Scotland and Ireland the different triad groups have been fighting each other for control of the territory. No wonder the Illuminati like the triads. The Yu family with their connections controlling the triads, have the perfect vehicle to operate the drug trade. If anyone dislikes the drug trade, their hate will direct it to an ethnic group, rather than realizing who the real kings are. Most of the couriers for the triads today are Europeans. And the trade are using British banks now more than the Hong Kong banks. The British Parliament had a committee in 1985 to look at the triads. They reported that the triads posed no threat to the UK. The mafia had tried to maintain its position in the drug activity, but the mafia wasn't in a position to buy directly from the prime sources. The Siu triads had operated in Saigon and Vietnam during the Vietnam War, bringing in drugs for the American soldiers. The Corsican syndicates, organized crime, had connections in Vietnam. They introduced the mafia to the triads. The Corsicans had been known as the French connection in the drug trade. They had worked with supplies coining from Turkey, through Lebanon, and then to Marseille, France. Now the triads ship Asian drugs to the US via South America, and the triads control the drug trade in New York City almost totally now. Bear in mind that the triad leaders did this only after working out agreements with the top Illuminati families. If the top Illuminati families were not cooperating, the triads would be out of business. One of the strong-arm units of a New York triad group called Hip Sing Tong is the Flying Dragons. The On Leon, another New York triad group, has the Ghost Shadows as their strong-arm unit. If one takes a city like Toronto, Canada, the population of Chinese and Vietnamese is 175,000 at least. This is a large pool of people from which to build triad lodges. There are 10 triad societies operating in Canada. Right, that identifies members of the Triad 108 group in Singapore, photograph from the secret society branch of the Singapore police. Lee_5.gif, 3403 bytes in Australia. The Triad Society Hing Society with its charitable Mun Jai Dong has been listed as a Masonic charity for 80 years. The Mun Jai Dong has decided to operate legally. Public ceremonies. The triads would publicly celebrate the goddess of mercy and the god of the earth each year at a major festival where a bamboo bomb would be set off. At the 1982 Tin Hau Festival, 2 groups of the 14K Triad and 500 members of the Woshing Wo Society openly wore Triad t-shirts at the festival. This was publicly breaking the law that prohibits the triads from publicly advertising, but the triads got away with it with impunity. Enforcement. The triads' tradition weapons are the meat cleaver and a razor-sharp butcher's knife which they use to slash people. The triads interface with many other groups. Besides working with the CIA, the Mafia, who work for the Illuminati, and working with the Illuminati families themselves, the triads work with street gangs, youth gangs, and any other organized crime group. They also have worked with all types of secret fraternal groups including the Freemasons. Historically speaking, they have cooperated numerous times with other Chinese secret societies. The triads also work with the Japanese organized crime group Yakuza, and the Filipino organized crime groups. The Yakuza also move drugs into the US, mainly via Hawaii. This is taking place with Yakuza/Triad cooperation. The Taiwan Triad societies work closest with the Yakuza, especially the Four Seas and United Bamboo societies. The triads in banking. The triads have their own accountants, and so triad financial operations are great for money laundering. Stolen credit cards and imitation merchandise that look like the real stuff are also money makers for the triad. The triads also have their own lawyers, who are members of their societies. Besides making false Gucci handbags, the triads are adept at forging passports. One of the items that the drug trade takes is gold, because the drug producers want to be paid in gold. This trafficking in gold must be watched by the Illuminati, because gold has always been an important commodity for the satanic hierarchy. Its value to them goes beyond the monetary significance. In summary, the triads are an occult fraternity which has developed into a major international organized crime society. It has many agreements with various families of the Illuminati, and works with them. The Lee family is taking a big role somewhere with the triads, but exactly what that role is I have not spelled out yet. The Lee family is represented in Salem, and other West Coast cities by the Wong family, who are part of their bloodline. Volume 2 touches on the Wong family and their part in organized crime. The Onassis bloodline. Cast of main characters. Is the Onassis bloodline still powerful? Turkey, Garfield Ahmed Pasha, Mehmet Talat Pasha, Khedive Ismail Pasha, Br. East India Company. Aristotle leaves Greece and goes to Argentina. Aristotle's friends, Perons. The Perons set up a dictatorship in Argentina. Joseph Mengele, Dr. Fritz Thyssen, and Otto Skorzeny, Jamar Schacht, Winston Churchill, Bernard Baruch, Joseph Kennedy and Peter Grace, Gianni Agni, Acna-Cari Agreement. Evidence of the conspiracy trading with the Enemy Act. Howard Hughes, Joseph Kennedy, Senatorist Skafova, Catherine Meyer Graham, Permindex, Jackie. Family difficulties. Eugenia Guild. Basic sources on Onassis family. Cast of main characters. Aristotle. Socrates. Onassis, named after two Greek philosophers, went from being totally broke at age 21 to being a millionaire at age 23. His father's first name was Socrates. Aristotle was an Illuminati king, a shipping tycoon, an intelligent, truthless, hard-driving man, a man of the world who spoke a number of languages such as French, Spanish, English, Italian, and Turkish. He married JFK's widow. His ever-present sunglasses made him look like Al Capone to a number of people. Jackie Bouvier Kennedy Onassis. Her father was a member of the Society of the Cincinnati, the American equivalent to the Order of the Garter. Her father, Black Jack, was corrupt, what is known as a womanizer. He worked at making a living from the stock market. Jackie's stepfather was the Auchincloss family, an elite family. Her stepfather's second wife before Jackie's mother was Senator Thomas Gore's daughter. Her stepfather was in naval intelligence. Jackie went to the schools that the children of the elite go to. On the anniversary of JFK's assassination, Orville and Jane Freeman were the only ones to remember the date to say or do something about it. Jackie went that day to Central Park and had a good cry. Stavros Niarchos, Aristotle's brother-in-law and Ari's business competition. Stavros' parents came from Sparta, Greece. His relatives were rich. Stavros went into shipping and after WWI broke out, left Greece to avoid having to fight for Greece. He was a close friend of Colgate, Roosevelt and Bernard Baruch, who he would invite to his house on Long Island. He rented his Long Island house from Harry Hopkins, who was the man who told President F.D. Roosevelt what to do. Even though he was a millionaire, he had a difficult time avoiding have to serve. Eventually, he managed to get himself situated as a naval officer in intelligence for Greece in Alexandria, Egypt. Information sent into the 69 to 70 Who's Who reference book about his wartime exploits are fictitious. Niarchos and Aristotle were friends from 1934 onward. but also at times enemies trying to outdo each other. Both frequently went to St. Moritz, Swit, a ski resort. Stavros also frequents an old Medici family palace/estate near Turin where the Duke of Edinburgh and Baronelli de Rothschild like to go and shoot birds. The estate has many and it isn't unusual for them to kill 1,000 a day. Stavros is an important leader of the Bilderbergers and a billionaire. He married Henry Ford's daughter who was 38 years younger than he was, and divorced her shortly afterwards. He worked closely with David Rockefeller. Is the Onassis bloodline still powerful? Aristotle Onassis died in 1975. His son and heir to his throne died in 1973. My inside information about the Onassis family being one of the top 13 goes back to the 1960s and 70s. Is the family still powerful? One big clue that they still wield power within the Illuminati is that Stavros Niarchos, Aristotle's brother-in-law, is a powerful Bilderberger. The executive committee of the Bilderbergers are the equivalent to 9 degree of the branch Illuminati. Is the Onassis family still one of the top 13 satanic bloodlines? I do not know. The answer lies in doing genealogical work to find out what the core satanic bloodline is that curses through the Onassis family. One whistleblower on the Illuminati was Dennis Brunn, a Grand Master of an Oto Lodge, who became disillusioned with the Oto's Illuminati program. Some of his information touches on the Onassis family. My understanding of the Onassis family is limited in terms of their satanic activities with the Illuminati, but I will attempt to give my readers a better understanding. My inside knowledge of the occult side, that is the secret satanic ritual activities of the family, is sparse, because my informants have very limited knowledge of the Onassis participation. However, there are certainly plenty of tracks in the sand which indicate who the business friends of this family have been, and they have been very clearly those within the Illuminati or with connections to it. Turkey. The area that is now known as Turkey played a major role in the mystery religions. The use of drugs to create religious experiences was developed to a fine art by various occult fraternal mystery religion groups in the Turkey area. The assassins from where we get the word hashish controlled parts of Turkey and Lebanon in medieval times. They used drugs to gain the allegiance of their recruits. Some of the most powerful figures for the Illuminati have been Turks. The Grand Orient has had some powerful figures in Turkey. For instance, at the Masonic Congress of all the Grand Orients, that's European Freemasonry, although several American presidents have been members of European Freemasonry, Grand Lodges, Bachman came from Turkey. The Grand Lodge of Asia was represented by Sebkadia from Asia. Bachman took a big role in the Grand Orient's decisions. As an aside, let me explain one example of the power of the Grand Orient in America. The Grand Orient was originally strong in Louisiana but spread itself to many other locations. Garfield, a very powerful man in the Grand Orient, managed to become president because the political process got deadlocked at the convention and the Masons suggested him as a compromise candidate. Although Garfield was an extremely powerful Mason, had been perhaps the youngest general in the U.S. Army during the Civil War, the Illuminati ordered him shot after he had served about a year in office as president. Garfield was reported by an eyewitness to satanic rituals to have participated in the cannibalistic rites of Satanism done to gain the spiritual power of the eaten person. The Grand Orient Freemasonry has been linked to other orders of Freemasonry that are also called Rosicrucians. Pope John XI joined a Rosicrucian group that had links to European Freemasonry when he was in Turkey. While the secret Grand Orient Freemasonry was very strong in Turkey in spite of its small numbers, the regular American Freemasonry granted a dispensation for a Masonic lodge to operate in Smyrna, Turkey in May 1863, but the charters were withdrawn on August 27, 1880. However, it is interesting that of all the Turkish cities, Smyrna was definitely the best place for Freemasonry to gain recruits. Men like Achmed Pasha and many of the other Pasha family have been leaders within Freemasonry and the Illuminati. Achmed Pasha was a Satanist and had a large harem. Mehmet Alat Pasha, 1872 to 1921, was a Freemason and part of the Turkish Revolution of 1908. He was the leader of the Young Turks, which was a joint project of the Sufis and the Frankist Satanists. The type of Satanism led by the Frank family has had connections to Turkey for hundreds of years. Mehmet Alat Pasha was the Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Turkey. He was held the political position in Turkey of Grand Vizier of Turkey, 1917–18. Another Turkish Pasha was part of the Turkish royalty running Egypt when Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire. His name was Khedive Ismail Pasha and he was Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Egypt. It was this Turk, Khedive Ismail Pasha, who gave the famous obelisk to the United States. This obelisk was called Cleopatra's Needle and was originally erected in the City of the Sun, Heliopolis, about 1500 BC. The obelisk is a representation of a human penis, because sun worship, worship of regeneration, sex, and worship of the sun god Satan were all tied together. Masons helped with the moving of the obelisk, and its dedication when it arrived in New York City. Large obelisks have been erected by Masons in New York, Washington, D.C., Paris, the Vatican, and London. If my memory serves me correct, Berlin received one too at one time. Every morning when the United States President wakes up, he can look out the window and see the Masonic obelisk and be reminded of who controls America. If the President has any training in the mystery religion of ancient Egypt, he will also know what body part is symbolically erected in the Washington Memorial. If the United States were ever to return to serving God, that monument would be a good one to destroy. God asked the Israelites not just simply to avoid worshipping such abominations, he asked his people to destroy them, for their very creation was abomination. This touches on the issues raised in another article in this newsletter. The Illuminati of Europe via the B.R. East India Company wrested control from the great moguls of the opium trade during the 18th and 19th century. People connected the B.R. East India Company were responsible for the creation of the Fabian Society. The Illuminati, already headquartered in London in the 19th century, allowed John Jacob Astor, see January 1, 93 newsletter about the Astor family, beginning around 1815 to operate an opium smuggling operation. Besides Astor's ships picking up quicksilver and lead at Gibraltar, and iron/steel from northern Europe, his ships picked up opium at Smyrna, Turkey. The opium was then sold in China. The Onassis family was one of the top 3 merchant families in Smyrna. And Socrates Onassis until 1922 quietly ran a banking operation, or money laundering, from their home, which had a large amount of money left by powerful Turks. Could Socrates' father been part of a secret Illuminati opium connection, which had begun back about 1815 with the Astor family in Smyrna, Turkey? We know for certain that he had powerful British, Italian, and Turkish friends before he was arrested in 1922, and that these friends saved his life from a death sentence. About 1925 to 26, his son Aristotle Onassis, who was from Smyrna, Turkey, began secretly importing opium into Argentina from Turkey, under the cover and disguise of importing tobacco. The Grand Orient of Italy by the Jewish Freemason Immanuel Carras established 2 secret lodges at Salonika, Turkey around the early 20th century. The dialect of the Jews in that area is often mistakenly called crude Spanish. Actually the language is Latino, a Judeo-Spanish dialect spoken in Constantinople and Smyrna. A Western Ladino is spoken in Salonika, Bosnia, and Serbia. Masonic Jews speaking this Latino language were part of the Masonic plot that started World War I. Numerous high-level Masons were informed of the coming assassination of the Archduke, which a thinking person could realize what a contradiction. Actually, I would state it slightly different. His life is shrouded in smoke screens. However, there are records, documents, witnesses, etc., and it is possible to reconstruct many details about his life. I will attempt to reconstruct some of the details of that life as they pertain to his secret life as an Illuminati leader. The Illuminati is divided into the drug/porn section, the political/business management section, and the cultural section, global communications section, and mind control section. The leadership within the various areas overlap. The drug/porn/political areas work together as a unit. The mind control area seems to be somewhat technical and somewhat separate. Further, several groups have been identified as assigned the job of keeping the long-range plans. The three groups that have been entrusted with long-range plans are the Order of the Garter, Order of the Quest, and Keepers of the Dawn. The plans to bring in the New World Order are very detailed, and their management and safekeeping have not been haphazard. Aristotle worked within the drug/porn/political/business management area. Aristotle's power was so pervasive that some researchers of his activities concluded that he was absolutely the most powerful man on earth. This is because they were not aware of the shared power of the Illuminati kings. Aristotle did have worldwide power, but that appearance of power was there because he was part of Moria, the satanic hierarchy which controls the world. Aristotle Onassis' family has had their misfortunes too. All of the top families are in competition, and although they work together they also fight together. Even within Aristotle's own family, a stiff long-time rivalry with his brother-in-law made life difficult for everyone associated with Aristotle. And yet for all their competition, Aristotle invited Stavros Niarchos to spend time on his yacht, which Jacqueline his wife detested immensely. Correction. Greek is spoken in Salonika, not Ladino. Salonika is a Greek city. Editor's note: Aristotle leaves Greece and goes to Argentina. Aristotle's father had planned to send him to Oxford, but the Turkish genocide of the Greek Turks changed his plans. Aristotle instead set out from Greece to Argentina. Supposedly, Aristotle landed in Argentina stateless and broke. From what I can make out, it appears to be true, although it is possible he had some contacts to help the move to a foreign country. It is said that he finally found a job as a dishwasher in a bar on the corner of Corrientes and Talcahuano in Buenos Aires. Near the end of 1924, he was able to obtain a job later on with the British United River Plate Telephone Company. Argentina was at times called the Fifth British Dominion because the British Rothschilds and other British investors owned so much of Argentina. In the next few years, Aristotle proved himself a very capable manager and with great potential as an underworld leader. Juan Goana, the boss of a leading Argentine cigarette manufacturing company, was the first to put in an order through Aristotle to get tobacco from Turkey via Ari's father in Greece. This tobacco importing was the cover for Adi's opium running. After 2 years, Onassis went into manufacturing cigarettes. Again this was a cover, but Onassis was out to prove himself in any way he could, so he illegally borrowed the name of a famous Argentine brand of cigarettes called Bis, and labeled his cigarettes the same thing. The owner of Bis sued Onassis for using his company's name and won in court. The cigarette manufacturing was clearly a losing deal, and Onassis got out of it. However, the biographies credit his cigarette manufacturing as bringing in his wealth, while at the same time acknowledging that he was losing money from them and had to dump them because they were unprofitable. Which is it? As I stated, Aristotle was running drugs into Argentina. Aristotle states that he was penniless when he arrived in Argentina at age 21, and that he had made his first $1 million by age 23. Long story short, the facts as to where he lived, what witnesses say etc. appear to collaborate that he went from having nothing to being wealthy within those 2 years. His lifestyle changed dramatically. People blame his riches on the fact that he worked long hours. I know many people who work long hours and are creative, and people just don't move up the ladder that fast by working for a phone company and selling tobacco. Aristotle's friends. Aristotle Onassis associated with many powerful people. The fact that he rubbed shoulders with establishment figures that tie back to the elite is nothing surprising of a person his wealth. However, it is the nature of his involvement with other Illuminati figures that reveals his position within Moria. Before going into his Illuminati business ventures, let's just discuss some of his friendships. An example of his visits to friends is this quote from the book Onassis. The Christina's cruises always produced items which no alert gossip columnist could miss. Onassis dropping in on Prince Alfonso Jorgeo's Marbella Club in southern Spain and lunching with Baron and Baroness Guy de Rothschild, amidst rumors that it was Rothschild money that had supplanted his own in Monte Carlo, was obviously a noteworthy social incident. Onassis, p. 255, during WW. Onassis was a regular guest of the movie Mughal Spiro's Scourers at Mamaroneck on Long Island. Other close friends of Onassis were the Perons of Argentina. The Perons set up a dictatorship in Argentina. The Perons have a great number of Nazi and satanic connections/activities. If you get into studying about the Perons, you will come up with names such as Joseph Mengele, a satanic Nazi doctor, Dr. Fritz Thyssen, and Otto Skorzeny. Onassis had sexual liaisons with Evita Peron, who was a platinum blonde. Onassis had Nazi connections that continued his whole life, as did the Perons. For instance, one of Onassis's Nazi associates was Hjalmar Schacht, president of Hitler's Reich Bank, who Onassis hired after the war. Schacht helped Onassis shipyards in Germany build tankers after WW.A. Until people realize that the real guiding hand behind the Nazis was Satanism, they will continue to be misguided as to the way everything connects together at the top. For instance, John Foster Dulles was the man at Versailles Treaty who can be credited for having created the treaty's harsh terms against Germany that ruined Germany financially after WW.A. And yet this same man, John Foster Dulles, was the person who secretly went to Hitler to confirm to Hitler that the elite would financially back Hitler's rise to power. If Hitler were anything like our image of him, Hitler would have wrung his neck. Here before him was the man who made Germany suffer. Why was Hitler friendly with this man? It makes no sense, unless people wake up to what is going on. The answer is that there is a conspiracy of those who are at the top to rule us, and to guide us toward a new world order, and they are quite willing to sacrifice whole nations to do that. Onassis was an extremely close friend of Winston Churchill. The Freemason Winston Churchill is a descendant of a family that has been part of the elite that have secretly run the world. Winston Churchill on several occasions told Onassis that the only one he could trust in WW.I was Joseph Stalin. This is a far cry from the picture given in history books. Winston Churchill spent a great deal of time on Onassis's yacht Christina. Onassis was also friendly with Winston Churchill's friend of Bernard Baruch. It was Bernard Baruch who convinced Winston Churchill to join the Illuminati conspiracy. He asked Churchill to come watch something important in New York in 1929. And then he showed Churchill how they could destroy the stock market. That show of power brought Churchill on board. Two other Illuminati friends of Onassis were Joseph Kennedy and Peter Grace. Both men also belonged to top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. Gianni Agni, a powerful man in the Illuminati, spent time on a number of occasions on Onassis's yacht Christina while it was in the Riviera. Years before JFK became president, Onassis had JFK and Winston Churchill on his yacht at the same time. In 1928, the Illuminati men who controlled the major oil companies got together at Aknakari Castle and formally created the Aknakari Agreement, which divided up the world into an international cartel. This is why you may have watched the same gas truck bring gas to all the different gas stations in an area. For instance, say a Sinclair station, a BP station, Rothschilds, and an Exxon station, Rockefeller. If the reader understands the world's oil was totally in an Illuminati monopoly by 1928, it will help you understand that Aristotle, who was the man who built the largest oil tanker ships, was also Illuminati. In 1 year alone during the 1950s, Onassis bought 17 new tankers. Evidence of the conspiracy. One of the most telling paper trail signs that the conspiracy has left behind was an executive order that FDR signed just after Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. This executive order was a semi-secret amendment to Trading with the Enemy Act, which made it legal to trade with the enemy if the seconds of the Treasury, then Hans Morgenthau, gave permission. Morgenthau was a tool of the conspiracy, and of course he gave permission to the top Illuminati to trade with the enemy. In 1983, a book came out, Trading with the Enemy, which exposes how the elite secretly kept Hitler going by supplying him, rebuilding his communications, etc. Onassis, as an Illuminati king, worked with other elites, Rockefeller, Kennedy, Getty, to quietly make a profit and keep the war going longer. Onassis sold oil and guns to both sides. EAT telephones were used in German submarines. This executive order shows that at the top there is a conspiracy. It is reproduced on the following pages. There were 450 merchant ships owned by Greeks before WW.A. Out of those, Aristotle said 410 were sunk during the war. The official count was 360. Either way, it is clear that most of the Greek shippers lost their large merchant ships. However, the German submarines and aircraft never once touched Aristotle's ships, although they sailed through war zones. Neither did the Allies. Aristotle alone did not suffer any losses. Aristotle's large fleet did not lose a single ship, even the ones that were in Scandinavia when the Germans invaded. Only the full collaboration at the highest levels could have pulled that one off. Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes was a self-made millionaire and genius. Howard Hughes was not part of the system, so he was fair game to destroy. Even millionaires like Hughes and the Hunt brothers have to toe the line, or they can be taken out by the Illuminati. This doesn't mean Howard Hughes was virtuous. Howard Hughes gave Nixon's brother Donald a $250,000 loan gift in 1956 in order to continue having Vice President Nixon in his pocket. Hughes had been a supporter of Nixon for many years. Onassis infiltrated his own men into Hughes' organization. Chester Davis was from Sicily, and although he worked for Hughes, took orders from Onassis. In 1955, Hughes had obtained two doubles, one named L. Wayne Rector and the other Brooks Randy. In March 1957, Onassis men at the Beverly Hills Hotel captured Howard Hughes using Hughes' own disloyal men. Hughes was seriously hurt in the kidnapping. I believe at this point he was taken to Emerald Isle Hotel in the Bahamas. Some of the people who are aware that Onassis captured Hughes, dispute that Hughes was taken out of the country. The top floor was rented for the Hughes party. For a month the captive Hughes was shot full of heroin, and then secretly transported to a cell on Onassis' private island of Scorpios. Hughes' two doubles stayed on under the pay of Onassis. One became Hughes, and the other became Hughes' double. Computer programs which can duplicate signatures were used to provide Hughes' signature. The computer and its program used for duplicating Hughes' signature even became public knowledge when the Los Angeles Times had an article on 1/28/71 about a computer which had been programmed to write the signature of Hughes. The Mormon Mafia that supposedly guarded Hughes actually ran the Hughes Empire for Illuminatus Onassis, which accounts for the change in policies that were made by Hughes' empire. It also explains why they bought up every newsreel they could find on Hughes in order to duplicate voice prints using computers. When they were through with the double L. Wayne Rector, he was shot at Rothschilds Inn on the Park, in London. In a meeting with fellow Satanist Joseph Kennedy in September 1957, The decision was taken to use the mafia's power to get John F. Kennedy elected. The mafia was caught in Chicago tampering big time with the voting, but Nixon was denied a recount of the votes. Nixon backed off from making a fuss, because he was promised the chance to be president later. Illinois Republicans made an unofficial recount of 699 paper ballot precincts in Cook County and came up with the vote in favor of Nixon. Those votes would have changed Illinois' electoral votes and thrown the victory to Nixon. However, Sam Johncaner and his henchman Mayor Richard Daley were not about to let an official recount take place. In 1961, Joseph Kennedy had a stroke, and John Kennedy and Robert, feeling their freedom, and disliking some of the powerful Illuminati like Aristotle Onassis, decided to use their popularity to destroy the conspiracy. I believe Kennedy and Robert had more courage to take on the conspiracy, due to the fact that they were familiar with it from having been, in a sense, on the inside of it during their days growing up. However, neither son had received the Illuminati training and indoctrination that their older brother had, and when B died, Joseph made a mistake when he decided to replace Joe, Jr. with John, who they called Jack. The mistake was that John F. Kennedy may have seemed like he'd be a good Illuminati president, but he actually thought for himself. He thought for himself because he was young, and with that impetuousness and vigor of youth, and with the popularity he had the possibility to do some good for this nation. If I were to state my evaluation, it would be to tell conservatives that they have been hoodwinked. John F. Kennedy did more conservative, preserving this nation, things in his presidency than Nixon and Reagan, who are heralded as conservative. Kennedy didn't recognize Red China, no, that was Nixon. Kennedy didn't triple the national debt, no, that was Reagan. The CIA has been out to get JFK, ever since they realized JFK didn't view himself as their puppet, but that he viewed himself as their boss. The head of the CIA on purpose ruined the CIA's chances to succeed at the Bay of Pigs. He personally prevented the CIA air cover from taking off, which the CIA knew that without air support, the operation had no chance, which was soon proved correct. In everyone's zeal to get JFK, they blamed JFK. It all sounded so believable, because the CIA were going to tell the full story. The public is not astute enough to realize that the press had subtly turned against Kennedy. Two powerful friends who liked John F. Kennedy and wanted to help JFK fight the elite were taken out before Kennedy was assassinated. Senatorist Skaforva, whose crime commission had discovered the 1,932 deal that Onassis, Kennedy, Meyer, Roosevelt, Lansky and other Illuminati mafia figures had made. Skaforva was poisoned so that he had a secret poison-induced heart attack on August 8, 1963. One suspect that might have done it was his subordinate Bernard Fensterwild, who was also a CIA assassin. The other was Philip Graham. His wife Catherine Meyer Graham has been a full participant of the conspiracy and shows up repeatedly in elite activities. Catherine bribed some psychiatrists to certify her husband, who was editor of the Washington Post, was insane. He was ordered by a judge into a mental hospital. When he was allowed to visit home on a weekend, he was found suicided by a shotgun. Bobby Kennedy had a good idea who shot his brother. He wrote an unpublished book called The Enemy Within, and then later he was assassinated too. Actually, the whole establishment were out to get Kennedy, and even George Bush was involved with the assassination. The key to understanding the Illuminati is that it is headquartered in the London area. The Satanists, and witches, refer to Great Britain as the mother country. Onassis had the best connections anyone could want in the British government, as would be expected of someone of his standing in the Illuminati. He had many British friends. Just one example is Sir Lionel Heald, the BR Attorney General. He attended the exclusive BR Other Club. When WW.I broke out on September 3, 1939, Onassis was living in Savoy Hotel, where the headquarters for the Illuminati's Pilgrim Society are. The British London Times backed Onassis in his dispute with Peru over whaling. Onassis did finally get himself into trouble with illegal whaling when the nation of Norway gathered the evidence of his culling of hundreds of whales that were illegal to hunt. Just two more quick examples of his social connections in Britain are his attendance at J. Paul Getty's party at Sutton Place, Eng. in the 50s, and Onassis' own big party for the elite on 17 June 58 at Dorchester, England. As explained in Be Wise as Serpents, Britain's Overseas Intelligence MI6 is the Illuminati's chief intelligence agency. There is no way of knowing how many meetings took place dealing with the planning of the assassination of Kennedy. The first were high-level Illuminati meetings. But the Illuminati meetings were not operational-level meetings. There were several levels of meetings. Next, a series of meetings by British intelligence at Trial Compound at Montego Bay, Jamaica, and mafia meetings at who knows where. A minor trading company called Permindex was the cover to an assassination bureau that had its major U.S. subsidiary, the International Trade Mart in New Orleans. The FBI's Division 5 was tied in with Permindex, and Permindex's board of directors had UN posts, mafia positions, European banking ties, Nazi ties, etc. In other words, Permindex was well connected. By the time the planning was done, it included certain elements of the CIA and Freemasons. A Major Lie Mortimer Bloomfield, Permindex's president and chairman, a key player in Hoover's Division 5, and a member of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, the Protestant branch of the Knights of Malta, was a homosexual lover of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. All the board of Permindex and many of its various subsidiaries were in various areas in November 1963 carrying out the assassination and cover-up. One of the covers for the Permindex operators/teams was to pose as missionaries of the American Council of Christian Churches, ACC. The whole reason the elite set up the extensive ACC was to have a cover for their killing units. For instance, a group of about 30 of the best marksmen were undercover as part of a missionary school in Puebla, Mexico. The Tolstoy Foundation, who I have visited with, were another pseudo-Christian front. Later, the headquarters of this assassination group was shifted to Paradise Island, Grand Bahamas to Intertel. Ian Fleming's novels write about a third force used to create a world government that was based in the resort islands of the Caribbean. How true that has become. In the westerns put out by Hollywood, when the bad guy does something to the good guy, he runs off with his woman. That is what happened with JFK. Onassis was one of the Illuminati kings who decided JFK must go, and he got to run off with the dead man's wife. Onassis had already gotten Jackie onto his yacht, sexually, prior to Kennedy's assassination. Franklin Roosevelt, Jr. was on board together with Aristotle and Jackie. Jackie didn't enjoy her marriage to Onassis. At one point in their marriage, when they were swimming nude at Onassis Island Scorpios, 10 photographers with underwater cameras and telephoto lens captured Jackie naked and her picture was splashed across Playman and Hustler, etc. Jackie was furious and wanted her husband to sue the newspapers and magazines, which he refused to do. A year before Aristotle died, he actually admitted that he had planned the whole operation. The date given for the actual Howard Hughes death, who had been kept prisoner under horrendous conditions by Onassis, was April 18, 1971. In the previous year 1970, Hughes' purported autobiography had come out, written by Clifford Irving. Clifford Irving's wife took the publisher's check made out to Howard Hughes to one of Onassis's Swiss banks, and was paid. Family difficulties. Onassis' second wife was Tina Athena Mary Onassis. When she divorced her husband for committing adultery, said, "It is almost 13 years since Mr. Onassis and I were married in New York City. Since then he has become one of the world's richest men. But his wealth has not brought me happiness with him, nor, as the world knows, has it brought him happiness with me. Tina divorced Ari and then went on to soon marry a relative of Winston Churchill, the Marquis of Blandford. Later, she divorced him and married her old brother-in-law Stavros Niarchos in May, 1971. But after he killed her sister, she quit him too. Eugenia Guild. Eugenic, the sister-in-law of Ari Onassis, died according to the official version of an overdose of sleeping pills. Her body in the post-mortem was covered with bruises, black left eye, swelling on the left temple, a hemorrhage to the left of the larynx, and so forth down the rest of her body. Let's not swallow the Illuminati's propaganda to lull us into sleep about what they have done. It might also be important to comment on the background of the Ivanos family. Both Stavros Niarchos and Aristotle Onassis married Ivanos girls. The Ivanos family was a prominent family on the Turkish island of Chios. The island of Chios had a type of tree, mastic trees, that produced an early form of chewing gum. From the word mastic is where we get the word masticate. Chios was the private property of the Sultan, and it was where he kept his harem. The island was given special royal treatment and allowed to have it full of chewing gum, and booze and broads. The Ivanos family was one of the leading families on this island. Basic sources on Onassis family. Interviews with people, and notes from other researchers. Author's own research. Genealogy compiled from research notes of this writer Fritz Springmeier. Frischaya, Willie. Onassis. New York, Meredith Press, 1968. Heyman. C. David. A Woman Named Jackie. New York, Carol Kaman. 1989. Lily, Doris. Those Fabulous Greeks. Onassis. Niarchos. And Livanos. New York Cowles Book Company, 1970. The Reynolds bloodline. The Reynolds are a very elite Illuminati family. My newsletter has repeatedly exposed members of this family. A local occult newspaper, Excalibur, advertises Lamoine Reynolds. Occult books. Overview of financial interests of the Reynolds. The tobacco drug connection. Connections to Illuminati organizations. Foundations and connections. R.J. Reynolds Industries, Colin Stokes, J.P. Steekt, Leighton Hammond Coleman, John D. McKemmer, Gordon Gray, William W. Corcoran. Other Reynolds Duke Companies. Terry Sanford. Review about Reynolds Companies. Some Reynolds of note. An examination of one of the leading Illuminati families. Part of my research on the family has been packed away, and I hope to recover some more of it for another article. The Reynolds are a very elite Illuminati family. The Reynolds family is not one of the 13 primary bloodlines, but they are such a prominent Illuminati family within the 13 bloodlines that I have decided to single them out for another article on Illuminati bloodlines. Although the Reynolds are allied with many of the major satanic bloodlines, including the Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers, the Graces and the Greys, they are especially close and intertwined to the Duke and Gulman families. One example of a Duke/Reynolds joint project is the Research Triangle Foundation. It should be remembered that the temporary National Economic Committee of Congress in 1937, which studied the super-rich, found that the Dukes and the Reynolds were among the top 13 wealthiest families in America. Further, my research at one place or another has shown that the Reynolds of the Illuminati variety have interacted with all of the other major satanic bloodlines. These elite birds of a feather all flock together. My newsletter has repeatedly exposed members of this family. During the course of putting out this newsletter in 92-95, I have had repeated opportunities to include various members of the Reynolds bloodline in my exposes. It must always be borne in mind that a large share of each of these bloodlines are hidden behind other last names. Within this area, my newsletter has exposed Reynolds family members of the Illuminati from Astoria, Oregon, such as Scottish Rite librarian/mortician Reynolds, and Bend, Oregon, such as Mayor Paul Reynolds, who also runs a mortuary, and his son Mark. One of the first Illuminati monarch slaves in the Portland area to seek her freedom was Mary D. Reynolds. She was from the Mother of Darkness level. She wanted to find treatment for the programming that goes with the Mother of Darkness level, and since wanting her freedom, it is anybody's guess what happened to her. A local occult newspaper, Excalibur, advertises Lamoine Reynolds occult books. Some of the Reynolds family have written occult books. I don't know how all the people mentioned in this section are related, but some or all of these people may relate to the satanic Reynolds bloodline. One of the important ecumenical Christian leaders is Frank E. Reynolds, who is an American Baptist minister, ordained 1955, Programme de Student Christian CTR. Bangkok, Thailand, Minister for Chicago Ecumenical Ministries 6164. Frank E. Reynolds has been trying to introduce Buddhism to America. He and his wife Marnie have written a number of books to introduce and teach Buddhism to Americans. Many of the Reynolds have been Episcopalians. Remember, the Episcopalian Church is run by Freemasons and is thoroughly sold out to the occult. One of my monarch survivors vividly recalls a human sacrifice done at the altar of an Episcopalian church. Anyway, getting back to the names of some Reynolds who have written occult books, here is a list of some. Barry O. Gordon Robert Reynolds, author of Magic, Divination and Witchcraft Among the Barrotes of Northern Rhodesia, 1963. Charles R. Reynolds W/Regina Reynolds, authors of 100 Years of Magic posters, 1977. David K. R. Reynolds, author of Nikon Psychotherapy, Meditation for Self-Development Pub. By Chicago Press. Denise R. Reynolds, Sensitive Thoughts for the New Wave Soul. Marnie R. Reynolds W/her husband, Three Worlds According to King Rana, a Thai Buddhist Cosmology. Frank E. Reynolds, Guide to Buddhist Religion. Jane Reynolds, Cosmobiology. Lloyd J. K. M.V. Dear Rooney Meister, A Voyage Through the Alphabet. Overview of financial interests of the Reynolds. Before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's take a quick overview of the Reynolds' financial interests. Much of the family's money has been well hidden behind fronts, holding companies, etc. The Satanists of the Reynolds family have been involved in high-level drug dealing during this century. They have also had some important and major interests in banking, tobacco, and aluminium. It seems like a fair number have gotten into the mortuary/cremation business, which is a great assistance for cremation after rituals involving human sacrifice. The financial interests of the Reynolds seem to be strongest in the Middle South, and strong in both Virginia and North Carolina. The Reynolds' financial interests are so tightly woven in with the Cullmans and Dukes that I will have to deal with all three families together. A few years ago, the financial heads of the three families were as follows: Angier Biddle Duke, Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. and Joseph F. Cullman, III. All were members of the Pilgrim Society. It is possible that the family also has some type of secret spiritual hierarchy too. If so, it might follow along the lines of the top 13 families which have kings and princes, and princesses, etc. of their bloodlines. Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. has been a board chairman of Robert Shaw Controls Company, which has a stranglehold monopoly on manufacturing car thermostats and other car parts. The big three American auto manufacturers all buy from Robert Shaw Controls Company, but then since all three of the American auto manufacturers are Illuminati controlled, they likely don't care that the Reynolds family has such a stranglehold on them. Cadence, which owns theaters and has published occult comic books like the series Journey into Mystery with the Mighty Thor, is also tied to the Reynolds family. Cadence promotes the occult while making money. What American doesn't know what Reynolds Wrap is? The Reynolds name is a well-known household name, just like DuPont Paints, or the Rockefeller Center, or the Waldorf Astoria are well-known American items named after Illuminati families. The Reynolds family controls several aluminum companies which form a large part of the Illuminati-controlled aluminum cartel. The Mellon family works with the Reynolds in this aluminum cartel, and various Illuminati families also have their hands in the management of the aluminum industry. The tobacco drug connection. The Reynolds family is behind the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. C. Boyd and Gray of the Satanic Gray family is heir to the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, but don't let that sidetrack you. The Reynolds family still has financial interests and power in the company. If readers remember previous articles on top 13 Illuminati families, specifically, the Astor family article, the Onassis family article and the Lee family article, you will remember some details that will help you understand the secret illegal drug trade that the Reynolds got involved in. The British elite got involved in shipping opium. The elite families got monopolies on the opium trade. The British Empire's military might and political clout was used to force China to allow the opium trade. Before the communists took over China, the British Illuminati families hid their opium trade behind the cover of the British American Tobacco Company. Later the Red Chinese would hide their opium trading behind the same front tobacco, with their state-run People's Republic of China Tobacco Bureau. In fact, the Red Chinese opium trade was controlled by another Illuminatus, the PR. President Li Zanian. Li Zanian is from the occult Yu family, who are proud that they are the leading Oriental satanic family. President Li, a drug lord, was finance minister of Red China from 57-75. He sold so much opium to the West that he was able to help Red China pay off her debts, and he was nicknamed the Money God. R.J. Reynolds was a partner with British American Tobacco Company and was also involved in trading in opium for many years. R.J. Reynolds was also involved with the rigidly controlled tobacco industry. I have reasons to suspect that the family later got involved with running cocaine. Onassis also hid his early drug smuggling behind tobacco importing. The Dukes controlled Liggett and Lyer's tobacco via their Duke Endowment, a family foundation. The Cullmans are known for their Miller Brewing Company. The Cullman fortune was also originally derived via a tobacco company. The Duke family via underhanded tactics put together a monopoly of the tobacco industry called the American Tobacco Company. Later they merged and bought out 88 tobacco companies, and the capitalization of the company was $235 million prior to 1911. The Supreme Court made the American Tobacco Company dissolve since it had created an illegal monopoly. However, the Dukes rearranged things and kept on going. The Dukes intermarried with the Biddies, who worked with the Rothschilds. The Dukes also intermarried with the Drexels, who in turn intermarried with the Harrimans and Goulds. Nicholas Biddle, 1879 to 1923, was a trustee of the Illuminatus. William Astor of the top 13 Illuminati family of Astors. Some of the Biddies intermarried with the Astor's Illuminati family too. It's a small world at the top. Researcher Ferdinand Lundberg in his book America's 60 Families states on p. 36, the Morgan firm and its affiliated commercial banks act, broadly, on behalf of such tremendous accumulations as those of the Vanderbilts, Goulds, Drexels, Wideners, Bowens, Phippses, Hills, Dukes, Ryans, McCormicks, Bakers, DuPonts, Fishers, Jameses, and others. Isn't it interesting that my writings have exposed the Morgans, Vanderbilts, Goulds, Drexels, Phippses, Dukes, Bakers, DuPonts as families with members in the Illuminati? Connections to Illuminati organizations. Many of the Illuminati organizations which this newsletter has exposed have had members from the Reynolds family. Some examples of this follow. Cosmos Club, Joseph Melvin Reynolds, Lloyd George Reynolds. Council of Foreign Relations, CFR. A. William Reynolds. Pilgrim Society, Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. 33-degree Masons. Harmon Gansvort Reynolds, Marshall S. Reynolds. 32-degree Masons, Arthur Rowley Reynolds, Ben Phillips Reynolds, Charles Philip Reynolds, Charles Shaw Reynolds, Erwin James Reynolds, Isaac Reynolds, Harry Edwards Reynolds, Henry James Reynolds, John C. Reynolds, Deputy Grand Sessie of Grand Lodge of Illinois Knights Templar Masons. These 3 KT names all come from just one lodge in New York, Jerusalem Chapter W to know. 8. Alex Reynolds, J. Hyatt Reynolds, T. Spalding Reynolds. Knights of Malta, John Charles Reynolds, who worked for the Graces as a communications executive, trustee of the Presp. Hospital in San Juan. Foundations and connections. The Dukes and Reynolds used tax-free foundations as a vehicle to escape taxes and hid their wealth while maintaining their financial power. Other Illuminati families also used the foundations as a scheme to remain powerful and to resist paying taxes. The controlled press builds them up as charitable, when most of the grants by these foundations are self-serving for the benefit of the elite. Some of these foundations are the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation, Est. 36 in North Carolina, the Kate B. Reynolds Foundation, Est. 46 in North Carolina, the Richard S. Reynolds Foundation, Est. 55 in Virginia, and the Mary Reynolds Babcock Foundation, and the Duke Endowment, address at Rockefeller Plaza, New York. All of these foundations work for the Illuminati. The Donald W. Reynolds Foundation, Est. 54 in Nevada and then moved to Arkansas, might also be connected to the elite, but I don't know. The Kate B. Reynolds Healthcare Trust provides another example of a liaison between the Duke and Reynolds families. John A. McMahon, a Duke University grad, served as both chairman of the Board of Trustees of Duke University and since 1971 as a member of the advisory board to the Kate B. Reynolds Healthcare Trust. Here is an example of a single man working for the interests of both the Dukes and Reynolds. Edwin C. Whitehead, chairman of Technicon Corporation, serves as a similar example of a man working for both Duke and Rockefeller interests. Whitehead is a trustee of both Duke University and Rockefeller University. He also has been in charge of several new organizations promoting a one world. For instance, he was governor of the UN Association. This article will now show you the reader some of the grants that these foundations make. I ask you, do you see any possibility for any mischief behind these grants? What I noticed about the Reynolds grants is that they control all the crisis centers in the North Carolina area via their money. This means any survivor of SRA calling a hotline is going to get tapped into the Illuminati's net for catching escapees. I also noticed that all the colleges and universities got money, and a variety of different denominations in CL. The Baptists, the Methodists, the non-denominationalists, the Presbyterians, and the ecumenicalists. What surprised me was that a number of government agencies get money from the Reynolds foundations, especially those dealing with children like social services, and even police departments get money from the Reynolds foundations. In 1984 the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation in North Carolina gave money to these following organizations, plus some others not listed. Catawba College, $75,000. Chapel Hill Police Department, $37,500. Child Watch, $25,000. Contact of Winston-Salem, a crisis counseling service, $15,000. Council on Drug Abuse, $27,000. Elizabeth City State University, $50,000. Family and Children's Service of, I.E.T. Greensboro. They deal with rape and family abuse, $5,000. Friends of Public Radio, $25,000. Note, they even want to control public radio. General Baptist State Convention of North Carolina, $85,000. The love of money is the root. Mars Hill College, $30,000. Meredith College, $9,360. Montreat Anderson College, $17,280. Moses H. Cone Memorial Hospital, $31,000. North Carolina Center for Public Policy Research, $225,200. Wow! North Carolina Department of Human Resources, Foster Homes, $12,000. North Carolina Department of Natural Resources, $30,000. North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, $103,000. North Carolina Hospital Education and Research Foundation, $50,213. North Carolina Justice Academy, $10,000. North Carolina School Boards Association, $7,500. Outer Banks Hotline, Crisis Counseling, $5,000. Pitt County Memorial Hospital, $35,000. Planned Parenthood of Greater Raleigh, $15,000. The Illuminati foundations have been the big support behind Planned Parenthood. The Van Den family was tied to Planned Parenthood in New York. Planned Parenthood of Orange Company, $15,000. Religious Coalition for Abortion Rights Education Fund, $10,500. Rowan Cooperative Christian Ministry, $15,000. St. Mary's Episcopal Church, $10,000. Salvation Army of Waynesville, $20,000. University of North Carolina, $233,265. Western North Carolina Emma. Meth.Episco. Zion Church, $25,000. YMCA of Winston-Salem, $300,000. In 1989 there were more grants of a similar nature. The following are by just the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation in 1989. I have picked just a few to list so that the reader can get an idea of the breadth of their grants to religious bodies and child protective groups. Advocates for Children in Court, $25,000. Child Care Resources, $40,000. Duke Center for Research on Women, $60,000. Ebenezer Baptist Church, $8,000. First Baptist Church, $15,000. God's Harvest House of Deliverance Church, $10,004. Metropolitan AME. Zion Church, $27,100. National Conference of Christians and Jews, $5,000. The Illuminati have always well-financed this organization. Rape Crisis Center, Asheville, NC, $20,000. Religious Coalition for Abortion Rights Education Fund, $7,500. St. Andrew's Presbyterian College, $50,000. Women's Abuse Shelter, $15,000. I don't want to take more time and space with listing foundation figures. I hope the reader gets the picture of how these foundations are able to control society for the Illuminati. We see government agencies, especially the ones that the Illuminati would want to make sure they controlled, are well supported financially. People who live in the Carolinas and Virginia report that the corruption in those states is absolute. These statistics give some facts behind those statements. One organization receiving money above deserves exposure. The Drug Abuse Council, Council on Drug Abuse, has been headed by an Illuminatus and Pilgrim Society member, Bethuel M. Webster. R.J. Reynolds Industries. R.J. Reynolds Industries of Winston-Salem, North Carolina had an annual sales of over $6 billion and 37,000 employees. I have the 1,976 profit figure for the company was $353 million. I don't know what the current figures are. The public thinks that the shares are widely held by the public, while in reality the control is very narrow. The Reynolds were careful when their stocks went on the market to retain secret control. R.J. Reynolds Industries chairman was Colin Stokes. Colin Stokes is an interesting person who works for the Reynolds. He was a member of Kiwanis International, and a director of several key things, of Winston-Salem Savings and Loan, Intigan Corporation and NCNB Corporation, which is the bank holding company of North Carolina National Bank. The NCNB, which at one time had assets of $4.647 billion, it may be more now, has been the largest of the Middle South banks and is a key component of the Reynolds/Duke/Kilman clique. From 1958 to 1964, Stokes was a director of the William and Kate B. Reynolds Memorial Park, and further serves the Reynolds as trustee of the Wake Forest University. Another interesting liaison person for the Reynolds has been J.P. Steekt, a director of R.J. Reynolds, who has acted as a liaison between the Reynolds, Duke, and Rockefeller dynasties. Steekt is a member of Rockefeller University Council, and a member of the Board of Visitors to Duke University. Leighton Hammond Coleman, who is in the Illuminati from the Satanic Coleman family, also sits as Emeritus Director of R.J. Reynolds Industries. His father and him both belonged to the Pilgrim Society, which is a level above the CFR in the Illuminati political section. His father was a director of the corrupt American-Russian Chamber of Commerce, which has been previously exposed in my writings. Now readers can see why R.J. Reynolds Industries has been one of the top companies trading with communist Russia in the past. Another director of R.J. Reynolds Industries is John D. McComber, a 1950 Yale graduate. I don't know if he belonged to one of the Illuminati's 5 fraternities at Yale or not. McComber married into the Illuminati Morgan family, and is a member of the Pilgrim Society. Besides being a director for Lee Reynolds, he serves the Rockefellers as a director of Chase Manhattan. He is also of Norlin Corporation. Gordon Gray, of the Satanic Gray family, also sits on the Lee Reynolds board. Both Gordon Gray and John McComber belong to the CFR. Gray also went to Yale 33 grad, and was with Triangle Broadcasting run by Pilgrim Society member Walter H. Annenberg, who is close to being a billionaire. As you can see, some heavy-duty Illuminati men directly. Reynolds Industries. Gray, a member of the CFR, also served as a liaison to the Corcoran financial interests. William W. Corcoran was a corrupt Washington banker who had a lily-white front. Corcoran bribed the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee so that he could illegally profit $500,000 for being the middleman of the transaction of the U.S. paying off its debt to Mexico for lands taken during the Mexican War. See Reports of Committees, 33rd Congress, First Session, Volume E, 354:4. The U.S. did not need a middleman to pay off Mexico, but due to corruption in Congress, Corcoran was able to make a bundle of money with no effort. Riggs Bank is associated with the Corcoran fortune. CFR and Yale grad and Pilgrim Soc. Member William Xnee Martin, Jr. has worked for Riggs National Bank as their advisor. The multitude of connections of people serving the Reynolds to the elite are mind-boggling. Many of the institutions in the Middle South connect back to the Illuminati and their front organizations such as the Freemasons and the Chambers of Commerce, the CFR etc. etc. Some of the companies that R.J. Reynolds Industries interlocks with our Arista company Avon Products, Charlotte, NC branch of the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, Dun & Bradstreet Companies, Foremost McKesson Incorporated, Hatteras Income Securities, Hayes Albion Corporation, Jefferson Pilot Corporation, McLean Industries, Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance, PerkinElmer Corporation, Richardson Merrill Incorporated, SC. Johnson & Sons Incorporated, Southern Broadcasting Incorporated, Standard Oil Company of Indiana, Standard Savings and Loan, Stauffer Chemical Company, United States Filter Corporation, United States Steel Corporation, Wachovia Corporation. I doubt if this is current information, but needless to say, Lee Reynolds Industries today interlocks with many other corporations. Other Reynolds Duke companies. The Reynolds Metals Company, notice I wrote, Metals Company, interlocks with a large number of companies too. The Reynolds Metals Company has had most of its directors from the Reynolds family. Recently, 4 were on the board of directors and 1 was the company treasurer. One of companies that the Reynolds Metals Company interlocks with is the Bank of Virginia. The Bank of Virginia in turn interlocks with a long list of companies. A large share of these companies have directors that tie back to the elite. Some of these corporations have directors who are members of the Pilgrim Society, others are with other Illuminati organizations. If the entire set of interlocks and their directors were exposed, it might have an emotional impact on the reader, but it gets wearisome to the eyes to be stressed with so many lists, so I will dispense with listing other interlocks. Terry Sanford has worked for the Duke family as a director of the American Arbitration Association, which is an Illuminati front. The Astor family is represented in there by David W. Beck. Terry Sanford has been an FBI agent, is the former governor of North Carolina, and president of Duke University. Stanford is also chairman of the Cordell Hull Foundation for International Education, which had another Duke/Reynolds henchman, Dean W. Colvard, as its trustee. Colvard also has been an advisor to the Illuminati-controlled Kellogg Foundation of Battle Creek, MI. Reynolds Securities in New York has been run by William Christian Miller, a member of the Pilgrim Society. William Christian Miller, an Illuminatus, has sat on the board of many corporations. Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. of the Illuminati has sat on the board of Central National of Richmond Corporation, which is a holding company for the Central National Bank of Richmond. His younger brother David has sat on the board of United Virginia Bank Shares Board. Hugh Cullman is a director of United Virginia Bank Shares. Hugh's cousin is in the Pilgrim Society. Hugh is also president of Philip Mums Incorporated, Richmond Corporation and Foreign Policy Association, and the International Chamber of Commerce. Also working with him on the board of United Virginia Bank Shares has been Herbert Stein, a director of Reynolds Metals Company. Stein also worked for L.F. Rothschild & Company as a consultant from 1976 onward. Another director working with Stein, David Reynolds, and Hugh Cullman is Kenneth A. Randall, a Mormon. Kenneth A. Randall is a trustee of the Rockefellers Council of the Americas and works with various Illuminati members at other places too. Some of the Reynolds are Mormons. George Reynolds wrote commentary on the Book of Mormon and commentary on the Pearl of Great Price. Eskimo Pie Company is just one of many that the Reynolds have controlled. Julian Louis Reynolds is on both the board of the Metals Company and the Eskimo Pie Company. Review about Reynolds Companies. This article has only touched on what the Reynolds family operates. However, the thrust of what this part of the article is saying is that the Reynolds family works with many other elite Illuminati families, and is active in banking, aluminum, and tobacco. Summary of Part 1. The Reynolds family is an elite Illuminati family which ranks right up there with the top 13 Illuminati families. They have a very extensive power base but are strongest in the Middle South. Some Reynolds of note, known Illuminati members are given 3 asterisks. Mrs. M.N. Reynolds Forsyth, officer of Richard S. Reynolds Foundation. A. William Reynolds CFR. Billy I. Reynolds, scriptwriter for television and radio, Methodist, lives in VAR. Dana Drummond Reynolds Work W/Unsymposium for New Inter. Econ. Order in 1979, MMBR World Future Society, Advisor for Yasum to Libya, Extension Training Advisor to Afghanistan, worked for ABC Network 47-48, MMBR Planetary Citizens, a New Age Globalist Group, Capitao Alpha, CTR, for Study Democracy, went to George Washington University. David Parr and Reynolds Durr. Reynolds Metal Company Reynolds Alum. Sales Company Eskimo Pie Company Reynolds Jamaica Mines, Limited Presbyterian living in Richmond, Virginia. Debbie Reynolds original name Mary Frances Reynolds, movie actress, had The Debbie Reynolds Show. Donald Worthington Reynolds owner of 6 radio stations, and a newspaper/book publisher, lives in Arc. J. Berkeley Reynolds Esty of directors Billy Graham Evang. Association in Canada. John W. Reynolds Fed. Judge. Joseph Allen Reynolds, Jr. Banker, MMBR several fraternities, Episco. Joseph Melvin Reynolds MMBR Cosmos Club, physicist, university official, grad. Vanderbilt University 48 and Yale 47. Jolyn Lewis Reynolds Libby Holman Reynolds chief donor for the Christopher Reynolds Foundation. Lloyd George Reynolds economist, Eco. Professor Yale 46-47, Guggenheim Fellow 54-55, lives at Yale University MMBR Cosmos Club. Norman Eben Reynolds, Jr. lawyer, B. Muskogee, OK and lives in Okia City, belongs to several fraternities. Randolph Nicholas Reynolds son of William Gray Reynolds, has a son Robert Gray Reynolds, banker, Der Dominion Nat Bank, var. Episco. Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. Pilgrim Society. Russell Seaman Reynolds, Jr. President Russell Reynolds Associates Yale 54, important figure in Republican Party, on adverb ed. For Greater New York's Salvation Army, worked for at least 2 Morgan companies, J.P. Morgan, Morgan Guaranty, likes yachting, Society of Colonial Wars, an elite organization William Francis Reynolds B. Boston, married a Fitzgerald, Harvard 51, instruct admit William Glasgow Reynolds lawyer, judge, government employee, married Nancy Bradford DuPont, worked for E.I. DuPont de Nims and Company from 1935 to 71, Mem. Vis. Com. Law School, Vanderbilt University Episcopalian, wrote a history book on the Reynolds. The Rockefeller Bloodline. 4 selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Bro. Fund. 8 selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Family Fund and Rockefeller Foundation. 1. They provide a large share of the money that seminaries in the United States need to operate. 2. They provide a large share of the money that universities need to operate. 3. They provide large grants to various religious organizations. 4. Their influence and control helps determine who will get publicity in the major news magazines. 5. Their influence has contributed to various anti-Christian organizations being set up. 6. They directly help control certain religious groups such as Lucy Trust. Partial bibliography. Why am I covering the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines? A continuation of the series of articles on the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. Preface. The first notorious Rockefeller. The first notably rich Rockefeller. A brief survey of the Rockefellers' influence. Bibliography and sources. By Fritz Springmeier, 1995. One of the 13 satanic bloodlines that ruled the world is the Rockefeller bloodline. Today, there are around 190 members of this family with the Rockefeller name and of course some others by other last names. This article is to explore further for those who investigate the Illuminati, how the Rockefeller bloodline is involved in the promotion of the occult and Satanism, and how they are involved in the control of the Christian denominations. This article keys in on just one family, the Rockefellers. To understand the full extent of the Illuminati's control of religion, including Christendom, would require perhaps several books. The Illuminati itself draws its lifeblood from around 500 very powerful families worldwide. This article will not attempt to explain their networks and the many organizations of the Illuminati. It will not even try to do this for the Rockefellers. In fact, no one knows how many trusts and foundations the Rockefellers have. They have hidden trusts within secret trusts within secret trusts. It is estimated that they have between 200 and several thousand trusts and foundations. The finances of the Rockefellers are so well covered that Nelson Rockefeller did not pay 1 cent in income taxes in 1970, yet he was perhaps the richest man in the U.S. The Rockefellers exert enormous influence over religion in this nation in the following ways. 1. They provide a large share of the money that seminaries in the United States need to operate. 2. They provide a large share of the money that universities need to operate. Education influences the religious values of our people. 3. They provide large grants to various religious organizations. 4. Their influence and control helps determine who will get publicity in the major news magazines, and on television. 5. Their influence has contributed to various anti-Christian organizations being set up. 6. They directly help control certain religious groups such as Lucy Trust. The Rockefellers' influence is both subtle and not so subtle. In the book The Unholy Alliance, details are given on how the seminaries, church boards and Christian colleges have been captured. Much of the money for this came from the Rockefellers. One of the principal large foundations that was instrumental in controlling religious institutions of various kinds was the Sealantic Fund. They have now shifted to other channels. This foundation, which was incorporated in 1938 and was headquartered in New York City, 50 West 50th Street, gave enormous sums of money to manipulate Protestant concerns. In 1964, according to the Russell Sage Foundation's book The Foundation Directory, the Sealantic Fund gave away $681,886 in grants. In 1969, the fund gave $1,889,550 in grants. By 1984, the Sealantic Fund was not being used. But a look at another Rockefeller non-profit untaxed foundation, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, shows a revealing grant pattern. Many people would not be able to make any sense out of what seems a random pattern of grants without the broad picture of what the Illuminati is doing today. My book Be Wise as Serpents should have clarified how those various groups who receive grants are related and helpful to the Rockefeller agenda. Although these other Rockefeller foundations are not specifically geared toward religion such as the Sealantic Fund was, it is clear these other foundations still impact religion. 4 selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Bro. Fund. Council on Foundations, $41,000. This money was according to R.B. Fund info toward work of project which will carry out recommendations from study that points out lack of knowledge about global interdependence and about relationship between international and domestic issues. Emphasis will be placed on information and educational programs to help funders become more familiar with and learn how to analyze opportunities for international grant making. Harlem Interfaith Counseling Service $100,000. Private agencies collaborating together, $25,000 encourages collaboration among private development agencies working in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Trilateral Commission, $240,000. 8 selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Family Fund and Rockefeller Foundation. A clue, $15,000. American Historical Associates $42,000, Emma. Philosophical Associates $57,500, Catholic University of America, $25,000, Catholic University of Chile, $224,200, Council on Foreign Relations, $165,000, NACP, $100,000, Population Council, $1,235,000, University of Notre Dame, $25,000. Catholic institutions have been large recipients of grants from foundations connected to the world order. The Catholic Church, the Episcopalian Church, and the Unitarian Universalist Church are all playing big roles in the New World Order for the Satanists. One ex-Satanist has talked about visits that were made with the Pope and Vatican leaders, where the Pope dealt with this person as a member of the Illuminati. In other words, the Pope was not in the Illuminati hierarchy, but he carries out transactions with them, and coordinates his actions according to their instructions. We will now go into some depth on the 6 items above. 1. They provide a large share of the money that seminaries in the United States need to operate. The Union Theological Seminary has operated from Rockefeller funds. UTS hasn't been the only Protestant seminary receiving Rockefeller funds, but it may be the best example of a seminary controlled by the Rockefellers. The Sealantic Fund stated under its purpose and activities, current interests are primarily Protestant theological education. The president of the Sealantic Fund when it operated was David Rockefeller, and Lawrence, not Lawrence, S. Rockefeller was vice president. Stephen C. Rockefeller was one of the trustees. 2. They provide a large share of the money that universities need to operate. Education influences the religious values of our people. In 1952, Congressman Eugene E. Cox headed up a committee that for the first time tried to uncover the Rockefellers, and others, foundations' activities. For some reason, Cox encountered stiff opposition everywhere against his committee's investigation, and the congressman for some reason got sick and died. One member of the committee, Congressman Carroll Reese, and his counsel Rene Wormser attempted to continue the investigation. Rockefeller's henchmen and newspapers did their best to destroy Congressman Reese. The Reese investigation was given only the barest minimum of time and little resources for their investigation. However, they were still able to uncover that beginning in the 1930s vast sums of money were spent in education by the Rockefeller and Carnegie foundations. This money went to promote John Dewey, Marxism, a one-world government agenda, and socialism. The foundations, principally the Rockefeller and Carnegie, stimulated 2/3 of the total endowment funding of all institutions of higher learning in America during the first third of this 20th century. The NE, National Education Association, was largely financed by the Rockefeller/Carnegie foundations. A 1934 NE report advised, a dying laissez-faire must be completely destroyed and all of us, including the owners, must be subjected to a large degree of social control. Reese Committee counsel Rene Wormser wrote of the investigation. Leads one to the conclusion that there was, indeed, something in the nature of an actual conspiracy among certain leading educators in the United States to bring about socialism through the use of our school systems. They discovered that the Rockefeller Foundation was the primary culprit behind the teaching of socialism in America's schools and universities, and also behind the NE's policies. Rene Wormser, counsel for the Reese Committee, reported, a very powerful complex of foundations and allied organizations has developed over the years to exercise a high degree of control over education. Part of this complex, and ultimately responsible for it, are the Rockefeller and Carnegie groups of foundations. This was the situation in the 1950s when the Reese Committee briefly investigated. The Rockefeller-Carnegie groups have continued basically unopposed for the next 40 years in controlling education. One of the educational book producers is Jrolli, Incorporated. Avery Rockefeller, Jr. sits on Drolly Incorporated board meetings. Another interesting board member is Theodore Whaler, who is the director of Drolly Incorporated. He was a member of the International Book Committee of UNESCO. The Rockefellers maintain great influence in the United Nations. 3. They provide large grants to various religious organizations. On January 31, 1945, John D. Rockefeller addressed the Protestant Council of the City of New York and told them that the answer to the problems Christianity was that Christianity needed to become the Church of the Living God. Many listening that day may not have realized that he and other top Illuminati considered themselves gods, and that the solution John D. was cryptically giving was for Christianity to serve him, a living God. Rockefeller, John D. The Christian Church, what of its future? New York, Protestant Council, 1945, and 1917. 4. Their influence and control helps determine who will get publicity in the major news magazines. The Rockefeller family has enormous controls over various magazines and newspapers. Let us examine how the power of the press can be used in religion. One of the magazines that the Rockefellers have some control over is Time magazine. Time's board chairman, Andrew Heiskell, was associated with David Rockefeller. Another illuminatus of the sixth level one, Henry J. Fisher, ran McCall's magazine from 1917 to 1956. The establishment's media boosted Anton LaVey's Church of Satan into prominence. The January 31, 1967 New York Daily News ran a story about Anton LaVey performing the first satanic wedding ceremony in America. The March 1970 issue of McCall's ran a nice story about the Church of Satan. Not only is LaVey's Church of Satan a publicity stunt to make Satanism more popular and to deflect criticism of real covert Satanism, the McCall issue makes Anton LaVey's church sound even better in the article than it is. For those brainwashed folks who think that this free advertising for Anton LaVey was just for the sake of finding a good story for the Daily News and McCall, I can show you dozens of better, juicier stories that never have seen the light of day because they are contrary to what the Illuminati want people to hear. I won't argue that a story on Satanism may be interesting. I am pointing out that many other interesting stories don't get printed. Stories are selected by an editor. They don't just happen. Finally, on June 19, 1972, Time magazine provided more coverage for LaVey with an article, "The Occult, a Substitute Faith." Believe me, the sincere devout Christian groups haven't ever received such nice free publicity. I'm not referring to men like 33-degree Mason Billy Graham, who works for the New World Order, and Knights Templar Mason Charles T. Russell, founder of the Watchtower Society, who both received great press coverage. Another minor example, and I am pointing out minor examples because they occur many times during the course of year, is Van Daniken's UFO books. Lou Wasserman, head of Macar, which owns G.P. Putnam's Sons, is a member of the Rockefeller University Council. G.P. Putnam's Sons published Van Daniken's anti-Christian UFO religious theories. Cadence Industries own Marvel Comics. The men on the board of Cadence sit under David Rockefeller in places like the CFR. Is it any wonder Marvel Comics promotes the occult and heroes like the Son of Satan? Where does the buck stop? You say that the Rockefellers don't control subordinates. Bear in mind that many of the Rockefellers call themselves Baptists. If they are really Christians, don't you think they could use their influence to stop such terrible things? The point is that the rottenness starts at the top. The rest of the pyramid has a hard time turning out okay. When the top of the pyramid is dedicated to Satan. Rockefeller and Hearst worked together in their news monopolies. It was Hearst who promoted both books on Satanism and Billy Graham. If you learn what I know, the two are not contradictory. Hearst made Billy Graham who he is today by financially backing him and publicizing him. Rockefeller was supportive of Billy Graham's New York crusade, and the Manhattan Chase Bank helped Billy Graham out. 5. Their influence has contributed to various anti-Christian organizations being set up. Morris Strong is a good friend of the Rockefellers. He has been promoting Mother Gaia worship. David Rockefeller works with Morris Strong and his New Age ideas. Reverend Moon from Korea has been very much loved by the Rockefellers. Moon calls himself Christ and is setting up a religion promoting internationalism. His religion is also a good testing ground for brainwashing/recruiting techniques that are being perfected by the No. The Rockefellers have been helping Moon, who also has his primary mansion in New York. Also of interest is that the prominent political figures that have endorsed Moon are those with ties to the No, and include Ted Kennedy, Mason Mark C. Hatfield, Mason Jesse Helms, and Illuminatus William F. Buckley, Jr. CPG. 32-33 of The Puppet Master by J. Isamu Yamamoto. A lesser-known group is the Spiritual Frontiers Fellowship, SFF, in Independence, Mo. Their address was Exec. Plaza, 10,715 Winner Road, 64,052. They were founded in 1956. Just like Reverend Moon, they claim to be Christians, but teach and practice other things. They teach and practice the occult. Two prominent men in SFF are Marcus Buck and Gardner Murphy. They both have interesting backgrounds. Marcus Buck shows the touch of the Rockefellers. Marcus Buck, born in 1906, is Director of Special Projects for SFF. The Rockefeller Foundation granted him a fellowship in research and creative writing from 1934 to 36. Gardner Murphy was the consultant in 1954 UNESCO in New Delhi to the Hindus of the Indian Ministry of Education. From 52-68 he was Director of Research at the Menninger Foundation, Topeka, KS. Yes, psychology is led mainly by occultists. Menninger himself is a member of several environmental groups for the elite, an honorary trustee of the Aspen Institute, a Freemason, member of a CLU, and a close associate of W. Clement Stone. W. Clement Stone in turn is also a Mason, a member of the Occult American Society for Psychical Research, and the financial backer of the Menninger Foundation. The Federal Council of Churches was financed to a large extent by Rockefeller money. In my Be Wise as Serpents book I detail how the FCC was designed to destroy Christianity, how they carefully plotted to make the creation of the FCC look like a grassroots movement, when it was actually the creation of the elite, Illuminati. I further detail how the men who ran it were high-ranking Masons, socialists, and one-worlders. Also shown is how they carefully manipulated the real gospel for their own devious ends. 6. They directly help control certain religious groups such as Lucy Trust. David Rockefeller is part of Lucy Trust's management. Lucy Trust puts out the book Externalization of the Hierarchy by Alice Bailey, which spells out the plan for the Satanists and New Agers on how the spiritual hierarchy, actually the demonic hierarchy, is to externalize their rule of the planet. The book gives quite a few of the details of the plan, and is used as a textbook for New Agers at the arcane schools in New York, London, and Europe on how the New Age/One World religion/One World government will be brought in. If anyone doubts the Rockefellers' commitment to Satan, read page 107 of Externalization of the Hierarchy. On page 107 Alice Bailey, president of the Theosophical Society and part of Lucy, formerly Lucifer, Trust, tells us who will rule when the New Age, New World Order, takes over. On the earthly level, humanity so to speak, the ruler is given on page 107 as Lucifer. On the spiritual level called Shambhala, the holy city, the coming ruler is given as the Lord of the world, which we Christians know as Satan. Lucy Trust knows it is Satan too, but for public consumption they say that the ruler of the world is San'at, a scrambling of Satan, Chimera. They also predict there will be a Christ consciousness and the Christ, actually the Antichrist. The book Externalization of the Hierarchy teaches repeatedly, see pages 511, 512, 514, that the three vehicles to bring in the New Age will be the Masonic lodges. Obviously not everyone attends lodges. Next, the churches. This is clearly revealing to us that men like the Rockefellers are using the churches for the Luciferian plan of Lucy Trust. And finally, education. Well, of course, education. Not everyone attends churches. They need a safety net to catch everyone in their brainwashing to make us all want to be happy slaves under the light bearer. The home life of the Rockefellers is decidedly different than for most people. They have over 100 homes to stay at. The Rockefellers own vast tracts of good land in various countries in South America, and have nice homes in Brazil, Ecuador, and their Monte Sacro Ranch, Venezuela. They have two mansions in Washington, D.C. At least, numerous ranches around the United States, resorts in Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and the Caribbean, a 32-room Fifth Avenue duplex in New York, not to mention their place at Seal Harbor, Maine, and the large estate at Pocantico Hills, New York. It is estimated that they have 2,500 house servants. Over the years, they have built up the reputation of being miserly with their help, and to each other. I couldn't begin to know all about the Rockefellers, but I can give a sampling of some of the many items that surround the real lives of America's top Illuminati family. Winthrop, who is homosexual, enjoyed living in Arkansas with his black male friend. He reportedly had the world's largest porn collection. Winifred Rockefeller Rimini, Nelson's cousin, murdered her two children and committed suicide. Michael Rockefeller died when he tried to bribe New Guinea tribesmen with large sums of money to go headhunt and make shrunken heads for him. The natives had given up headhunting and Michael couldn't successfully bribe them. Finally, getting tired of Michael, the natives decided to headhunt Michael himself. Many of the Rockefeller family have had troubled lives, filled with all kinds of fears and occult activities. It is known that the Rockefellers have frequently built many hidden tunnels and hidden rooms onto their buildings. They have developed their occult and worldly powers to the point they consider themselves gods. Their powerful often suffer violent ritual death, as most high-level Satanists traditionally go through. One who died in Arizona is known to have been cremated. John D. Rockefeller Sr. Why am I covering the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines? I have often been asked, who are the Illuminati? Who are the people at the top of the conspiracy? Who are the generational satanic families? The Illuminati consists of 13 magical and powerful bloodlines. There are also some other powerful bloodlines that are worth naming, but if they are in the Illuminati, they have blood ties to one of the 13 powerful lineages. About half of the Illuminati people I know have had their parentage hidden from them. Many of those who still know who their real parents are, still do not know what bloodline they belong to until the Illuminati chooses to reveal it to them. Most of the Illuminati have MPD. When high-level Satanists do not have MPD, they very often emotionally break under the stress of the horrible blood rituals that are required. Recently, a non-MPD Satanist in Chicago emotionally broke and gave his life to Christ. I have videos available of an interview of this man exposing Satanism. One of the important lineages has remained secret until 3 investigators named Lincoln, Lee, and Bagant were spoon-fed leads and secrets. They put this into a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail. I recommend the book and the 2 books which are its sequels, because they show how just one part of the 13 lineages has kept itself secret and has taken immense power of all forms to themselves. In southern Belgium there is a castle. If anyone is traveling there and wants to find the castle, I will show them on the map, and describe it. This is the Mothers of Darkness castle. In that castle is a cathedral, and in that cathedral's basement a little baby is sacrificed daily and is coming to power. The pages are written almost round the clock. This castle is also described in my Be Wise as Serpents book. The history in that handwritten book would reveal the real facts behind the propaganda that the world's major news medias give the gullible public. The history as that book reveals it would tell people about how Abraham Lincoln was a descendant of the Rothschilds. Abraham Lincoln was the secret head of the Rosicrucians, a member of their three-headed top council. I have seen the paper trail proof to these things about Lincoln to my satisfaction that these things about Lincoln are true. Adolf Hitler was also a secret member of the Rothschild lineage. Hitler carried out blood sacrifices to open his mind up to high-level demonic spiritual control. Rockefeller sold Hitler oil during WW.I Pain to keep WW.I going longer. The history in that book mentions people that the history books given the public don't like. Michael Augustus Martin von Braunreinhold, the most powerful Satanist in the world a few years ago. Michael Augustus Martin von Braunreinhold had 66 satanic brides. And that satanic book in the Mothers of Darkness Castle also mentions the Rockefeller bloodline. Only insiders are supposed to know the real history of what has taken place in human history. The real decisions and the real movers and shakers have been hidden from the public's eyes. What the public is given is a stage show where Illuminati puppets parade around and make big speeches according to their script. Each of the 13 families has their own set of Mothers of Darkness. Each of the 13 families has their own secret satanic leadership: kings, queens, princesses and princes of darkness. For instance, the Rockefeller family has people who are selected as kings and princes within their own bloodline in secret rituals. The kings and princes, queens and princesses are strictly bloodline. They secretly rule over an area of the world for their own bloodline. This is independent of the Illuminati's hierarchy, which was diagrammed in the Jan 1993 newsletter. My newsletter from a Christian ministry. In the January 1993 issue, the Governs, Sisters of Light, Mothers of Darkness, and the Grandmothers were diagrammed. The Illuminati pulls its various bloodlines together under several councils. The Grand Druid Council, or your Council of 13, is your principal council for the Brotherhood of Death. Above the Council of 13 is a higher Council of 9, and an inner group of 3 is believed to head that Council of 9. How do we know about these things? The power of God has reached into the very heart of Satan's empire and pulled out some of the most powerful Satanists and drawn them to Christ. There are several Satanists that were at the top which have managed to find Christ. In addition, some of the next echelon of the hierarchy, such as some of the Mothers of Darkness, are also finding Christ. If someone wants to understand how and why decisions are made in world affairs and by who, then you need to study the Illuminati. The real answers do not rest with the proceedings of the Congress of the United States or with the publicly known leaders of the communist countries. An example of what I am talking, there is a book entitled, Who Financed Hitler, by James Poole and Suzanne Poole. I am always glad to see that some people are willing to look behind the scenes. Believe me, there were people that Hitler listened to. They were the people he went to ritual with, and who put him into power. A continuation of the series of articles on the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. The Rockefeller Family. Preface. The first article about the House of Rockefeller in this newsletter occurred in the mid-Dec 1992 volume No. 13 issue pp. 3-8. The primary focus of that article was to show how the family controlled large segments of the Protestant groups in the United States. A secondary focus of that article was to show the satanic occult side of the family. An attempt will be made in this article not to rehash information given out in that earlier article. The Rockefeller family has been so busy and there is a large amount of information that can be provided about them. Therefore my goal with this article is to provide introductory information to the readership, and to qualify that what is written in this article is but the basics of what should be written about the Illuminati activities of this family. Much of my own material on the Rockefeller family was lost this year and I don't have the time to go back and research it again. Much of it involved the secret wheeling and dealing that went on behind the scenes to bring the Rockefellers into wealth and power. Some of the details also involved their manipulations to control about everything that the Rockefellers can find to control. Some of the research was on the occult activities of the House of Rockefeller. The first notorious Rockefeller that researchers who are not working for the Rockefellers refer to is William Avery Rockefeller, 1810–1906. William Avery Rockefeller was totally corrupt and lacked any type of morals. He was involved in the occult and practiced magic. He married a number of women around the country in bigamous relationships. He also had a number of mistresses, and a large number of sexual partners. He was charged with raping a woman and escaped the state of New York to prevent being sent to jail for it. He stole, lied, and abused his way through life. He wore the best of clothes, and he never lacked for money, including gold coins. Besides loving women, he loved gambling. And where did his money to gamble with come from? He made much of his money dishonestly. His life is a carbon copy of other men who are known by this author to have been in the Illuminati. The reader also needs to bear in mind that the Illuminati carries out a large number of secret occult marriages, which only insiders learn about. One of his wives was Eliza Davidson, 181,349. She was an extremely cruel woman. Historians who have been bought off by the elite like to picture Eliza Davidson as a very pious woman. Although she had a religious front, there are a number of things in her life that show that she was not the paragon of virtue that the paid-for historians have made her out to be. When she married William Avery Rockefeller, she moved in with him and his mistress. The first notably rich Rockefeller. William Avery Rockefeller had many bastard children, and it can be imagined many children born for ritual or for the cult. His wife Eliza had 6 children for him, and of those John Davison Rockefeller is the infamous one who brought the family into limelight. John D. Rockefeller in his lifetime became one of the most powerful men in the world. One of the most best-kept secrets were his secret dealings with the other Illuminati families. The Pacers and other Illuminati families are all intimately involved in the rise to power of the Rockefellers. The other factors involved in John D. Rockefeller's rise to power is his utter ruthlessness. He was willing to do anything for power. John O. Rockefeller established the family in their principal estate at Pocantico Hills in New York. I have lost the exact figure, but over 100 Rockefeller families live at the private land of Pocantico Hills. A brief survey of the Rockefellers' influence. The Rockefellers have divested much of their holdings into places which they control, but nominally they are not owners of. The Rockefellers' financial power is far greater than the balance sheets would indicate. The Rockefellers can give donations from an organization which they control to another that they control, and not lose any control over the money. The donations look impressive, but the Rockefeller bloodline hasn't lost. Have you ever noticed that Rockefeller's Standard Oil uses the satanic pentagram in a circle as their logo? Just 3 of countless Rockefeller companies are Texas Instruments and General Electric, and Eastman Kodak. The Rockefellers also control Boeing. This author, Fritz Springmeier, has repeatedly been given information from numerous sources about the occult activities that are being perpetrated at the Boeing plants in the Seattle area. Monarch programming has even taken place at a Boeing plant. All these things fit together when one gets the bigger picture and the inside scoop. The Rockefellers also control Delta. Has anyone realized that the Delta symbol is a very widely used satanic symbol? Is it any wonder so many Illuminati and CIA, and world financiers, and people like Chuck Colson, see the exposes on Chuck Colson in 93's newsletters, use Delta to fly on? My notes are lost, but suffice it to say the Rockefellers own land all over South America. The Rockefellers own land most anywhere anyone would want to visit in the U.S. From Hawaii to Texas to Florida and Seal Harbor, Maine. Notice how often Bush would go to Maine when he was president. The Rockefellers have played a role in Lucy Trust and the United Nations. Interestingly, you will notice that Prince Charles is the spokesperson for Lucy Trust and also works with the United Nations in various ways. Prince Charles is from another satanic bloodline. Readers need to study my Be Wise as Serpents book to see how Lucy Trust fits into things. The Rockefellers were involved in the creation of the FBI, so that the FBI has always been an arm of power for the Illuminati. That is why there are official FBI programs in action today to kidnap children and provide them for sacrifice. Yes, American people, the wolf was set in charge of guarding the chicken coop. The organization that is working as part of the FBI is the Finders. The stink was so bad that Us News and World Report did a story to soften the impact of the scandal. See the article on a following page. Ex-Satanists who worked with the FBI to receive the children the FBI kidnapped and sold to them for sacrifice have been trying to get the word out publicly about the FBI's corruption. When the Illuminati was beginning to get exposed in the Franklin saving and loan case in Lincoln, the FBI was part of the dirty actors and was part of the cover-up. The Rockefellers have had control over the FBI since they helped get it started. When Congress wanted to investigate the CIA for wrongdoing, they appointed a commission headed by Rockefeller to investigate the CIA's wrongdoings. Yes, the Rockefeller Commission did a big study and slapped the hands of the CIA for a few misdeeds. Their report is still cited as the big investigation of the CIA. Some investigation. Since the Rockefeller family work hand in hand with the CIA to create monarch slaves, of course that part of the CIA's misdeeds got overlooked. A recent convert from Satanism, Michael MacArthur, has given validated inside information about the FBI and the CIA programs which kidnap children in order to supply satanic rituals with sacrificial material. The names of the agents who spend their official government time kidnapping children for Satanism that Michael knows about are as follows. Chucky Mike Peters, FBI hitman in Div. 5 of FBI, involved with in-law case. Nicole Hara, FBI agent who abducts children for sacrifice under Krieg's Satanist working for FBI. Ken Lanning, FBI agent who abducts children for sacrifice. Nikki Hara, FBI hitman, Satanist, has covered FBI child kidnappings by murder. Gabe Richardson, CIA agent who abducts children for sacrifice. Rather than risk election, a brilliant coup d'etat which is exposed in Be Wise as Serpents, was carried out to put Nelson A. Rockefeller into the vice presidency. The Rockefellers control both education and religion in this country by their foundations. The Rockefellers have played key roles in the CFR. Rockefeller wrote the book The Future of Federalism, which supports the Union of Nations into a world government. For many years the Rockefellers have been pouring billions of dollars into projects and international groups which are working to bring in a public one world government. The world already has a secret one world government. The Rockefellers take part in decisions that affect Russia, China and other parts of Asia, and with good reason. The House of Rockefeller has hold up and assets in these countries too. The investigator of the Rockefellers will find that they have secretly had their hand in the politics of the United States during the 20th century. The decisions and directions this nation has taken are the result of countless orders which the Rockefellers have given to their underlings. 11. The Rothschild bloodline. Rothschild talks about their dynasty. Visiting the nation the Rothschilds built. The Rothschilds as prophets. Another God too. Co-masters of the world, connections to JWS, Mormons, and Judaism, Charles T. Russell, Jacob Sif. Co-masters of the world, connections to secret societies. Co-masters of the world, management of the Catholic and Tsar's wealth and the capture of the Orthodox Church's wealth. Mountbattens. Co-masters of the world control over Satanism and witchcraft. Long story short. Co-masters of the world control over I Treaty. Co-masters of the world connections to Me 5, Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan, CFR, et al. Co-masters of the world power within Christendom. Extent of Rothschild power. Allies, Oppenheims. Sorting out the various identity groups. Co-masters of the world, the media. The Rothschilds' history by a Jewish writer related to the Rothschilds. Where does Nazism fit into Satan's plans? The Rothschilds, a continuation of articles on the top 13 Illuminati families. Part 1: The House of Rothschild. The Five Wizards. The New Trinity. Rothschild influence in America. The House of Rothschild and Israel. Bibliography. Introduction to Part 2 of the Rothschilds. Their power is extensive. The bloodlines are secret. Above the law. The Round Table Group. The Rothschilds, Part 2 by David Smith. French House, late 19th and early 20th century. British House, late 19th and early 20th. Austrian House, late 19th and early 20th century. The Morgan Connection. The Civ Connection. Jekyll Island. World War I. World War II. Globalism. Bibliography, a note about the Krupps of Germany. Part 3. The Rothschilds Today by Fritz Springmeier. The Rothschilds a daily threat. The First Great Temple. Two neighbors horse farmers came together one day to talk business. The first farmer sold his horse to the second for $250,000, and then bought it back for about $20 more. He could now advertise his horse, actually worth $20, as a horse that he had paid over $250,000 for. We can laugh over such schemes. And perhaps we should laugh at ourselves for having been fooled, for if there is one area in life that exceeds the religious in deception, and touches all of us, it is the financial. What else can we do about it except laugh? The famous poet Lord Byron describes the archetype of our two farmers in 1823, who keeps the world, both old and new, in pain or pleasure. Who makes politics run glibberall. The shade of Bonaparte's noble daring? Jew Rothschild and his fellow Christian, Bering. You'll learn about some other, neighbor horse traders, in this chapter too. Rothschild talks about their dynasty. Lord Rothschild in his book The Shadow of a Great Man quotes a letter sent from Davidson on June 24, 1814 to Nathan Rothschild, "As long as a house is like yours, and as long as you work together with your brothers, not a house in the world will be able to compete with you, to cause you harm or to take advantage of you, for together you can undertake and perform more than any house in the world." The closeness of the Rothschild brothers is seen in a letter from Salmon Rothschild to his brother Nathan on February 28, 1815. "We are like the mechanism of a watch, each part is essential." This closeness is further seen in that of the 18 marriages made by Myram Skull Rothschild's grandchildren, 16 were contracted between first cousins. Visiting the nation the Rothschilds built. In 1974, in the summer after the Yom Kippur War, this author toured Israel, and got the chance to personally visit many of the buildings like the Knesset that the Rothschilds' money has built. The Knesset is the Israeli equivalent to our Congress's Capitol building. One of the Rothschilds in his will left money for ongoing building projects in Israel, and the Rothschilds are honored with a street named after them in Jerusalem. The people of Germany and Turkey have been very close. I can recall meeting Turkish guest workers, in Germany. The reader will remember that Turkey fought on Germany's side in WW.I. A few powerful Jews, including the Rothschilds, were responsible for the wording of the treaty imposed on Germany that ended WW.I. The treaty gave the Rothschilds the German-owned railway rights in Palestine, which had been part of the Turkish Ottoman Empire, thus paving the way for the Rothschilds to have a sure leverage to dictate policy concerning Palestine. The Rothschilds had made loans to Turkey which amounted to almost £100 million. When the Turkish government collapsed after WW.I because they were on the losing side, the Rothschilds had a claim on Palestine because of those unpaid Turkish loans. The British government followed the dictates of the Rothschilds. The British were given a mandate over Palestine, and the Rothschilds were able to, through their proxies in the British government, to create the steps that led to the nation of Israel. The Rothschilds as prophets. One item stands out as a person listens to the international bankers and reads their books. They believe money is what makes the world go round. If you have money, you can do anything. Money is God, and it is worshipped and served. Even after these families accumulate more than can be spent, these devotees continue selling their souls for this false but powerful God. The great poet-philosopher Heinrich Heine, a banker's son, said, "Money is the god of our time, and Rothschild is his prophet." Following the cue of the Rothschilds, Heinrich Hemm, a Jew, signed his name by drawing a seal of Solomon. Amsel Rothschild is reported to have said, "Give me control of the economics of a country, and I care not who makes her laws." Today his descendants meet twice daily in London to dictate to the world what the world price of gold will be. They also dictate what the Federal Reserve System will do with America's finances. Another god too. According to eyewitnesses, who were prominent enough to visit one of the British Rothschild homes, the Rothschilds worship yet another god too, Satan. They set a place for him at their table. The Rothschilds have been Satanists for many generations. The Rothschilds are an important part of the history of the Seal of Solomon, also known as hexagram, Magen David, six-pointed star, Star of David. The Seal of Solomon, the hexagram, was not considered a Jewish symbol before the Rothschilds began using it. Throughout the Middle Ages the Seal of Solomon had been used by Arab magicians, Kabbalist magicians, Druid witches and Satanists. One of the few ancient uses of the symbol was on the floor of the 1,200-year-old Muslim mosque found where Tel Aviv is today. In the 12th century an Ashkenazic Jew Menachem Benduji, who thought he was the Messiah, used the magical symbol. Because the Rothschilds were Satanists they adopted this powerful magic symbol in 1822 for their coat of arms. The name they adopted for their family actually comes from the fact that in the 17th century Meyer Amsel Bauer began hanging out a red hexagram in front of their house to identify it. Meyer Amsel then decided to take the name Redeseld, Rothschild in German, after the red seal of Solomon that they used. Alice Bailey in a treatise on white magic, p. 412, claims that the hierarchy has a special group which she calls the financial group, controlling all that can be converted into energy, and constituting a dictatorship over all modes of intercourse, commerce and exchange. According to the Luciferian Alice Bailey, the financial group is the latest group directed by the hierarchy. In 1836 Zevi Hirsch Kalisser approached Rothschild and proposed Rothschild by all of Era's Israel. It took many years for the Rothschilds to finally create Israel. The Rothschilds have been a primary force behind the creation of Israel, and so it is appropriate that the nation carries their magical seal of Solomon as the state logo. The ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel will not serve in the Israeli army because they know that Almighty God was not behind the creation of modern Israel, but rather the rich ungodly apostate Jews. They refuse to serve the ungodly. They are more wiser than men like Jerry Falwell who run around proclaiming Israel is God's nation. Men like Falwell are the type that this author finds reference to repeatedly in Jewish documents that speak of their power within the fundamentalists. God is ultimately in charge. He has allowed Hitler to come to power, Stalin to come to power, and the Rothschilds to come to power. In the same sense that God rules over and blessed Stalin's Russia, he rules over America and Israel. To twist scriptures about God seating the rulers and then to apply them to bless one satanic secular communist nation and not another is inconsistent and not correctly using the word of truth. Some people object that the conspiracy of power is labeled Jewish rather than satanic by certain concerned citizens. This objection is valid, however. Will these objectors then take the obvious next step and admit the nation of Israel which the Rothschilds created is satanic and not Jewish? But then who knows precisely why people do what they do? If you ask someone why he does something, he will give you one answer today, another tomorrow, and another the next day. Does he do what he does for a real reason, or a single motive? Perhaps to label the power as only satanic or only Jewish or only Masonic is to neglect the personal human dimension. This personal human dimension is godless. Being godless, it fills that void, by pretending its men are gods. This brings us right back to the Gnostic religions and Satan. Most Jewish people do not concern themselves with learning the occultic significance to their treasured Magen David, Star of David. King David did not have anything to do with the hexagram, although his son Solomon did when he began worshipping Ashtaroth, star, also known as Astarte, Shian, Kaiwan, Remphan, and Saturn. Solomon built altars to star, Astarte, also known as Ashtaroth. The god Saturn is associated with the star, but both Saturn and Astarte also been identified with a number of other names. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as Saturnia or City of Saturn. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of the Saturn worship in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer. In various occult dictionaries, Saturn is associated with evil. Saturn was important to the religion of Mithra, and also the Druids. Co-masters of the world, connections to JWS, Mormons, and Judaism. It has been said all roads lead to Rome. For this book, it could be said all paths of investigation lead to the Rothschilds. Charles T. Russell, in a 1891 letter to Baron, Lord, Rothschild, mailed from Palestine, outlined possible courses of action that could be taken to establish the Jews in Palestine. Russell's letters praised the Rothschilds' money which established Jewish colonies in Palestine. Russell writes, Rothschild, what is needed here, therefore, next to water and cleanliness, is a good government which will protect the poor from the ravenous and the wealthy. Banking institutions on sound bases, and doing business honorably, are also greatly needed. Russell continues, may the God of Jacob direct you, my dear sir, and all interested with you in the deliverance and prosperity of Israel, and blessed will they be who, to any extent, yield themselves as his servants in fulfilling his will as predicted. When the Mormon Church needed financing in the late 19th century, they went to Kuhn, Loeb Company to explain the Rothschilds' control of Kuhn, Loeb Company. Here is some background information. The method that the House of Rothschild used to gain influence, was the same that royalty had used for centuries, marriage. The Rothschild children, girls and boys, have had their spouses chosen on the basis of alliances that would benefit the House of Rothschild, but since consolidating world power they generally have married cousins these last 2 centuries. Jacob Schiff grew up in the house that the Rothschilds had at 148 Judengasse, Frankfurt. Jacob Schiff came to the United States with Rothschild capital and took over control of a small Jewish banking concern founded by 2 Cincinnati dry goods merchants, Abraham Kuhn and Solomon Loeb. He even married Solomon's daughter. In 1885, Loeb retired, and Schiff ran the Kuhn, Loeb Company for the Rothschilds until 1920 when he died. During Russell's and Brigham Young's day, Lord Rothschild was considered the lay leader of world Jewry. Edmund Rothschild was president of the Jewish Colonization Assoc, which was a major Zionist group. Anselm Rothschild indicated that his grandfather Amskel Meyer Rothschild had insisted in Clause 15 of his will to his children, "May they and their descendants remain constantly true to their ancestral Jewish faith." However, the will has been secret and there is no way of knowing what it says. The Rothschilds have not remained true to the Orthodox faith. If this was actually what Clause 15 said, then something is amiss. The Jewish world has showered the Rothschilds with praises. The Rothschilds govern a Christian world. Not a cabinet moves without their advice. They stretch their hand, with equal ease, from Petersburg to Vienna, from Vienna to Paris, from Paris to London, from London to Washington. Baron Rothschild, the head of the house, is the true king of Judah, the prince of the captivity, the Messiah so long looked for by this extraordinary people. The Lion of the tribe of Judah, Baron Rothschild, possesses more real force than David, more wisdom than Solomon. The prelude to Sion, the elders of Sion, also relates to the Rothschilds, who are reported to serve on a Jewish council of elders of Sion. The Rothschilds have helped the Jewish people the Rothschilds' own way. For those who admire stinginess, the Rothschilds will be greatly looked up to. For instance, the extent of James Rothschild's charity in France to poor Jews was 5 francs, the equivalent of $1. Their dynasty has destroyed honest Jews along with Christians. Today, few dare criticize the Rothschilds, co-masters of the world connections to secret societies. The Rothschilds had played a major role in the Bavarian Illuminati, and it is known that at least one of the sons of Amsel was a member. As the reader remembers, Amsel placed his sons in the major European capitals, where they each set up the principal banking houses. By their own secret intelligence service and their own news network they could outmaneuver any European government. The large amounts of voluminous correspondence by Rothschild couriers attracted attention, but no one ever stopped their personal intelligence and mail services. After the Bavarian Illuminati were exposed, the central occult power over the European secret societies shifted to Carbonarism, aka the Alta Vendita, led by another powerful Rothschild, Karl Rothschild, son of Amskel. In 1818, Karl participated in a secret document that was sent out to the headquarters of Masonry from the Alta Vendita. The Masons were quite distressed when a copy of this was lost, and offered rewards to anyone who could return the lost copy. It was originally written in Italian. Its title translates, "Permanent Instructions, or Practical Code of Rules, Guide for the Heads of the Highest Grades of Masonry." The Masonic Reference Book 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume 4, p. 74, indicates 2 other sons of Amskel were Masons, James Meyer Rothschild, and his brother Nathan Meyer Rothschild. James Rothschild in Paris was a 33-degree Scottish Rite Mason, and his brother Nathan in London was a member of the Lodge of Emulation. And Jewish Freemason Cats indicates Solomon Rothschild, a third member of the 5 brothers, was initiated into Freemasonry on June 14, 1809. The Rothschilds became powerful within Freemasonry. We find the Saint-Simonians, the occult religious millennialist forerunners of communism, praising Baron de Rothschild in their magazine Le Globe. There is no one today who better represents the triumph of equality and work in the 19th century than M. Le Baron de Rothschild. Was this Jew born a millionaire? No, he was born poor, and if only you knew what genius, patience, and hard work were required to construct that European edifice called the House of Rothschild, you would admire rather than insult it. Lionel de Rothschild, the de was added by the French Rothschilds, was involved with the first Communist Internationale. The Mason Mazzini, who helped start communism, praised Rothschild. Rothschild could be king of France if he so desired. Adolphe Crémieux was a French Jewish Mason, see chap 1.4 for his credentials. The Rothschilds gave at least £1,000 to Crémieux to go to Damascus with Salomon Monk, and Sir Moses Montefiore to win the release of Jews imprisoned there, and to convince the Turkish Sultan to declare the charges of ritual murder false. According to the three Jewish authors of Dope, Incorporated, the B'nai B'rith was a spin-off of the Order of Zion and was organized as a covert intelligence front for the House of Rothschild. It is highly probable that the B'nai B'rith was used as a Rothschild intelligence cover. The Rothschilds are prominent in the Bilderbergers too. The Rothschilds were closely related to the Council of Foreign Relations, CFR. Although many people today would not view the CFR as a secret society, it was originally set up as part of a secret society and it was kept secret for many years, in spite of its awesome power. Carroll Quigley, professor of international relations at the Jesuit Georgetown University, exposed the Round Table Group with his book Tragedy and Hope. The Rothschilds supported Rhodes to form De Beers. Later, Rhodes made 7 wills which established a secret society modeled after the Jesuits and Masons to help bring in a one-world government centered upon Britain, and the Rhodes Scholarships. The inner group was established in March 1891 and consisted of Rhodes, Stead, Lord Esher, Brett, and 33 Mason Alfred Milner. 33B. A secondary circle of potential members of the Circle of Initiates consisted of the Jew Lord Balfour, Sir Harry Johnson, Lord Rothschild, Lord Grey and others. Initially, Lord Rothschild was part of the inner group of Rhodes' secret society, but was replaced by his son-in-law Lord Rosebery, who wasn't as conspicuous. The Fabian Socialists dominated the staff at Oxford when the Rhodes scholars began arriving. These scholars then received indoctrination and preparation to become part of an international socialist New World Order. The Round Table Group developed from the inner executive circle of Rhodes' secret society. The outer circle was established after the start of the 20th century. The Round Table Group was extended after WW.I by organizing a front organization, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. The Council of Foreign Relations was the American part of this front. The inner circle continues to direct the outer circle and its two front organizations RIA and CFR. The SIR in turn set up a number of fronts including the Institute of Pacific Relations, IPR. Co-masters of the world management of the Catholic and Tsar's wealth and the capture of the Orthodox Church's wealth. Early in the 19th century the Pope came to the Rothschilds to borrow money. The Rothschilds were very friendly with the Pope, causing one journalist to sarcastically say, "Rothschild has kissed the hand of the Pope. Order has at last been re-established." The Rothschilds in fact over time were entrusted with the bulk of the Vatican's wealth. The Jewish INSI. Volume 2, p. 497 states, "It is a somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time, 1905, the latter are the guardians of the papal treasure." Researcher Eustace Mullins writes that the Rothschilds took over all the financial operations of the worldwide Catholic Church in 1823. Today the large banking and financial business of the Catholic Church is an extensive system interlocked with the Rothschilds and the rest of the international banking system. The great wealth of the Russian Tsars was entrusted to the Rothschilds, $35 million with the Rothschilds Bank of England, and $80 million in the Rothschilds Paris Bank. The Rothschilds financed the Russian Revolution, which confiscated vast portions of the Orthodox Church's wealth. They have been able to prevent, due to their power, the legitimate heirs of the Tsar's fortune to withdraw a penny of the millions deposited in a variety of their banks. The Mountbattens, who are related to the Rothschilds, led the court battles to prevent the claimants from withdrawing any of the fortune. In other words, the money they invested in the Russian Revolution was not only paid back directly by the Bolshevists in millions of dollars of gold, but by grabbing the huge deposits of the Tsar's wealth. The Rothschilds gained what is now worth over $50 billions. Co-masters of the world control over Satanism and witchcraft. Chapter 2.11 gives the names of a witchcraft council of 13 witches under Rothschild control and in turn issue orders to various groups. One of the purest form of Satanism can be traced to the Jewish Sabbatean sect and its Frankist spin-off. The leaders of this up to the Rothschilds were Sabbatai Zevi, 1626 1676 Nathan of Gaza, 16. Jacob Frank, 1726 1791 Rothschilds. 3 connections between Satanism, evil, and money. Money naturally attracts itself to evil. For instance, if a woman prostitutes herself, she may receive a great sum of money, but who will pay her for keeping her virginity or her dignity? If you are a hitman, a large amount of money is yours if you kill your target. Who will pay you if you would miss your target? Second, evil men believe in where there is a will there is a way, and they are willing to sell their souls for their god money. They will employ evil to gain money. While most people are quite aware of these last 2 connections, a third may likely have escaped their attention. Thirdly, the principal group of men who cranked up international banking were Satanists from the beginning. These Satanists now are the ones who run the Federal Reserve and are responsible for the creation of U.S. Federal Reserve notes. Just having total control over the supply of U.S. paper money almost gives them leverage over the world's finances, without mentioning they control the World Bank. It is no accident then, that once they established world financial control, they would do all in their power to divide and conquer and destroy both the Christian and the Muslim faith in God. These powerful bankers relate to faith in God as Cain related to his brother Abel. That they may be related to the Jewish people, does not mean they have the Jewish people's best interest at heart. Initially Sabbatai Zevi was rejected by many Jews. His sect gained momentum in second half of the 17th century in southeastern Poland. In 1759–60, 500 Jewish Sabbateans converted to Christianity. In 1715, 109 of the 415 Jewish families in Frankfurt were engaged in money lending. The rest were merchants of various kinds. The concepts that Satanism holds to were a natural shoe-in to justify for many of these Jewish bankers the type of behavior they were engaged in. Long story short, many divisions and battles between religious elements in the world have been encouraged and supported by the power's wealth. Unfortunately, many have been fooled into thinking that being devout and faithful to God is the source of religious fighting. In some areas of the world, Muslims, Christians, and others have gotten along fine for centuries. Religious tensions do spring to some degree from within the religions themselves, but the fuel to keep those fires burning and to light up conflicts often come from the power's wealth. An obvious example is the Iran-Iraq War. Co-masters of the world control over WWI treaty. When Germany fell, not only did Rothschild agents draft the treaty, prepare the idea of the League of Nations, but Max Rothschild was one of 11 men who took control over Bavaria. Max Rothschild was a Freemason in Lodge No. 11, Munich, Germany. Co-masters of the world connections to me 5, Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan, CFR, et al. Victor Rothschild, who worked for J.P. Morgan and Company and was an important part of MI5, British intelligence. Victor Rothschild was also a communist and member of the Apostles' Club at Cambridge. Lord Rothschild was one of the original members of Rhodes Round Table Group, which developed into the CFR. It was the Rothschilds who had financed Cecil Rhodes, beginning in Africa. The Rothschilds have several agents which their money got started and who still serve them well, the Morgans and the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers were Marino Jews. The original Rockefeller made his money selling narcotics. They weren't illegal then. After acquiring a little capital he branched out in oil. But it was the Rothschild capital that made the Rockefellers so powerful. They also financed the activities of Edward Harriman, railroads, and Andrew Carnegie's steel. Co-masters of the world power within Christendom. The Rothschilds also wielded much influence and power not only in secret societies, but also in Christendom's churches. The Salvation Army under the suggestion of the Rothschilds adopted the red shield, Rothred-style shield, for their logo. One history of the Rothschilds remarks, the Rothschilds had rapidly propelled themselves into a position of immense financial power and political influence. They were an independent force in the life of Europe, accountable to no one and, to a large extent, reliant on no one. Popular lampoons depicted them as the real rulers of Christendom. Some of the Rothschilds have been involved in the campaign to loosen public morals. The first executive secretary of the National Student Forum was John Rothschild. This National Student Forum changed its name like articles of clothing. Speaking about clothing, one of the aims of this socialist group was to promote public nudity and free love. This organization had the following constituent groups: Radcliffe Liberal Club, Union Theological Seminary Contemporary Club, Yale Liberal Club, to name just a few. A further development of this was the Youth Peace Federation, which consisted of the League of Youth of Community Church, Methodist Epworth League, New York District, Young Judea, and Young People's Fellowship of St. Philip's Parish, to name a few. American religious men have ties to the Rothschilds, especially through their various agents. Harry Emerson Fosdick, who was pastor of Rockefeller's Church, was also among the presidents of the Rockefeller Foundation. John Foster Dulles, CFR, was chairman of the board of the Rockefeller Foundation, and married a Rockefeller, Janet Pomeroy Avery. Remember, John Foster Dulles was an important Federal Council of Churches of Christ official. See Chap. 2.9. Every road leads back to the Rothschilds. There are more items than what have been mentioned above linking the Rothschilds to the various tentacles. Each of the various tentacles that conspiracy theorists have put forth, the Jews, the Masons, the intelligence communities, the international bankers, the Pre-Eurasian, the Catholics, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR, the New Age, the cults, each ties back to the Rothschilds' power. Extent of Rothschild power. According to one source, it was estimated that they controlled half the wealth of the world. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York was controlled by 5 banks which owned 53% of its stock. These 5 banks were controlled by Nathan M. Rothschild and Sons of London. Control over the U.S. Fed is basically control over the world's money. That fact alone shows how immense the Rothschild power is. If one examines who has been appointed to head the Fed, and to run it, the connections of the Federal Reserve System to the Rothschilds can further be seen. Another private enterprise using the name Federal that the Rothschilds also direct is Federal Express. Anyone else might be taken to court for making their businesses sound like they are government, not the Rothschilds. It is appropriate for them to appropriate the name of Federal, because by way of MI6 via the CIA they instruct the U.S. government. Senators are bought and paid off by their system, as investigators of the BCI are discovering. The Rothschilds have been intimately involved in witchcraft and the Illuminati since its early known history. The Kaiser of Germany seems to refer to them when he said, "The magic powers of money is wielded by the Lord of Lucre are powers of black magic at its blackest." If only half of the wealth is controlled by the Rothschilds, it indicates that if they are to be part of the world's rulership, they must have allies. Allies. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers are only 2 of 13 controlling families of the Illuminati. 2 Jewish families that appear to be prominent are the Oppenheims and the Oppenheimers. An Oppenheim was situated in Cologne. The Oppenheimers were early members of the Bavarian Illuminati. The Bund der Gerichten, League of the Just, was an Illuminati front run mainly by Jews who were Satanists. This bund, financed in part by the Rothschilds, paid the Satanist and Mason Karl Marx to write the Communist Manifesto. The Jew Gumpel Oppenheim was in the inner circle of the bund. His relative Heinrich Oppenheim masterminded the Communist Revolution of 1848 in Germany. The Communist Party's official histories even accept the bund as the predecessor of communism. The Oppenheimers apparently are close to the Rothschilds. J. Robert Oppenheimer of the CFR was exposed as a communist. Harry Oppenheimer, an international banker, is chairman of the Jewish De Beers Worldwide Diamond Monopoly, and chairman of the Anglo-American corporation. Oppenheimers can be found in important financial positions in the U.S. They help run around 10 large foundations, including the Oppenheimer-Haas Trust of New York for the care of needy Jewish children. The Jewish INSEE. Volume 2, p. 496 indicates other Jewish families adopted the Rothschild plan. These were the Lazards, Sterns, Speyers, and Seligmans. The Rothschild plan was to place family members in the 5 largest European capitals to coordinate their activities. One of Germany's largest magazines is the Stern, and Ernst Stern is second in command of the World Bank. The Jewish families that established the Frankfurt Judenlodge, this was the Masonic lodge the Rothschilds belonged to in Frankfurt, included the Adlers, Speyers, Rieses, Seychelles, Ilessens, Hanaus, Geisnheimers, and Goldschmidts. Isaac Hildesheim, a Jew who changed his name to Justus Hiller, is credited as being the founder of this Frankfurt Lodge. Michael Hess, principal of the Reformed Jewish School Philanthropin, was an important figure in the lodge too, as was Dr. Ludwig Baruch, later born, who joined in 1808. Most of these Frankfurt Jewish Freemasons engaged in commerce. Those Freemasons from 1817 to 1842 were the leaders of the Frankfurt Jewish community. A Gentile Mason in Frankfurt, Johann Christian E. Hermann, began warning the German people that the Frankfurt Jewish Masons wanted a world republic based on humanism. In 1816 he came out with a warning pamphlet, Das Judentum in der M, or Y, the Jews in Masonry. A powerful ally of the world's Jewry can be seen beginning with men like Oliver Cromwell, who was considered a Mason. Cromwell was financed by Jews, and helped the Jews gain power in England. Cromwell was willing to go along with the Jews, because he became convinced of British Israelism. Since the core of the conspiracy of power is Jewish, the attitude of those allied with it hinges on their attitude toward the Jewish people. The religious idea that the British people are descended from the tribes of Israel doesn't automatically place people into the camp of the conspiracy. Some of the British Israelites realize that the so-called Jewish people in general have no claim over the promises of God. For that reason, they realize that it is not the Christian duty to bow and scrape at their every move. When Christians can be arrested in Israel and abused, and Christians will not even stand up for their own kind, we can see how much hold the idea of the chosen race theory has over Christendom. Some of the British Israelites, such as the Mormons, the old New England wealthy families such as make up the Order, some Masons and New Agers, and the non-Jewish members of the Prior Sign are collaborating with the One World Power. The Anglican Church, which is run by the Freemasons, is strongly British Israelistic. Sorting out the various identity groups. In contrast, a hodgepodge of groups which are opposed to the conspiracy, like some neo-Nazi groups, and various churches unrelated with them, are also believers in British Israelism. These various groups are sometimes all lumped together as the identity movement, which is misleading because of their vast differences. It is important to differentiate between those groups that are trying to approach things from a Christian perspective and place themselves under the authority of God, and those who are setting themselves up under the New Order's authority, or under their own authority. Co-masters of the world, the media. Eustace Mullins has published his research in his book Who Owns the TV Networks, showing that the Rothschilds have control of all 3 U.S. networks, plus other aspects of the recording and mass media industry. It can be added that they control Reuters too. From other sources it appears CNN, which began as an independent challenge to the Jewish network monopoly, ran into repeated trickery, and ended up part of the system. Money from BCCI has been one of the New World Order's financial systems for doing its dirty business, such as controlling congressmen, and is involved with Ensler, the Iran-Contra scandal, Centrust, and other recent scandals, which has tainted so many aspects of public power in the US. Has also been behind CNN. Perhaps nothing dominates the life of some Americans as does the television. Americans sit themselves before the television set and simply absorb what it projects to them. On a day-to-day basis, the biggest way the Rothschilds touch the lives of Americans are the three major networks which are under Rothschild direction. To illustrate this, we will examine who run the networks. This list is not current, and no attempt was to provide that. The length of writing a book ensures that some material will be dated anyway. NBC directors. Rothschild connections. Other connections. John Bradmers. Der.Rockl. FDTN. CHRM. Fed. Reserve Bank of New York, which controls all other Fed.R.BKS. Humanist of the 1978. Cecily B. Selby Nat. Der. Girl Scouts. The occult is now part of the Girl Scout program. Der. Avon Products and Loman Dresses. HUSP. James Cole, President Bowdoin College. Peter G. Peterson FRMR, head of Kuhn Lobeck's Seconds of Commerce. Robert Isaac Der. First City Bancop Der. K. Chemcheaper Industries. Thomas O. Payne, President of Northrop, large defense contractor. Der. Of Strategic Der of Inst. Of Studies, various munitions associates. Donald Smiley Der. Of several Morgan firms Der. Of Ralston, Purina, Irving Trust, Metro Life and U.S. Steel and CHRM of Macy Company. David C. Jones, President Consolidated Cantor. Der. U.S. Steel, Kemper. Insur. Thornton Bradshaw, Der. Aspen Inst. Of Humanistic Studies, Atlantic Richfield Der. Rock Brothers Fund. Oil, Champion Paper Company, Chairman of RCA. Brandon Dartikoff. Head of NBC Entertainment, Jewish. CBS. Harold Brown, Jewish. X, Seconds of Air Force and X, Seconds of Defense. X. Der. Trilat. Com. Roswell Gilpatrick, Der. Fed. Rees. BK.NY. Goonlobe Firm C.S. and M. Henry B. Schnucht, Der. Chase Manhattan, Der and T. CHNMN Cummins. CFR, Brookings Inst. Engine Company Committee for Economic Development. Michelle C. Bergerac, CHRMN. Revlon. Der. Manufacturers. James D. Wolf & Son. FRMR.HD. J. Henry S.C.H.R. Der Bank. Walter Cronkite. Newton D. Minnow. Der. Rand Corp. Franklin A. Thomas, head of Ford Found. Marietta Tree, Der. Winston Churchill Found. Der. Salomon Bro. Foundation and Der. U.S. Trust, Grand Trove FDR. Of Groton, HSBD NBR. Intel. Associates W/DITSI. The Rothschilds' History by a Jewish writer related to the Rothschilds. Jewish writer Anke Mulstsen wrote a book Baron James: The Rise of the French Rothschilds. I prefer paraphrase and make short quotes from her book, because I am trying to document for the reader the mindset and history of the Rothschilds. Anke Mulstsen has nothing against the Rothschilds, so it will be easier for the reader to accept what she says about them than from me. I can't require the reader to read her book, but I can try to summarize some of the appropriate thoughts. Other books also relate many of the things Anke does, but again, if I write a footnoted article, it will not carry the weight as my paraphrase will. The reader is recommended to read the book firsthand if he has the time and is interested in the details of James' life. The Jews in the 18th century were restricted to living in ghettos. Meyer Amschel Rothschild lived in the Frankfurt ghetto. p. 22. The Jews were repressed by outsiders. p. 23. They lived in geographically isolated and self-contained communities. p. 24. The Jewish communities in Europe used a secret relay system between all the ghettos. Hebrew characters were one effective code. p. 24. Because of the persecution and repression, the Jewish communities were very tight, knit and highly organized. p. 23. They were deeply hostile to the Christian people. Christians had restricted their own people from money lending with interest, so lending money on interest had become a Jewish enterprise. The German princes of Thurn and Taxis in the 16th century initiated a postal service. Meyer Amschel loaned them money. p. 21. Certainly they, the Rothschilds, discovered the latitude that the Thurn and Taxis allowed themselves in unsealing letters, possibly divulging their contents, and according to their own interests, delaying or accelerating delivery. p. 22. When it profited Meyer Amschel, he would hire Christians, but in general his business and banking were conducted by his close-knit family. For instance, Meyer Amschel hired a young Christian woman to write his letters for him. p. 25. Meyer Amschel Rothschild and his family were wholeheartedly Jewish. p. 27. Meyer Amschel Rothschild picked his sons' wives for the business gains the wives would bring the family. The oldest son was not happy with this. Actually, he was bitter because he was denied marriage to the woman he loved, but he complied with his father's choice. p. 26. Amschel's daughters all married bankers in Worms, Seychelles, and Bivas. p. 26. Meyer had 10 children and they were all employed in the family business. p. 25. The Jews were taught from childhood up, that the Christians were to blame for all their woes, and that the Christians were to be feared and detested. p. 24. Meyer Amschel had secret, underground passages. p. 22. His carriage was honeycombed with secret drawers. p. 27. The Napoleonic War greatly helped the Rothschild business. p. 27. Rothschild even outsmarted Napoleon because the Rothschilds had such good connections. p. 38. The Rothschilds smuggled during the English blockade of Napoleon's Europe, and made millions. p. 33. The Rothschilds changed course constantly during this period, always maneuvering to avoid any kind of political commitment. p. 34. One of the things Meyer Amschel set up, was to disperse his 5 sons to the major capitals of Europe. Anke attributes the respectability of Jewish money lending to the help it gave merchants and entrepreneurs. See chap. 3.2. This author's view is that merchants had been borrowing for centuries prior to interest-taking becoming acceptable by society in the 19th century. It was greatly in part due to who owned and controlled the major newspapers in the 19th century, Jews and Masons, that led the public to change. The obligation to reimburse a loan and to pay interest became less onerous to men whose affairs had flourished as a result of the borrowed money. The Jewish lender ceased to be a bloodsucker. Often, indeed, he became an associate of the borrower. p. 31. The Bible says a borrower is a slave to the lender, hardly an association to be desired. the business of financing monarchs was lucrative. The Rothschilds had developed several traits in the ghetto that made their family hard to stop. The great gift the Frankfurt ghetto bestowed upon him, James Rothschild, was adaptability, a quality matched by the driving force of his ambition, his prodigious energy, tremendous powers of concentration, and determination to get even with Christians. James set out to make his place in the world. p.40, the 5 Rothschild brothers, each in the 5 major European capitals, set up their own private courier system which was faster than the regular mail. p.47. The Rothschilds had news, whether political or economic, faster than anyone else including the monarchs. Thus the Rothschilds had news before anyone else, including ministers, govt. They also understood how to make use of it. p.47, somewhat akin to how money could be made off of knowing the future. The Rothschilds' nimble correspondence to each other was in code. p.46, their world was one of finance, politics and secrecy. In the ante-Napoleonic time period, the Rothschilds increased their wealth tenfold. p.47. James. He enjoyed, moreover, a rock-solid strength and stability, built up by his family, that family simultaneously closed tight like a fist, united by mutual confidence and an invisible wall of secrecy, yet wide open to the outside world. Such was the cohesion of the Rothschilds that the removal of one or more of them left no gap in their common defenses. The Rothschilds carried out espionage with their own intelligence service, and other questionable subversive activities, but none of these could be tracked. Whenever Meyer Amschel and his sons were on the verge of being caught out, some highly placed person stepped in and stopped the investigation. p.36 They made their money doing technically illegal activity. The original large sum of money made was to take the Elector of Hesse's large sum and, instead of investing it into government bonds as directed, to put it to use at investments of higher returns, and giving the Elector the return from the government bonds. Anker writes, the Elector was never the wiser, but even if he had been, he could hardly have complained of disobedience. p.34, in summary, the mafia-like closeness of the Rothschild family, along with their tactic to situate themselves in all the major capitals, along with their own quick secret personal news/intelligence/mail service, gave them the contacts and the power to manipulate all kinds of business opportunities. Where does Nazism fit into Satan's plans? Let me briefly recap what some of the plan was. And while you read these plans that I am relaying to you from my intensive research on high-level Satanism, see if you don't see the irony in the satanic plans. How very ironic it is that in all the twisted thinking and reasoning of the leading Satanists for why they must do things, it is surprising they do not catch on that this plan of Satan's is going to achieve God's revealed plan. How pride does blind us. For the sake of brevity I will dispense with my normal method of documenting everything. I suggest that my book Be Wise as Serpents be read for documentation, and further questions be written to me. Otherwise this article would be way too bulky for the newsletter. The brilliant plan given in detail to the Illuminati was to create a thesis and its opposite called the antithesis. The process would repeat itself until the desired outcome. Out of the battle between the two would emerge the synthesis. Out of the battle of chaos would come a new order, reminding us of the Masonic slogan, "Order out of chaos." If the thesis were like a hammer and the antithesis like an anvil, what was caught in between would be broken or reshaped. 3 world wars would enable the plan to work. The hammer would be constructed and then given a homeland, a secure base in Russia. It is what we call communism. The first anvil would be created out of economic chaos in Germany. It would be called National Socialism. That anvil would be destroyed in a Second World War, but another anvil would replace it called democracy. The first 2 world wars accomplished exactly what they were intended to accomplish. Out of the First World War came 1. A secure satanic dictatorship in Russia, a secure base to carry out further world subversion. 2. the satanic family of Rothschilds gained partial control over Palestine, preparing the way for Satan to rule from Jerusalem someday. 3. Weapons of mass destruction and terror. 4. The League of Nations. Out of the Second World War came 1. The enlargement of their secure base in Russia into a world power. 2. Complete control over Palestine by the Rothschilds. 3. Air power, including long-range missiles, jets, secret flying saucers, and powerful submarines, all items that individuals could not produce. Those in control of production would therefore control all air and seaways of the earth. 4. The Cold War under an era of terror to convince the people of the need for Satan's one world order. 5. The United Nations. Out of the Third World War would emerge a new religious system. The Third World War would have to be tailored to be like the Bible's Armageddon, Satan told his highest slaves, because, if it resembled Armageddon, then the people would believe he was the Messiah when he came after its end. It would have to be terrible, so that he could step in and bring miraculous order out of a world beaten into chaos by the worst war in history. Again it would be, order out of chaos, as the Masonic documents repeatedly proclaim. The Third World War would come during a period of 7 years of tribulation starting in 1992 and running until 1999. Just like the Second World War emerged out of the Great Worldwide Depression. Satan told his followers this 1990-99 tribulation would repeat on a larger scale the plagues of Egypt, for he would wreak revenge for what was done to Egypt by God and Moses, by giving back in a bigger way to the world what happened to ancient Egypt. To a demonic-controlled mind it makes sense to wreak such revenge, especially when the end result is held out to be the salvation of the world by the light-bearer, the morning star, also known as Lucifer. For most of us, the idea of such pain and destruction seems like demonic madness, which it is. At the core of the one-world system is Satanism. It hides itself behind fronts such as Jewish finance, socialism, Aryanism, British Israelism, Zionism, and Freemasonry, which are tools to get the broad masses to serve the plan. The conspiracy to create the one-world system has enlisted the help of almost everyone. That is because most of the religious systems at the top are controlled by Satanists who know what they are doing and direct the people's religious efforts. Read the research in Be Wise as Serpents for the documentation on this. Nazism was a pagan Gnostic religious system whose high priest Hitler knew what he was doing in relation to Satan's mission. More about this further down. The Jewish people, one use the term in its broadest sense, are being used. Actually, the allegiance of the satanic hierarchy is not in the least concerned with Judaism, although it appears that at first the plans are to create a religious leader that will have the apparent credentials of the Jewish Messiah. How sad, because the actions of the Rothschilds and other satanic Jewish bloodlines during WW. I show that their first allegiance is not to the Old Testament and not to even Orthodox Judaism, but is purely to Satan. At some point in the future the Orthodox Jews and the conservative Jews will find that this Messiah, who is already alive waiting to play his role, will only give them temporary relief. They are being taken for a ride and then they will be dumped by the New World Order's dictatorship. Constance Cumby correctly notices that the New Age movement resembles Nazism exactly to a T. For those students wanting to get a detail-by-detail parallel, go to pages 114 to 120 in The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow. In 1952, James Larratt Battersby in England published the Holy Book of Adolf Hitler for the German World Church in Europe. Except for some of his pro-German ideas, obviously thrown in to make the book enlist the intended audience's favor, the book is an exact description of what would happen in the next 50 years to bring in the New World Order. The reason some of the prognostications of pro-German ideas are not valid is that the satanic hierarchy is not really concerned for the German people either, except to harness their help in their plans. Batterby's Holy Book of Adolf Hitler was given to him, in the Spirit. According to Battersby, the book was written in order that, may God open the eyes of the Gentiles to truth, and carry his holy gospel to the ends of the earth. The book is an excellent synopsis of what Satan had planned in 1952 and has carried out since to a large degree. The Rothschilds, and other top satanic families in a lesser way, financed a Jewish Mason and devout Satanist named Karl Marx to write his Das Kapital. The Satanists controlling key Masonic groups, along with some other groups they controlled, got communism started. The original idea came from Satan, and was given at a feast of the beast in meticulous detail to those highest in the satanic hierarchy. Albert Pike and Giuseppe Mazzini were two men in strategic positions of control that were let in on the plans. After creating international socialism, communism, a temporary antithesis was created called National Socialism, Nazism. The process to create National Socialism was to turn again to the Masonic lodges and other esoteric secret societies to get it done. Therefore, the secret esoteric Gnostic and Satanic societies along with the Illuminati helped create the Thule Gesellschaft, in English the Thule Society. Adolf Hitler was some type of member of this occult Thule Society, along with many other men who later began leading Nazi leaders such as Rudolf Hess. The Thule Society used the Masonic/Hindu symbol the swastika, which the Nazi Party then also used as its symbol. In other words, the grandmother of the Nazi Party was the Masonic lodges in Germany. The Veril was another secret occult group that many of the Nazi leadership belonged to. Hitler also was a member of the Theosophical Society, which has strong satanic and Masonic ties. Both Bailey and Hitler studied from Tibetans, Hindus, occultists, and black magicians. They also both studied the Gnostics, and every major pagan/occult religious system. An example of how valued the swastika was for Freemasons before Hitler ruined its image, is a quote from Joseph Fort Newton, a Baptist minister and high-ranking Mason. The second of these volumes also contains an essay by Thomas Carr, with a list of lodges, and a study of their history, customs, and emblems, especially the swastika. Speculative Masons are now said to be joining, seeking more light on what are called the lost symbols of Masonry. After promoting and using the swastika for years, the Freemasons quit using it after Hitler. The Holy Book of Hitler provides the answer as to why the Theosophical Society worked so hard to destroy the British Empire. It had always at first mystified me why the Theosophical Society presidents who connected to the satanic hierarchy would want to ruin the British Empire. The reason it seems strange is that the mother country of Satanism and witchcraft is Great Britain. The centre of secret political power is geographically in England. And further, one of the largest and most powerful secret fronts for Satanism is British Israelism. The reason why the British Empire was destroyed was that Satan had already determined even before 1870 that the steps to world government would include setting up around 9 or 10 continental blocks. The union of Europe into one country, or bloc, could not be accomplished while Great Britain had most of her focus on her empire. Great Britain, as long as she had an empire, would never want to join up with Europe. In fact, all the European nations would have to be convinced to give up their colonies. That is why the world power got everyone they could get to help fight Portugal in Angola in recent history, everyone including the large Masonic-controlled Christian denominations who donated millions of dollars to the NCC and WCC, which monies were then passed on to the guerrillas to buy weapons and ammo. The Theosophical Society is mostly to blame for India's independence from Britain. First, the Theosophical Society managed to change British policy so that the British became unpopular. Then Theosophical President Besant, who published the largest English paper, strongly criticised British rule in her newspapers and eventually was arrested. Gandhi and other Indian leaders were involved in Besant being made the president of the Indian Congress Party. And that political party still rules Indian politics. The Theosophist Mahatma Gandhi, following in the steps of Theosophical President Annie Besant, led the Indian people against British rule. But the final blow to the British Empire was done by another theosophist, Adolf Hitler. It is common knowledge that the powerful blows of Axis attacks in WW I struck the death blow to the British Empire, or so we are told. The truth is that the elite wanted the empire to die, and pulled every string to convince the British public and indigenous natives that the empire was too weak after WW I to save the empire and prevent her colonies from independence. It is hard for people to grasp that the Illuminati controlled Russia, Great Britain, Germany and France during World War II, but they did. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin were all Masons. De Gaulle of France was closely linked with several esoteric groups, and the Prière de Sion and Grand Orient Masons helped him to power in the 50s. Churchill was a Zionist and pro-Fabian socialist. Stalin was a closet Satanist. Roosevelt was a Zionist, pro-communist and socialist. Both Churchill and Roosevelt came from important elite bloodlines. Apparently, Stalin was somewhat independent, but basically did what was expected of him. As the previous paragraph indicates, the people of the world weren't ready for a world government, and most not even a united Europe. WW I was carried out to adjust people's thinking toward wanting European unity. Satan already ruled the world through his secret chain of command, but he wanted to openly rule the world's hearts and to be publicly hailed as ruler and savior. Who was Hitler? Hitler's father was the offspring of the Rothschilds' secret breeding program which impregnated his grandmother. It appears from the details available, Hitler was groomed for his role, without realizing his heritage at first. It appears that Hitler learned of his Jewish bloodline after taking over Germany. Hitler had romances with many beautiful women. Although Hitler was very strict with his New Age religious practices such as being a vegetarian, that did not include being celibate. He did have sex contrary to the deceptions of the establishment. Hitler's seed, the Rothschilds' powerful generational occult bloodline, was hidden in an Ashkenazim bloodline, at least part of which has come to the US. In fact, Hitler's generational occult power was passed on too. This was most likely done by thrusting a knife into his heart, and the person who received his occult power then gulped his last breath with the kiss of death to receive his occult power. What I am telling you is that Hitler's offspring are alive and well, and that his terrifying Antichrist spirit was passed to someone and is not dead. Let me remind you of some of Hitler's own prophecies about himself and his goals. At the time of supreme peril I must die a martyr's death for the people. But after my death will come something really great, an overwhelming revelation to the world of my mission. The world was to witness his divinity. Further, my spirit will rise from the grave, and the world will see that I was right. Von Ribbentrop on April 30, 1945 was told this same thing. You will see that my spirit will rise from the grave. National Socialism is even more than a religion, it is the will to make mankind anew. All creative energy will pass to the new man. Hitler claimed to be the real fulfillment of Marx's socialism. I am not only the conqueror, but also the executor of Marxism, of that part of it which is essential and justified, stripped of its Jewish Talmudic dogma. In essence, he is saying whatever veneer of Jewishness that Marx's satanic plan had, he disagreed with it and would destroy that veneer. These type of statements reveal that the essence of the message of various elite men like Hitler is the same satanic plan if stripped of their variously decorated veneers. Hitler is viewed as the Messiah, the Holy Spirit, the martyred savior of his people by his followers today. The blasphemous Holy Book of Adolf Hitler states, "All hail to God's Christ and chosen, Adolf Hitler. Lord of Lords, and King of Kings, the eternal Adolf Hitler." Such blasphemy. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Hitler's demonic spirit and Hitler's descendants both live on today. By the way, Some Rothschild descendants such as Hitler's have come to Christ as their Lord and Savior. Will this powerful occult branch of the Rothschilds be used again by the New World Order? Whatever the case, it is clear that Hitler's Antichrist spirit will get plenty of demonic help. The demonic forces that have manifested themselves in National Socialism and International Socialism, also known as Communism, demonized much of Europe. So much so that Europe officially portrays itself as a beast with Venus on it on a stamp commemorating the second election of the European Parliament, and also as the same forces that tried to build the Tower of Babel on an official poster. Not only are the same demons that led communist leaders and Nazi leaders operating in Europe's leaders, but there are armies of demons trampling over anything of moral value in Europe. It can be said without a doubt that the man who rules the one world government will derive his power from a demonic supernatural source. According to Revelations, God is going to have an angel open up a key to the abyss, and teeming hordes of demonic spirits shall be descending upon the earth. My conclusion is that Satan has so many antichrists available that Hitler's personal occult power is not necessary for the New World Order's success. I rarely like to comment on the end times from scriptures because I feel like most people are thoroughly confused about the clear teachings that the scriptures give. Tooths 2:3 and other scriptures make it clear that the Christians must witness a great apostasy and the Antichrist being revealed before Christ returns. We can live every day as if it may be our last, but scriptures are clear that the apostles did not live each day as if Jesus could return that day. They knew that certain things had to happen first. The church has been going through tribulations since Pentecost. The church will go through the Great Tribulation, according to the Word of God. We will, if we are that faithful remnant, we will be spared from the wrath of God, but we will not be spared from the tribulation of Satan, which shall include martyrdom. The New Age leaders are fully ready to cooperate with this cleansing from the earth of us bothersome disciples of truth. In this respect, their thinking will resemble the Nazis' rationalizations that people must pay their karmic debt, and shall benefit from being killed. How truth can be stood on its head. The plans are already drawn up how to use rail lines to move large groups of civilians to labor camps. When we compare Nazi Germany with today's New World Order plans, Nazi Germany can be seen to be the basic model of what Satan's timetable includes for us these next few years. To illustrate that the pagan religion of Nazism is an example to the Satanists and New Agers, let us ponder Anton LaVey's, head of the visible Church of Satan, trip to the sacred initiation castle of Hitler's Black Order, the SS. The SS apparently brought the Holy Grail to Germany, and hid it before the end of the war. On May 2, 1945, a select group of SS officers, those initiated into the higher mysteries of the Nazi pagan religion, hid a grail in the Schligeis Glacier at the foot of 3,000-meter-high Hochfler Mountain. Seekers in the area have been found decapitated and mutilated. The area is still guarded by the Black Order in anticipation of the day that the Grail can be revealed to the world. It has been speculated 1995 might be the date, but this is pure speculation. The important thing for us is to begin to experience the kingdom of God right now. Let us prepare ourselves for Almighty God's New World Order as the Satanists launch their counterfeit New World Order. The Rothschilds. A continuation of articles on the top 13 Illuminati families. Introduction by Fritz Springmeier. The Rothschilds are one of the most well-known of the 13 families. David J. Smith of Portland was asked to prepare an article on the Rothschilds for this newsletter. His article follows this introduction. Satan's selective breeding program has been continuing down through the ages, hidden from the eyes of the public. One of the most powerful Rothschild bloodline families in America are the Springs. The Springs were originally the Springsteins when they came to America in the mid-1700s and settled in New York and NJ. They later changed their name from Springstein to Springs to hide their identity. Leroy Springs was hired by L.C. Pacer. Now most Americans have to ask, who is L.C. Pacer? One of the most secret and most powerful families in North America has been the Pacers. They have been so powerful that they could hide their wealth and power, and use other satanic families as proxies. The Pacers are part of the 13th top Illuminati family. The first Pacer to come to America was the former Crown Prince of France Daniel Pacer, 1785 to 1860. He came over about 1805 to the U.S. and married Susanna Kaiser c. 1814. They had two boys, Adam and Jonas, 1819 to 1884. Jonas married Harrietta Smith and they had Louis Cass Pacer, 1850 to 1939. It was this Louis Cass Pacer who hired the Rothschild bloodline of the Springs to run a number of the Pacers companies. The Pacers were one of the original big railroad families along with Isaac Croom and William H. Beatty. Isaac Croom's wife was a sister of William Beatty's, so the reader can see how all these elite bloodlines intertwine. Remember that L.C. Pacer hired Leroy Springs to operate a host of his companies. Leroy Springs' father was A.A. Springs, and A.A. Springs was the secret father of Abraham Lincoln. In 1808, Nancy Hanks, of the lineage of the McCadden Scottish family, visited some of her family at Lincolnton, N.C. Nancy Hawks visited the Springs family, and that is when A.A. Springs impregnated her, and her child when born was named Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's Rothschild blood was kept very secret, but he did grow up to be a famous lawyer, a secret leader of the Rosicrucians, and President of the United States. It is believed from the evidence that the establishment conspiracy concocted the person of Thomas Lincoln out of thin air. The actual early history of Abraham Lincoln is shrouded in myth and mystery, and as one encyclopedia puts it, we know little about the family of his mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln. While a lawyer, Abraham Lincoln had a sexual liaison with Elizabeth, who was the illegitimate daughter of German King Leopold, who is also of elite blood lineage. Abraham Lincoln and Elizabeth had two twin daughters, Ella and Emily, in 1856, who were adopted out. Lincoln in fact had a fairly large number of illegitimate children. Now A. Springs, who was both the biological father of Leroy Springs and Abraham Lincoln, left an enormous amount of land in what is now Huntsville, Al, to his son Abraham Lincoln. Huntsville, Al, by the way, has become a hotbed of new activity. Some of the mind control research the intelligence community has been conducting has been done at Huntsville. The Rothschilds even named one of their boys after Abraham Lincoln. His name was Lincoln Rothschild. Although Abraham Lincoln secretly had powerful occult blood, he was a great man in his own right. And just like JFK, he had the strength of personality to refuse to bow to the Illuminati's instructions. Lincoln refused to go the path that his distant European international banking Rothschild relatives wanted for the United States. The Illuminati goal had been to split the U.S. into two easier-to-control nations. And just as with JFK, who also came from a top 13 family, a large-scale conspiracy involving many government officials including the Secretary of Defense was put into place to assassinate Lincoln. There are numerous indications that show that the Rothschilds were in part behind the assassination of Lincoln. Some of the men who worked for the Pacers of the 13th top family were Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, the Vanderbilts, Gifford Pinchot, and John D. Rockefeller. These men were selected to run Pacer companies because they belonged to the satanic elite. The Leroy Springs family got Pacer family companies in the early 1920s. It was Leroy that managed to get the Rothschilds involved with the Federal Reserve. Two companies that have come out of the Pacers: Old Lancaster Manufacturing Company in Zweihaza and Crown Zellerbach. I have long known these were companies tied to the elite, but it wasn't until I found the secret Pacer family at the very top of these companies that I really understood the full story. The Pacers have gone to extreme lengths to corrupt government documents, such as courthouse records. They have hidden the births of many of their descendants, and have covered over with extreme secrecy most of their monetary holdings. Remember, the Beatty family was an early railroad family with business ties to the Pacer family. Bartholomew F. Moore, who was the private attorney for years to President Abraham Lincoln, was a blood relative of the Beatty family. It was Bart Fingers Moore who co-authored the 14th Amendment for the conspiracy. The Beatty family continually resurfaces when doing research on the conspiracy. Shirley MacLaine, the famous New Age leader/author, is from the Beatty family. She credits her start to Edgar Cayce, by the way, who in turn was interested in Blavatsky. Blavatsky was a student of the Mason Anton Mesmer, who introduced the world to hypnotism. Hypnotism had been secretly practiced by the mystery religions for thousands of years before Mesmer taught Blavatsky and others about it. Charles Beatty Alexander, who is an Illuminati Prince/Pilgrim Society member, is an example of a Beatty in recent times who was within the elite. Quantrill, who was a famous Confederate colonel and guerrilla leader, whose band of raiders evolved into the Jesse James Gang, was married into the Springs, Rothschild, family. The recent Lalla Madeline Pacer Gatling Fulgham, 1876 to 1972, was the late head of the Pacer family. The documentation on the above families is extensive, but much of the evidence that has been photocopied out of the few documents left intact have been destroyed since the documents were photocopied. The amount of tampering with official documents is incredible, and further illustrates the enormous power the Rothschilds and the Pacers, the 13th family, the Holy Bloodline, have. The researchers who wrote Holy Blood, Holy Grail got a taste of the power of the 13th bloodline to manipulate documents held by libraries and governments in Europe. The same type of thing has been happening in the United States. The researcher into the satanic elite has a hard row to hoe because the satanic families have tried to cover their tracks through history. They have also tried very hard to cover up what their financial assets are. Those Rothschilds who have carried on the Rothschild name have had a higher visibility. It is this group of Rothschilds which have gained the public's attention, even though they too are very secretive. The origins of the Masonic and Rosicrucian movements lie with the medieval alchemists. Manly P. Hall, Freemasonry's greatest philosopher, writes, "During the Middle Ages, alchemy was not only a philosophy and a science but also a religion. Those who rebelled against the religious limitations of their day concealed their philosophic teachings under the allegory of gold-making. In this way they preserved their personal liberty and were ridiculed rather than persecuted. Alchemy is a threefold art, its mystery well symbolized by a triangle. The Secret Teachings of All Ages, P.G. Cleval, Manly P. Hall also states in his book on magic entitled Magic, the pentagram. This was known to medieval alchemy as the sign of the cloven hoof. Hall. Magic, Los Angeles, Car, Philosophical Research Soc. pg. 46, Quicksilver, which was one of the things the early Astor family traded in, was one of the primary items employed in the alchemical transmutations. The oxide produced using quicksilver was considered magical and mystically identified with the god Osiris. As the reader may have already figured out, alchemy practiced Hermetic magic from ancient Egypt. Alchemy was really a front for the mystery religion of satanic witchcraft. The leading alchemist was a German Richard Bauer, who was alive sometime in the 14 or 1500s. Richard Bauer is said to have been the only alchemist who was successful in transforming lead to gold. Whether that report is meant in an allegorical way, or some other way, I do not know. What I am trying to communicate is that the Bauer family was a leading alchemical family which secretly practiced Hermetic magic during the late Middle Ages. David's article on the Rothschilds is meant to be an extension of what I have already put out on the Rothschilds. For instance, my chapter 3.3 in the Be Wise as Serpents book. Chapter 3.3 is entirely devoted to the Rothschilds. I chose them to write about in the book because the family is the most renowned of the satanic families and the easiest to expose to people just becoming acquainted with what is going on. The other family which has a chapter devoted to it is the Russell family, which is described in Chapter 1. 6. The Russell family has yet to be covered in this series, but was covered in the Be Wise as Serpents book because of their importance to the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. I am aware of intense secret meetings that have been going on in Frankfurt and Moscow between World Bank officials. These secret meetings have been going on now for 2 months, which gives some of the scope of their importance. Undoubtedly the Rothschilds are playing a role in these secret meetings, even while I write this. There has been a great deal of misinformation put out that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are fighting for control of the world. It is true that they are in intense competition in some areas. It has also been true that they have been in intense cooperation in many areas. One of the difficulties for people to sort out what is going on is that they don't know about the satanic spiritual dimension of the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. For instance, to make an analogy, if I am a minister and one of my brothers in Christ is my upline on a multi-level marketing distributorship, then he is my business head, but I could be the spiritual leadership that he looks up to. The point is that essentially all researchers trying to expose the know are drawing conclusions about occult power on the basis of business relationships, and it doesn't always work. Sometimes the business boss may be in a secret satanic leadership position over someone else, but it may also be that both men are on equal footing when it comes to occult power and status within the Illuminati. So far I have seen only one book advertised, and I haven't read it, which claims to expose the conflict between the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers as a sham. If it really does show this, then the book has contributed greatly toward helping people tear down their misunderstandings about the Illuminati power structure. Part I: The House of Rothschild. If one looked on the backstage of history, he would find the House of Rothschild. They have indebted kings, manipulated kingdoms, created wars and molded the very shape of the international world. Among the hierarchy of the Illuminati they are revered as a powerful satanic bloodline. They are living legends. Said one biographer, in America a boy wants to become president. In Europe he would rather be a Rothschild. To be a Rothschild is to be a modern Croesus, a 20th century Midas. They are a dynasty of enduring power, a magic bloodline in Satan's empire. We will probably never know exactly when occultism was introduced to the Rothschilds. Several of their ancestors have been rabbis, so the occultism probably came in the form of Jewish Kabbalism, Sabbatism, or Frankism. The House of Rothschild practices Gnostic Satanism. The Rothschilds would probably not call themselves Satanists, but by our standards they are, considering the sacrificial and spiritual worship involved. The truth is sometimes hard to tell. The stories the family weave are hard to distinguish from the truth. Myths are one of their best weapons, and a researcher must be wary. The family began in Frankfurt, Germany, the city where paper money was popularized. The oldest known Rothschild went by the name of Uriah who lived in the early 16th century. His descendants lived in the House of Red Shield. His great-great-great-great-grandson was Moses Bauer, who lived in the early 18th century. The family was mostly made up of Jewish retail traders, and lived in the Judengasse, or Jews' Alley in Frankfurt. Jews' Alley was the product of the anti-Semitic bent in Europe, and did not have very good living conditions. Most Ashkenazim Jews of that time did not use surnames, instead they preferred the Chinese custom of using a symbol as the family identity. These symbols were sometimes used on signs outside Jewish houses as an address. Some Jews had taken on surnames, to fit in, but the use of symbols was more popular. The early Rothschilds chose the surname Bauer, meaning farmer in German. Why were the family of retail traders called themselves Bauer? perhaps to remain unnoticed. The Bauer line continues today, but in the 1700s one man renamed his branch of the family after its symbol and address, the Red Shield or the Seal of Solomon. Meyer Amschel Bauer was a well-off coin trader in Frankfurt. In front of his house hung a sign with the family's symbol, which was a red hexagram. The hexagram, also known as the Seal of Solomon, the Magen David, or the Star of David, is very occultic. It is used today as the symbol of Israel, but it is not Jewish. In his excellent book The Six-Pointed Star, O.J. Graham explains that the hexagram was used in the ancient mystery religions. It was the symbol of Moloch, Ashtoreth, and others. In fact, the hexagram was used to represent Saturn, which earlier newsletters have discussed. The six-pointed star is considered the equivalent of the Oriental yin and yang symbol, which is the Luciferian concept of balancing good and evil. The symbol appears to have been used by King Solomon when he apostatized, and was thereafter called the Seal of Solomon. Later on, Jewish Kabbalism, or occultism, different name, same game, picked it up as a magic symbol. Through the promotion of the Kabbalists and the Zionists it has become the symbol of Jewish identity, although the occult circles know better. The Bauers' use of a hexagram as their family sign points to their involvement in Jewish Kabbalism. In fact, the six-pointed star was so significant to them that Meyer Amschel Bauer decided to adopt it as his new name, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, Rothschild equals Red Shield. I believe this was done to identify his family with occultism and the likes of Saturn or Ashtoreth, whom the Astors are named after. Meyer was sent to be a rabbi when he was 10, in 1753. A year and a half later his parents died. Meyer was brilliant and was encouraged by relatives to continue his studies, but coin trading was his love. He left the school and when 13 was sent to Hanover to be an apprentice at the Illuminati Oppenheimer Bank. He worked there for 7 years, learning the ins and out of money. The big question is why he left the Oppenheimer Bank. It was a good situation, both financially and socially. Hanover was less antagonistic towards the Jews than Frankfurt. Why leave this security and head back home to an uncertain future? Because the future wasn't all that uncertain. While in Hanover Meyer made the acquaintance of General von Estorff, a numismatist who was impressed by Meyer's knowledge of the subject. In 1763 General von Estorff left Hanover and joined the court of Prince William X of Hesse-Hanau, whose territory included Frankfurt. Meyer knew that through his connections he would be able to get some business with the prince. It appears Meyer's stay at the Oppenheimer Bank was used to establish himself in Illuminati circles and to find a way to get close to the Illuminati royalty. General von Estorff was his key. Prince William of Hesse-Hanau was tied into the Illuminati. He was the son of Landgrave Frederick or Hesse-Kassel, of the royal family of Hesse. Prince William was a Freemason, and his younger brother Karl was, according to Jews and Freemasons in Europe, 1723 to 1939, accepted as the head of all German Freemasons. Members of the Hesse dynasty have been described as the leaders of the strict observance. In 1782 a Masonic Congress in Wilhelmsbad, a city in the Hesse province, dropped the name strict observance and changed it to Beneficent Knights of the Holy City. The Hesse dynasty is totally connected to the Illuminati. Prince William was the grandson of King George I of England. The Hesse castles were one of the richest royal houses in Europe. Their income came mainly from the loaning out of Hessian soldiers to foreign countries. The elite loves to make profit off of peacekeeping troops, which is exactly what the Hessians were called. This peacekeeping always adds up to imperialism. The Hessian troops were used by England in the American Revolution. In fact, the colonial armies fought more Hessian soldiers than English. The House of Hesse-Kassel made a lot of money off the American Revolution. Another example of the Hesse-Kassel's ties to the Illuminati is the enigmatic figure Street Germain, who is hailed as a New Age Messiah figure. Many researchers believe that St. was the son of Francis I of Transylvania. Francis I's second wife was Charlotte Hummel of the House of Hesse. He married her in 1694. St. was either her son, or the prior wife's. This point is debated. His name was Leopold George, and they staged his death in 1700 to save him from the deadly collapse of the Transylvanian dynasty. Prince Karl of Hesse, Masonic leader of Germany, wrote that St. had been sent down to Italy to be raised by the Medici family. Later on, St. appeared out of nowhere to work with the elite. There were questions as to his identity, and Napoleon Hill had a dossier gathered on him, but the house holding the dossier was mysteriously destroyed in a fire. St. was an alchemist, and he claimed to have the alchemical elixir of life, the secret formula of immortality, which the Rosicrucians also claimed to have. He was a guest of William and Karl of Hesse in 1774, and in 1779 returned to Karl to spend the last years of his known life. Helena Blavatsky, co-founder of the Theosophical Society, claimed that St. was one of the hidden masters of Tibet who secretly controlled the world's destiny. In 1930, Guy Ballard claimed that he met St. in on Mount Shasta. This supposed meeting led to the creation of the I Am movement. The Hesse dynasty has lasted clear up to the 20th century. During they were on Hitler's side. Prince Philip of Hesse was a messenger between Hitler and Mussolini. He was still alive in 1973 and was reported to be the richest prince in Europe. The House of Hesse is still a powerful force in Germany. In 1763 Meyer left Hanover to build his fortune in Frankfurt. His main objective was to become a financial agent of Prince William of Hesse-Hanau. Prince William was an intelligent man who loved to make money. His passions went beyond money. His wife did not please him, so he became an adulterer, and almost every woman he slept with became pregnant. He fathered between 70 to 21 illegitimate children. His main mistress, Frau von Lindenthal, bore him 8 children and ran his household. William loved to loan money at high interest rates. He was the perfect man to aid Meyer's quest for riches. Meyer began bribing Prince William's servants to become informants. At that time he was an antique dealer, trader, coin collector, and exchanger. The country was divided, and as a result the separate currencies made money exchanging very profitable. General von Ersdorf convinced Prince William of the value of a rare coin collection and then recommended Rothschild. Thus began the relationship between the prince and the Rothschilds. Meyer would sell rare coins, precious stones, and antiques to the prince at ridiculously low prices. Then, in 1769, after a significant amount of sales, he wrote the prince asking for and receiving the designation crown agent to the Prince of Hesse-Hanau, a great commercial advertiser. Titles and honors were important in that day, they opened doors. Meyer then married Guttel Schnapper, daughter of a respected merchant, Wolf Salomon Schnapper, in 1770. He then set up a money exchange bureau. His 2 brothers worked in this bureau with him until 1785, when Kalman died and Moses quit. Some researchers contend that Adam V. Shorpt of the Bavarian Illuminati was financially supported by the Rothschilds. The Bavarian Illuminati was founded in 1776, and the Rothschilds were not necessarily a financial power at that time. I may be wrong, but I do not believe Meyer was in a financial position to support V. Shorpt. It is possible, though, that when, in 1782, the headquarters of the Illuminati moved to Frankfurt, that it began to be controlled by the Rothschilds. In 1785 Prince William's father, Landgrave Frederick of Hesse-Kassel, died, and William became the new Landgrave. This made him the richest prince in Germany and possibly Europe. He left the small province of Hesse-Hanau to become ruler in Hesse-Kassel. Around this time Wolf Schnapper, Meyer's father-in-law, introduced Rothschild to Karl Dras, who was the prince's chief financial advisor. Through either coercion, friendship, or occultic ties, Meyer was able to convince Dries to become an agent for him. This was a big mover for Meyer. The Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel was to be the stepping stone to power. Until then Meyer had only done meager business with William, but by 1789 Dries managed to get some royal bills for Rothschild to discount. This wasn't much, but it was a start. Karl received a cut of the profits when he did William's business through Rothschild. This was the beginning of a long financial relationship that would benefit both parties. Meyer Amskelbauer Rothschild was a shrewd man, but his quick rise in social status shows the power of money, for Meyer was not cultured. He could never master the German language, and so he and his family spoke a strange Yiddish-German mixture, which benefited their secret network. He enjoyed discussing the medieval world and coin collecting. When it came to business he was ruthless and naturally adept. His occult side was well hidden. He was most likely a Kabbalistic Jew. Although it is not known if he was a Freemason, he did accompany the Landgrave on several trips to Masonic lodges, after the two had become better friends. He had 5 daughters and 5 sons, plus several children that died young. He moved from his old house, the Haus Hinterpfan, to a new one, Green Shield, when he started making more money. Green Shield was a dual residency and the other half was occupied by the Sif family, who were to play an important role later on as agents of the Rothschilds. Every passage of Green Shield held hidden shelves and cupboards, and the backyard counting house's walls had a number of secret shelves and a secret underground room which was connected to a neighbor's house for a quick getaway if necessary. The house was built to protect Jews from the dangerous pogroms that would sweep Germany. It was a great place to secretly practice their Gnostic satanic rituals, if they were yet involved in that form of worship. His 5 sons have been called the Meyer brothers because they all shared that middle name, Amskel Meyer, Salomon Meyer, Nathan Meyer, Kalman, Karl, Meyer, and Jacob, James, Meyer. Each son entered the family business at the age of 12. The humorous side of studying an elite Illuminati family is the biographer's insistence on knowing the family's ability to profit from circumstances as luck. They never seem to put 2 and 2 together. Many of these circumstances happened by design. They always say things like apostrophe. The infant opportunity seemed to be the child of coincidence. They never attribute a family's wealth to well-planned extortion, cheating, or thievery, which is exactly how families like the Rothschilds attained their riches. The French Revolution is an example. The Illuminati-fueled French Revolution got underway in the 1790s, and Prince William began to get nervous. He was afraid the revolutionary riots would reach Germany and he would lose his gold. So he invested his money in a magnificent new palace called Wilhelmshöhe, which was built from 1791 to 1798. Although the French Revolution frightened William, it was a delight for Meyer. The war helped his sales. When the French ended up pitted against the Holy Roman Empire, the prices of imported goods skyrocketed, and importing goods from England was a Rothschild specialty. In fact, Meyer's English trade helped him secure a deal with the Landgrave, through Dries, of course, in which he became a middleman in England's payments for the hire of Hessian soldiers. Apostrophe. Every ill wind of the 1790s seemed to blow good to the Rothschilds. The winds were so good that by the end of the decade they were established as a rich and independent family. In 1800 they were the 11th richest family in Frankfurt's Jew Alley, not counting the wealth in proxy. Around the turn of the century Meyer decided to send his most clever son, Nathan, to England to establish another Rothschild house. The family tells a silly story about Nathan leaving for England to best an annoying English cotton trader, but I believe that Nathan was sent by Meyer with a specific purpose: to establish power with the Rothschild network in that country. Nathan arrived in England with no knowledge of the language but a great amount of money. He would soon be the most powerful man in Europe. Many more profitable events occurred at the turn of the century. Many of these events revolve around the Rothschild infiltration of the Thurn and Taxis postal system. The House of Thurn and Taxis was of the black nobility. In 1516 Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I, of the Merovingian bloodline and husband of a member of the black nobility, commissioned the house to create a mounted postal service between Vienna and Brussels. The service eventually included all of Central Europe. The head office of the system was in Frankfurt, which was rather convenient for Meyer, who proceeded to do business with them. His relationship with Thurn and Taxis became so close that the service began to inform him of any pertinent information found among the letters that they had a habit of covertly reading. This mail fraud system was also used by the Emperor Francis to keep abreast of his enemies. While Meyer was receiving stolen news from Thurn and Taxis, he was busy setting up his own postal service so that no one could secretly discover his dealings. This system was eventually so effective that the Rothschilds became the best and fastest informed individuals in the world. The system was so good that many prominent men began to send their letters through the Rothschilds, who of course, always snuck a peek at the contents. The business with Thurn and Taxis helped Meyer receive the title, Imperial Crown Agent, in 1800. This title served as a passport that allowed him to travel throughout the Holy Roman Empire. It also provided the right to bear arms, and it freed him from having to pay the taxes and obligations upon the Jews of that period. Meyer began to get even more titles, including one from the German Order of St. John. His sons Amskel and Salomon were also busy getting various titles. In 1801 they became crown agents of the Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel. All these titles were wonderful, but most important was the Landgrave's. The Landgrave was the richest prince in Europe, and the Rothschilds were determined to take advantage of his wealth. The relationship with the Landgrave improved greatly in 1803. A Danish king, and cousin of William, asked the prince for loans, but William declined because he did not want anyone to know how rich he had become. Rothschild learned about it and through Btres, proposed lending the money anonymously. William thought the idea was splendid. The loan was sent through Meyer and a Hamburg Jew. The interests were paid to Rothschild, who, after taking commission, forwarded the money to the Landgrave. The event was a great triumph. After 36 years, Meyer had finally done a significant job for the prince. 6 more Landgrave loans to Denmark were negotiated by Rothschild. Many more loans ensued, although they required some teeth-pulling on Dres' part, including loans to the Order of St. John. This negotiating of the Landgrave's loans greatly increased the reputation of the House of Rothschild. By this time Napoleon had come to power in France. This caused a distress in Europe, but brought great profits to the House of Rothschild. As one biographer put it, Napoleon seemed bent on improving the Rothschilds' lot in life. Even though Napoleon was not purposely doing it, the conditions he created were of great benefit. Napoleon tried to get the Landgrave as his ally, but Prince William squirmed and politely as possible refused. William's goal was to wait until the winning side in the Napoleonic conflict was clear so that he could join without any risks. The pressure of the situation gave the Landgrave a very bad temper. By this time half the crown heads of Europe were in his debt. Napoleon grew tired of the Landgrave's games. His troops invaded Germany and the province of Hesse to remove the House of Hesse-Kassel from rulership and to strike it out of the list of powers. Wilmshire became frantic as William attempted to hide his riches. After the scramble to conceal his wealth, he fled the province and went to live in exile in Denmark. The French immediately found most of his treasures. Dres and Meyer had to act fast to preserve the wealth of the Landgrave. Some of the valuables had already been sold. They quickly bribed a French general, Lagrange, who turned over 42 trunks to Hessian officials and lied to Napoleon about the prince's true wealth. Lagrange's deceptive act was eventually discovered and he was dismissed, but much of the wealth was preserved. During the frantic moments before Hesse-Kassel's invasion, the Landgrave gave Drus the right to collect the interest payments due from Holy Roman Emperor Francis. Drus eventually transferred this right to the Rothschilds. Meyer began doing the Landgrave's business behind Napoleon's back. These secret dealings were greatly boosted by the man Napoleon appointed to rule the area, Karl von Dalberg. Dalberg was a friend of Meyer and Dan's and had done business with them. His connection to them may have also been occult. Napoleon made Dalberg primate of the new Confederation of the Rhine, which included Frankfurt. As ruler of the region, Dalberg protected the Rothschilds from being exposed as traders of contraband and as agents of the House of Hesse-Kassel. When the French cut off trade with England, prices on imports soared. The Rothschilds smuggled goods in and made large profits, with Dalberg keeping guard. It was certainly most remarkable, said one biographer, that the Archbishop and Lord of the Confederation of the Rhine, who ruled over 16 German princes, and stood so high in Napoleon's favor, should have shown so much goodwill to the Jewish Meyer Amskel Rothschild at Frankfurt, who, although now a rich man, had no aim to move in high and influential circles. Despite Dalberg's protection, Meyer kept 2 sets of books, one inspectable and the other secret. By 1807 Dress, as proxy for the Landgrave, was almost exclusively using the Rothschilds for Hesse-Kassel business. Meyer himself would visit the prince in exile, but since he was getting old he soon had to give up these trips and sent his sons on the journeys. The House of Rothschild was collecting the income of the wealthiest prince in Europe less than half a century after Meyer had begun building his fortune. The satanic House of Rothschild's Illuminati dealings at this time are well exemplified by their involvement with the Second Tugendbund League. The First Tugendbund League, or Virtue League, was formed in 1786 as a kind of sex society. The group would meet at Henrietta Hertz's home. Her husband was an Illuminati Jew who was the disciple of the powerful occultist Moses Mendelssohn. Many Illuminists attended this Virtue League. A number of young Jewish women whose husbands were always away on business would come to the Hertz's house to participate in the immorality. 2 members were daughters of Moses Mendelssohn. Frequenters of this salon included revolutionary Freemason Mirabeau, William von Humboldt, and Frederick von Gentz, who was to become an important Rothschild agent. Later on, I will discuss Gentz in further detail. In 1807 the Second Tugendbund League was formed. This league pursued moral, scientific, and political aims. The main aim being the deliverance of Germany from French occupation. The league was formed by Baron von Stein, who was its principal protector. Thomas Frost wrote in Secret Societies of the European Revolution that the initiations into the Second Tugendbund multiplied rapidly, and the League soon numbered in its ranks most of the councillors of state, many officers of the army, and a considerable number of the professors of literature and science. A central directorate at Berlin, presided over by Stein, had the supreme control of the movement, and exercised, through provincial committees, an authority all the more potent from emanating from an unknown source, and which was obeyed as implicitly as the decrees of emperor or king. The Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel held an important position in the Second Tugendbund. Drus was also involved. It appears the Rothschilds were members and they were go-betweens for the Landgrave's correspondence on this matter, and made payments in favor of the Tugendbund. This put Meyer Rothschild at the head of the propaganda system against Napoleon. Napoleon tried to suppress Tugendbund, but it went underground, concealing itself under the protection of the English Masonic Lodge at Hanover. It assisted many anti-Napoleon causes physically and financially. Tugendbund was eventually dissolved, but many of its members moved on to other Masonic societies such as the Black Knights, the Knights of the Queen of Prussia, and the Concordists. In 1818 the Second Tugendbund was revived as the Burschenschaft, Association of Boys or Fellows. The Burschenschaft was a revolutionary group of students who introduced martial exercises into the universities. The Burschenschaft eventually fell apart, After a few years the exiled Landgrave came to totally trust the Rothschilds. Prince William got more and more accustomed to following Meyer, Rothschild's advice, and scarcely took any important financial step without consulting him. This princely stepping stone was working out perfectly. It was paving the way towards Rothschild financial freedom. Meyer wanted to become a creditor, and his goal was soon achieved. In 1810 the Rothschilds' firm became Meyer Amschel Rothschild & Sons. Nathan was not a public partner of this firm. That same year Meyer loaned his own money to Denmark, and Wendalburg took out a big loan to go to the baptism of Napoleon's son. The financial security of the Frankfurt Bank was set in stone. The House of Rothschild needed a new stepping stone. The old one, the Landgrave, would not be discarded, but they needed a younger, more political man who could be their key to controlling Europe. That man was Prince Clemens Metternich, who in 1809 became the Austrian Minister for Foreign Affairs. He became the leading opposer of Napoleon, and the Landgrave moved in his exile to Austria, hoping the powerful upstart would get Hesse back. So the Rothschild network increased its operations in Austria, the land of the Habsburgs. Around this time Meyer Amschel Bauer Rothschild got sick. Before his death he wrote a will that would dictate the structure of the Rothschilds. Although the exact contents of Meyer's will have been kept secret, one edict is clear. It completely excluded the daughters and their husbands and heirs from the business, and all knowledge of it. The will totally exalted the importance of the family circle. On September 19, 1812 Meyer died. A bogus legend about his death maintains that his 5 sons gathered around his deathbed and he split Europe between them. Only Amschel and Karl were in Frankfurt when he died. Nathan was in England, and Salomon and James were on the road. The brothers were constantly traveling. The 5 wizards. When Meyer died, headship over the family fell on Nathan Rothschild of England. Even though Nathan was not the oldest, the 5 brothers had voted unanimously that he was the most capable to lead them. Nathan was an intelligent, uneducated, self-absorbed jerk. Though he was an impolite, foul-mouthed man he could swear like a trooper. His money got him into the high society of England. His cold view on life and power is seen in his response to an English major who was being sentimental about the horrible deaths of the large number of soldiers that had died in the war. "Well," said Rothschild, "if they had not all died, Major, you presumably would still be a drummer." There is a story that says one of Nathan's sons asked him how many nations there were in the world, and Nathan replied, "There are only 2 you need to bother about. There is the Misposh, Yiddish for family, and there are the others." This story may be false, but the attitude is real. Nathan first settled in Manchester, England, the centre of cloth manufacturing. In 1804 he moved to London. As his wealth and his reputation began to grow, he was able to marry Hannah Cohen. The Cohens were a wealthy Jewish family from Amsterdam, and Hannah's father, Salomon Cohen, was a respected merchant in London. Nathan served with him as warden of the Great Synagogue. The Rothschilds' relationship to the Jews will be discussed later on in this article. Hannah's sister, Judith, married the powerful Jewish Freemason Moses Montefiore. The Montefiores were of ancient and extremely aristocratic Jewish stock, probably another Kabbalistic family, who was friends with Nathan. Nathan's sister Henrietta married a Montefiore, so did his second son, Anthony, and his brother, Salomon's great-grandson, Fince, married a Sebag Montefiore in 1911. Nathan's social life revolved around the Cohens. Nathan was a Freemason. He was a member of London's Lodge of Emulation. Nathan's accumulation of wealth was incredible. His money-making exploits were unbelievable. He was smuggling English goods past the French blockade during the Napoleonic conflict, and making great profits. This smuggling required an agent in Paris, so Meyer, through his Dalberg connections, got his son James a passport, and James went to live in Paris. A large amount of the Landgrave's money was sent to Nathan in England, on the advice of Bdres, for the purpose of buying stock. But Nathan, as he and Bdres had planned, used the money as capital for other ventures. When the exiled Landgrave began asking for a proof of purchase, Bdres and the Rothschild brothers had to come up with all sorts of excuses to protect Nathan's thievery. Eventually the Landgrave demanded to see receipts, so Nathan quickly bought some stock. The Landgrave had told him to buy the stocks at 72, but their price when he ended up buying them was 62. Nathan pocketed the savings, and they snuck the receipts through the French blockade to the exiled prince. The Landgrave was satisfied. He had no idea what had really been done with his money. Nathan began making connections in the British government. Probably his greatest early connection was to the Treasury official John Herries. Herries aided Nathan's rise to power in every way possible. He became an intimate friend of Nathan's and eventually a proxy for Rothschild in the British government. Their dealings were kept secret and the public had no idea as to the enormity of Nathan's power. The most incredible example of Nathan's devious schemes is a job he would later describe as the best business he had ever done. Through Nathan's connections in the Treasury he learned of the plight of the English army in Spain. The Duke of Wellington, soon to become Nathan's friend, had British troops in Spain ready to attack France, only they lacked one thing: hard cash. The army's financiers would not take paper money, but the government was very short on gold at the time. Nathan knew how to profit from this situation. The East India Company was trying to sell gold that, of course, the government wanted to buy, but the price was so high that officials decided to wait until it dropped. Nathan stepped in and bought up the gold, using some of the Landgrave's money as well as his own. He then proceeded to raise the price. When the officials realized the price wouldn't drop, they bought the gold and Nathan made a great profit. But the deal didn't stop there. Nathan offered to deliver the gold to Wellington. This was a heavy responsibility because of the French blockade. Hems went to bat and got Rothschild the job. Nathan's plan was incredible. One biographer said his scheme was comparable to burglary in broad daylight. Nathan's brother, James, went to Napoleon's government and told them that Nathan would be importing gold into France and that the British government was upset at the move because it would financially hurt England. Napoleon's government believed his lie and any French police who might have uncovered the plot were bribed. So Nathan was able to ship the gold to Paris with the approval of both the English and French governments. In Paris the gold was exchanged in French banking firms for cash Wellington could use, and then the Rothschild network carried the money into Spain as France allowed Nathan to fund the war against itself. Eventually some French officials grew suspicious, but Napoleon ignored their reports. Why? The plan went smoothly even though the same officials secretly watched James Rothschild and his brother Karl, who was in on the plot. Wellington eventually defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. The Wellington smuggle was one of the greatest scams in history. In order to better understand the Rothschilds' involvement in the defeat of Napoleon, we must look at the role played by the Rothschilds' second stepping stone, Metternich. Metternich was the Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs and he led the opposition against Napoleon. Metternich was a fierce enemy of the revolutionary fires that were spreading through Europe. The Rothschilds got to him through a member of the First Jugend, the sexual one, Friedrich von Gentz. Gentz was Metternich's right-hand man. Metternich was not financially minded and he relied on Gentz's advice concerning economics. Gentz's ability to handle his private finances was terrible, but he had a knack for political economy. John Herries brought Gentz and the Rothschilds together. The family proceeded to bribe the man into their service. Gentz is an interesting character. He was a Freemason, so he was probably occultic. His involvement in the First Tugendbund League points to immorality. Another interesting fact is that I found most of his visits to the Rothschilds occurred on occultic holidays, such as winter solstice. This may be a coincidence, but it is interesting nonetheless. Gents called the Rothschilds a special species plantarum with its own characteristics. Gents steadily brought Metternich into the Rothschilds' web. By at least 1814 Metternich was an ally of the House of Rothschild. His goal was to protect the power of the old aristocracy. His plan was simply to extinguish revolution, and he began with Napoleon. Austria declared war on France and allied itself with Russia. England joined them to form a powerful coalition against Napoleon. The Battle of Waterloo in 1815 decided the war. Metternich had led Europe to victory with the help of Nathan's delivery network, which funded the overthrow. The victory made Metternich the most powerful man in Europe. Due to his speedy courier system, Nathan knew of the outcome of the Waterloo battle before the news reached any other Englander. A persistent myth is that he made the bulk of his fortune by manipulating the stock exchange with this knowledge. First of all, he did manipulate the market, but he already had a fortune, this only added to it. Second of all, he might not have even made a significant profit. The issue is complicated and debatable. I will not go into it. 2 years before his defeat, Napoleon had pulled out of Germany. In 1813 the Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel returned to his province. Said one biographer, earlier it had been the Rothschilds who had asked for favors, now it was the Landgrave, Andras, who tried to maintain a close connection. In 1818 Andras died. By 1815 Nathan controlled England's finance. He did a large amount of direct business with the English treasury. John Hems was allowing deals that would hurt England but fill the pockets of the House of Rothschild. The following quote by one of Nathan's contemporaries describes his eerie countenance. Eyes are usually called windows of the soul. But in Rothschild's case you would conclude that the windows are false ones, or that there was no soul to look out them. There comes not one pencil of light from the interior, neither is there any gleam of that which comes from without reflected in any direction. The whole puts you in mind of an empty skin, and you wonder why it stands upright without at least something in it. By and by another figure comes up to it. It then steps 2 paces aside, and the most inquisitive glance that you ever saw, and a glance more inquisitive than you would have thought of, is drawn out of the fixed and leaden eyes, as if one were drawing a sword from a scabbard. This description is disturbingly similar to either MPD or demonic possession. A Prussian official said that Rothschild had an incredible influence upon all financial affairs here in London. It is widely stated that he entirely regulates the rate of exchange in the city. His power as a banker is enormous. When Nathan made a fuss, the Bank of England trembled. Once he tried to cash a check from his brother Ramskull at the bank, but the bank refused, saying it cashed only its own notes. Nathan's volcano-like temper exploded. The next morning he and 9 of his clerks arrived at the bank and began exchanging banknotes for gold. In one day he had reduced the bank's gold reserves by a substantial amount. The next day he and his clerks arrived with more banknotes. A bank executive nervously asked how long he intended to keep this up. Nathan replied something to the effect of, "The Bank of England refused to take my bills, so I will not keep theirs." A meeting was quickly called and they decided that from then on the Bank of England would be pleased to cash any Rothschild check. Nathan's firm was named N.M. Rothschild and Sons. The firm met in the New Court building and for the sake of brevity will be referred to as New Court. New Court was so powerful that it even became a gold broker for the Bank of England, whose price I believe they still fix at will, though I may be wrong. He also founded the Alliance Insurance Company in England. The Illuminati has the Luciferian belief system that one's evil acts must be balanced by one's good acts. This belief system has led to the philanthropy of the truly evil elite, although much of this charity money goes to fund their objectives. Nathan hated the common masses, but his duty called. Almoners, particularly those acting on behalf of the poor Jews of London, reported that they got thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of pounds out of Rothschild, but hardly a word and never a courtesy. Nathan did not enjoy charity. He was good friends with Thomas Buxton, the anti-slavery leader. The famous musicians Mendelssohn and Rossini taught his daughter to play the harp. When Meyer died in 1812, his oldest son Amskel took over the Frankfurt firm. Although Amskel was not the head of the family, he was its spokesman to the aristocracy. He was the one who would apply for the honors and titles for his brothers. He has been described as a crotchety warrior who clung to the past. He was socially odd, yet held great dinners that were the talk of the elite. Religion was a big part of his life, to the point of being called monkish. Even though he lived on a grand scale, Amskel had no joy. Much of this distress came from the fact that he had failed to have any children. After Napoleon exited Germany, a German confederation was set up, of which Amskel became the treasurer. In a sense, this made him the first finance minister of the Prussian Empire, which was created by the confederation. Amskel's sorrow over his lack of children led him to pick prominent young men to treat as his sons. One such man was Otto von Bismarck, who would later become the Iron Chancellor of Germany. Amskel was the protector of his mother Gretel, who was the matriarch of the family. No one could receive full admission into the House of Rothschild by marriage unless she approved. Goethe smiled little and had a harsh tongue. One legend has it that a neighbor asked her whether there was to be peace or war. War? Gretel replied, "Nonsense. My boys won't let them." Solomon was the second oldest son of Meyer. Along with the other brothers, he was constantly traveling through Europe. What separated him from his brothers was his gift of diplomacy. He was more stately and complimentary than the others. Said one banker of Salomon, "Nobody leaves him without being comforted." In other words, he knew how to kiss up. It was this fact that led the brothers to send him to Vienna, Austria, to establish a relationship with the painfully aristocratic Habsburgs and with vain Metternich. Although the Rothschilds had attempted to enter a close business relationship with the Habsburgs and Austria, the Austrian royalty kept putting them off. Then Salomon came along. He rode in on a wave of newfound Rothschild power. Their name had become famous. One person described it as the two magic syllables. The brothers had become, as one biographer put it, the archdemons of progress. Salomon began to vie for Austrian ties through Gentz and Metternich. Eventually Salomon's diplomacy, Metternich's lobbying, and the below-cost method earlier used on the Landgrave broke down the wall between the House of Rothschild and the Illuminati Habsburgs. Austria began to employ the Rothschilds on a regular basis. Salomon moved into Vienna and bought a hotel and a house. Salomon knew how to play Metternich like a piano. He knew the right thing to say at the right time. He knew Metternich's quirks and prejudices, such as his vanity, which Salomon easily manipulated. Pretty soon Metternich and Salomon became close friends. The same goes for Metternich's right-hand man, Gentz. Gentz and Salomon were inseparable. Salomon was also a Freemason. It came to the point where Austria became so controlled by the Rothschilds that the government did not want to refuse the brothers anything. In 1816 Amskel, Salomon, Karl, and James received a title of nobility from the Habsburgs. In 1818 the Aix-la-Chapelle Congress met to discuss the future of Europe. Salomon, Karl, Metternich, and Gentz all attended this congress. It was here that Metternich first met the Rothschilds. Gentz kept the minutes of the Congress. He was called the Secretary of Europe. A Rothschild scheme at this Congress totally shook the financial institutions of Europe. There was no denying the power of the Rothschilds. The divine right of kings had been overthrown by the divine right of money. At Aix-la-Chapelle the Rothschilds widened their circle of influence in the Illuminati. Salomon set up a new firm in Vienna. He financially supported Metternich's fight against revolution. Metternich had established the Vienna system, which controlled Europe after Napoleon's defeat. The Austrian leader began doing what the elite loved to do, sending peacekeeping troops into conflicts. 1814 to 1848 has been described as the age of Metternich, but since the Rothschilds financed and controlled him, it would be more accurate to call it the age of the House of Rothschild. The Order of Vladimir was conferred upon Salomon for his work with Russia. Gioacchino Rossini, the Italian opera composer who wrote Cinderella and the William Tell Overture, became a good friend of both Salomon and his brother James. In 1822, he, Metternich, Gentz, James, and Cary attended the Verona Congress. This Congress was totally manipulated by the Rothschilds. They profited immensely by its outcome. Salomon financed the first important Central European railways. The Austrians began saying that they had an Emperor Ferdinand and a King Salomon. When it came to Austrian finances, Salomon got the last word. The people would show up at his office and beg for a royal laying on of hands. He only had to touch a bond or a stock, and its owner went away certain of its rise. Unlike the other Rothschilds, he gave immense charity donations. He bought the huge coal and iron works of Witkiewicz. In 1843 he received permission to purchase inheritable agricultural real estate. Many people were against Jews buying private property, and he proceeded to buy up large amounts of land. He obtained the lease of Austria's mercury mines. This and the only other mercury deposit in Spain were controlled by the Rothschilds, creating a world monopoly on a metal. Salomon was incredibly powerful. The next son, Kurt, was the family's chief courier. He was the least intelligent of all the brothers. He was awkward when he spoke and he had a nasty temper. One biographer described him as punchy. In 1821 Karl was sent to Naples, Italy, to oversee loans there that were meant to finance Metternich's forces who had arrived to quell a rebellion. While in Italy, the Rothschild mantle came upon Karl and he made a series of ingenious deals with the Italian government that forced Naples to pay for its own occupation. He also helped Luigi de' Medici of the black nobility to regain his position as finance minister of Naples, and later did business with the powerful man. Due to his success, it was decided that he would stay in Naples and set up his own bank. He became financier to the court, the financial overlord of Italy. Karl wound the Italian peninsula around his hand. He did business with the Vatican, and when Pope Gregory VI received him by giving him his hand rather than the customary total kiss, people realized the extent of his power. The Pope conferred upon him the Order of St. George. It appears that in Italy Karl became a leader of Carbonarism. After the Bavarian Illuminati was exposed, Carbonarism, or the Alta Vendita, became the major European occult power. Karl's leadership in this group is very significant. In 1818 a secret Alta Vendita document, that Cary had participated in preparing, was sent to the headquarters of Masonry. A copy of this document was lost, and the Masons got very upset, and offered rewards for the return of this copy. The title of the document translates, Permanent Instructions, or Practical Code of Rules, Guide for the Heads of the Highest Grades of Freemasonry. Last, but absolutely not least, was the youngest son, James. During the Napoleonic conflict, James had spent his time between London and Paris, supporting the Rothschilds' network of illegal trade with England. After the Wellington smuggle and the defeat of Napoleon, James became an established figure in France. He founded a bank there and began the French branch of the Rothschild family. James was a 33-degree Scottish Rite Mason. At this time the French house was the center of operations for the Rothschilds. Even though successive revolutions would dethrone ruler after ruler, Rothschild power kept the family in control. James was good friends with the leading minister of the Bourbon court, Count de Villèle, and he owned King Louis Philippe. He also secretly funded Spanish revolutionaries. His agent in Madrid was Monsieur Boleyn. James yearned for social status, the pursuit of which was second only to money. He had grown so powerful that the French exchange was deeply affected by all his decisions. Like his brother, Salomon, he pioneered the railroad business in France. He also bought the Great Lafayette vineyards. His bank, de Rothschild Frères, was in a league all its own. No one in France could even wish to be as powerful as James. As Salomon had, James received the Order of Vladimir for his work with the Russian dynasty. He also became a member of the Société des Antiquités. In the Rothschild tradition, as constituted by Meyer's will, of trying to keep everything within the family, James married his niece, Betty Rothschild, the daughter of Salomon. The Rothschilds' main advantage was their incredible courier system. It kept the five houses connected. In fact, the Habsburgs used this system quite often. All evidence points to the Rothschild brothers being very powerful within Freemasonry. They were one of the leading families in occultism at that time in Europe. Many prominent Masons of their day praised the brothers. In 1820, due to Metternich's lobbying, Nathan was made Austrian consul in London, and 2 years later he was made consul general. James was also made an Austrian consul in Paris. Metternich's promptings also provided something else very important to the family. In 1822 all the brothers and their descendants of either sex were made barons. This established social position for the Rothschilds. The gents Metternich team was very beneficial to the House of Rothschild. By this time a few papers had run some upsetting articles about the family. Salomon asked gents to censure any more unkind reports, and he also commissioned the Illuminist to write a bogus biography on the family that would portray them in a good light. Gents, now called the Pen of Europe, proceeded to write legends for the Rothschilds, and the family fully encouraged the propaganda in their social circles. The brothers had a system, based on Meyer's will, where only family members were partners or owners of the banks. This system is still in use today. The Rothschild banks bought everything up, from mining corporations to national debts. For instance, Newcourt has been controlling Brazil's debts since 1824. In 1836 Nathan Rothschild, head of the House of Rothschild, died. He may have been poisoned. The headship was passed on to his younger brother, James, by a vote of all the brothers. In 1830 the signs of Masonic-fueled revolution began to appear again. Metternich's peace of the world, they always call imperialism peace, was being threatened. A new king was set up in France, the House of Orange was dethroned in the Netherlands. The fires of revolution were spreading through the Masonic network, and Metternich began to lose his grip on Europe. The revolution of 1848 in France dethroned yet another royal house. James went along with the Masonic agenda and financed this revolution, even though he was a friend of the court. The revolution marked the end of Metternich's age, and that same year insurrectors chased him and Salomon out of Austria. Neither returned, but a Vienna house had already been established. Others would carry it on, under the direction of Salomon's son, Anselm. Metternich's descendants are still close to the House of Rothschild. After this the power of the Rothschilds weakened. By 1855 all five brothers were dead except James. Napoleon III was now in power in France, and his advisors were the enemies of James. But Rothschild ingenuity came through again when James got Napoleon III to marry a Rothschild agent. James died in 1868 and the family headship went to Alphonse, his son. The New Trinity. Three cousins now ran the show: Alphonse of the French house, Ownel of the English house, and Anselm of the Vienna house, the New Trinity. The three band together to destroy an enemy bank, French Credit Mobilier. Anselm set up a new firm, Credit Installed, in Vienna to combat the French bank. With the help of Lionel and Alphonse he attacked Credit Mobilier until it collapsed. The new head of the House of Rothschild was Baron Alphonse de Rothschild. Alphonse was a suave, socially elite man. After the rail of France's credit mobilier, Napoleon I stepped onto the Rothschild bandwagon. Alphonse was powerful. He had access to men like Napoleon I and Bismarck of Prussia. The Illuminati decided to get rid of Napoleon I, so English Prime Minister Gladstone, friend of the Rothschilds, set things up so that Prussia and France would go to war. Napoleon I proceeded to attack Prussia and Bismarck responded in a fury, defeating France and banishing Napoleon I from the throne. The war indemnities were paid to Bismarck, who had a dislike for Alphonse, despite his connections to the family, through the Rothschilds. Alphonse's brother, Edmund, was the one who helped create Israel. This will be discussed further on in the article. Alphonse married another Rothschild, but his love for her was not very strong. The Comtesse de Castillon was a beautiful woman who was a Marilyn Monroe of her day. She was the mistress of Alphonse, his brother Gustav Rothschild, whose daughter married a Sassoon, and Napoleon I. Anselm Rothschild of the Vienna house was a shrewd playboy. He destroyed Credit Mobilier with Creditance and in 1861 he became a member of the Austrian Imperial House of Lords. Anselm had many mistresses and his wife left him because of his adultery. He died in 1874. Lionel Rothschild of the English house inherited New Court. He financed England's Crimean War, Cecil Rhodes' South African Kingdom, vast copper and nitrate mines, and the purchase of the Suez Canal. Lionel's younger brother, Anthony, was knighted by the Queen. Another brother, Nathaniel, bought the renowned Mouton vineyards near Bordeaux. Lionel was a good friend of Prime Minister Disraeli, who was controlled by Rothschild money, and Gladstone. He also probably paid for Lord John Russell's election as Prime Minister. Lord Tennyson, whose poems are used in programming, attended his house parties. Lionel has been described as grouchy and crotchety. In 1858, Lionel became the first Jew in House of Commons. After 11 tries, the British Parliament gave in and allowed Rothschild to take his seat. Not a single significant political move by Lionel was recorded during his stay in Parliament. He was a member for 15 years. In 1879 he died. After Amskel of the House of Frankfurt died without an heir, two of Karl of Italy's sons came to take over the business. But they also remained heirless, bearing only daughters. When the last brother died in 1901, the Frankfurt Bank was liquidated. I believe they did not try to continue the original bank because they knew that Germany was about to be caught up in the turmoil of the world wars. They eventually set up another Frankfurt Bank after Germany's turmoil. The House of Italy ended the same way. The one son of Karl who had stayed in Naples produced only daughters, and when Garibaldi's red shirts unified Italy, this remaining son, out of character for a Rothschild, chose not to accommodate the new powers and moved to France. Thus ended the Italian branch. Rothschild influence in America. This subject is so massive that it will only be touched on. In 1837 Auguste Belmont came to the U.S. During the Panic of 1837. Auguste Belmont appears to have been a Rothschild proxy. Belmont bought up government bonds in this panic and his success eventually led him to the White House where he became the financial advisor to the President of the United States. His policies helped pit the North against the South for the Civil War. Judah P. Benjamin, who according to A. Ralph Epperson was the Civil War campaign strategist for the House of Rothschild, held many key positions in the Confederacy. He was apparently connected to John Wilkes Booth. J.P. Morgan has been called a Rothschild agent. His father was one of the many elite who made their fortune